Welcome back, everybody. How we all doing this morning? Back for day 6 of the SGA Streamathon. Tier off, welcome in. Mr. Lee Mack, thank you for the lurk and the Tier 1 resub. Greatly appreciate that, buddy. Alright, this should be a pallet of canola oil. We are in the start of May. Gonna do some contracts, get some work done on the farm. All the good stuff. Take care of the animals. One of the fields I've got a contract on for weeding. Apparently it's that weeder that one of the weeders that doesn't like to operate by a worker. That's what it is. We'll go get it done. Alright, I'll leave that there for a minute. Jump in here. I love how it missed a little bit of weeds in the corner that I drove over to get into the field. Like, really? But that's okay. And Jody, welcome in. Oh, hold on a second, Jody. I can't see any kitties in the way. Love the new bell storage. Love that new bell storage. Bale storage? Or bell storage. And which one, Jody? All right. Oh, the shed one? Yeah. There should be enough field here that those little corners won't matter, but we'll find out. Hopefully we'll get a lot of mods this week. Hopefully we get a patch this week. I fear without that, mods won't matter. Yes, it would be very nice to get some mods, but I fear without a patch, we're not headed for a pleasant time. There's already a lot of people pretty hard on the game. Always turn the weeds off. Weeding's good money. It's easy to take care of my own fields. But weeding is some good money for some of these contracts. Like this one's 11.5 grand. Want a Volts drop? Ewok actual? How's the farming? No, I'm not on a dedicated server, Ewok. I just, I just host my game when I'm... Ooh, excuse me. When I'm farming. Niz, welcome in. Doing a sawmill and water buffalo right now. Nice. Ewok Actual, thank you very much for the follow. Welcome into the channel. Lozzie, how you doing? Tired. I'm doing all right. English only is. I have no idea what that's supposed to be. What the hell is up with Lumia this morning? One second, chat. It's going nuts on me. Must be catching up to yesterday. Alright, we're just about done this field of weeding. Sorry, my brain's wandering off to the map making. What's everyone else up to this morning? I know Lozzie's playing some COD. Lee's doing some Subnautica. Trees. You just woke up, Tirov? I can understand that. I made some progress with it. They're never back down. Good morning to you as well, by the way. I made some decent progress with it. Decided I'm going to do a 4x map, not a 16. Take a lot less time, too. Got the terrain all in. Started working on doing the terrain extension. It's going to be a lot of work in doing that. It's just kind of going to be the nature of it. One thing I'm going to have a problem with, and I'm hoping that potentially like Reliant Robin or somebody can give me a hand with it, is going to be the border. I'm going to need to cut it and make a new one. Nope. No, not a blank map. I expanded this map. Got a blank 4x, just gotta pull everything in now. I mean, I could put together a No Man's style 8x, so to speak. But I don't think it would be as good. Well, I mean, you can do terrain to it, Little Demon. But the overall, you know, appearance of having all towns, roads, cell points, everything else. I know a lot of people like the idea of a no man's map, but at the end of the day, not everybody's that into decorating the No Man's style maps. Not only that, without all of the buildings and things like that, you know, nobody's gonna be able to truly decorate the map. It's one thing at like the end of 22 when we had all of the extra stuff, you know, or even the end of 19 when we had all of the building packs and stuff like that. It's easy to decorate. But this early on, there's not enough decoration stuff, you know. Alright, Lumia is going freaking nuts this morning. I don't know what the hell is the issue this morning. Let me reboot Lumia quick. But yeah, terrain and hills and all that stuff is easy. Apparently I have many Lumias open. There, now knock it off with your freaking crap at the moment. There. Hopefully it's the last time I hear from that. Well, I mean, we can technically start converting stuff in the editor, just not with the conversion tool. So it makes it trickier to get stuff from 22. Not impossible, just trickier. What a musk frog. What you do already? I was supposed to break it. Exporting something and hit the button by accident. Oops. Well, that's not good. But trust me, I get it. I actually spent a while yesterday afternoon after stream. I'm torn right now. I managed to make a height map. Well, what I should probably do is, like I said, get with Robin or somebody like that, or Green Thumb, because they're a lot better than I am with Blender. And, roof tiles. Let's go see what we got over there. And then we need to do with the cows. And see if they could do a better job than I did with it. But essentially, I found a way to take the border section on this map and make a height map with it. Dem file. So I can put that into the map, which I've done. I've made a temporary, I call it a temporary because it comes in really lumpy. It needs a lot of work, but it gets 90% of the terrain work done for me. So I'm thinking it might be worth just doing that. Problem is I'd have to basically smooth the terrain everywhere on the map. And then there may be repositioning of trees and buildings to follow. There's not much to show that hasn't been shown, Purge, but yeah, main farm. Got rid of the shed here. Cleared some trees for a chicken coop here. Moved the bees up into here. I got rid of the shed that was here. Added a small concrete and carpentry. A couple of shelters there. I have a sawmill and a oil mill front here. I've replaced the silo, added a workshop trigger, the tool barn, pallet storage. I replaced the standard cow pen. I added some goats over in here, sheep here, water buffalo. Then I have 3 greenhouses now. I need to come in here, take out a couple trees, and I'm going to be putting in a rice paddy greenhouse there. So I can do long grain rice next month. And I own field 10, 8, 9, 7, 6, 3, 4, 5, and 2. This is my farm at the moment. a bit foggy this morning, chat. Oh God, does it not like driving across the river on this barge? Hey, dead soul. Morning, Jers. Legit typed the raid command in here instead of mine. Been a long day. You've only been live 4 hours there, Lee. Did you just get home today, I take it? Morning, MacGyver. Mr. Lee Mack, thank you for the raid, buddy. Welcome in, Raiders. How you doing? Mabel, how are ya? How are you talking about total mixed rations? That's not accepted here. Playing some WoW, huh? Alright, how does this get us on the animals? Need chickens, sure. Yeah, we're fine for now. Fine for now. Half day of travel. Ah. Yeah. Long distance travel is definitely one of those things. Mr. MacGyver coming in with the government efficiency grant and 4 shuffles. Sounds good.
One eternity later.
Lost Rog. Matt Alex Gaming, how you doing? Grand Rapids to Chicago. Yeah, it's a bit of travel. 4 shuffles. 1, 2, 3, 4, and spin the wheel. Them damn vet bills. Vet bills it is. Hey, Brucey boy. I'll drop in a couple of trees here in a minute. This is true. This is true. Doing all right, man. Alex, how about yourself? Really bad night's sleep due to mold and hay fever. I'm sorry to hear that, man. No, but I understand the situation and it sucks. $5 grand worth of trees. We need to find a spot for. One bed house near me. Oh, well, that would be nice. Mold sucks. I'm just happy we're finally getting some rain where I live. Rained pretty good yesterday. It's raining again now. We got more rain coming next week, so hopefully it does some good for my well. The alternative yesterday with the object storage, discharge area. Oh, there you go, MacGyver. Because I haven't had rain and I haven't had significant rain in quite a while, Brucey. My well has been empty for we're going on a month and a half now. There's just enough water in it to flush the toilet. Old 18th century workhouse. Yeah, because of shitty weather. Back to it. Oh. Selling it rather than fix it up. Don't you love that? No, Moss Frog. That's House Flipper DLC content. It's a very expensive DLC too. It's $15,000. Most expensive DLC ever. House Flipper stepping up their game. Yeah, well, yeah. It's never cheap. Alright, we need to plant a couple trees. There's one. There's two. That's $5,000. Yeah. All right. As I said, don't you frickin' start with me. Good thing. Got out of it. The housing association's paying for everything. Hey, that's a win then. That's a win right there. Time to flood the field. Alright, so I can get by without having to deal with the sapling in the back. We just need to do that area. Okay. Excited. Oh, I'm sure. $15 straight? No. No, probably not that long. A couple hours. 100 and about 140 hours on this save, plus probably another 30 worth of modding. Maybe. Maybe. So far I think I'm at 12 museum pieces found. Purge. The reason I say maybe on the maps is because there's a lot of stuff that changed in the editor. That will make map making a little bit more difficult. Ask me how I know. Now, I'm not super proficient as a map maker, but it did take me more than a few hours yesterday to try and learn my way around a few things. And then start working on all of the terrain and stuff like that. But the way they've done the road system and everything, until people learn how the new system really works, it's changed a bunch of things. The new weather systems, yeah, the biggest reason for me though, MacGyver, isn't necessarily the editor and all that stuff. It's that I don't do it often. So I'm not proficient at it like some others, you know what I mean? Eight trees. Sounds good. Yeah, I mean it's a pretty lengthy process. So while I'm starting a map, it's going to take a while. I've got, well, there's two ways I can go about dealing with the two ways I can go about dealing with the terrain. Keep all the existing terrain and then have to build in all of the excess, which is probably what I'll do. Or I can pull it in the way I did and fight with it the whole time, which will be awkward. So I think what'll end up happening is I'm going to have to build in all of the terrain. That's going to take, realistically speaking, a couple weeks. Then I can start doing the painting. I can start doing all of the other stuff. Now, some of that's also going to depend on how accurate to the boundary I try to go. The more accurate to the boundary I go, the longer it's going to take, of course. This is going to be awkward to get the trees out of here, chat. Oh yeah. I wouldn't expect to see it before probably Christmas time. The worst part is I had people yesterday already asking, "Hey, can I get that for me to play around with?" It's like, dude, I've spent like 4 hours working on this. It's missing 95% of it. No. Maybe when it's closer to release? Like, what the shit? See, me as a player, I'm enjoying the game. But I've been away from FS25 for a while, compared to some people. So, you know, I get a different view of it. I should say I've been away from Farm Sim, compared to some people. And at the same time, as much as I like Dave's maps, love his maps, not gonna say I don't, because of all the extra stuff it brings, I can also understand Dave's frustration for not wanting to have to try and recreate all of that again in 22. It's a lot of work. We don't have the tools to do it right now. So, you know, I get it. So for him wanting to stay in 22 because he's got all of that stuff, I understand it. Especially with the bugs we have currently there, which, I mean, there's bugs. I won't sugarcoat it. Heck, you know it's bad when DJ Goham and Clutch Simulations were bashing all over the game yesterday in a Clutch live stream. I mean, they were shitting all over the game yesterday. So, when you get Farm Sim's Darlings doing it, cultivating contract, we will accept that. We will collect this. Yeah, I mean, don't make a 4x map. It's fairly simple. Or don't make a 16x map. Oh, they shill the game a lot. And even they were giving it a hard time yesterday. Which honestly, Giants brought it on themselves. There's been no communication from Giants. Steve B, thank you very much for that Prime resub. I greatly appreciate it. Don't want to forget that. They don't make it easy or very hard. Yes, they were purge. So you know, there's a lot there. Oh, it didn't create the job. Underlay. Go on. Yes, MacGyver. You're right. The silence from Giants makes it 10 times worse. Give us something. Give it something, anything. Mm. Not even any scripting documentation for 25 yet. Early access to the game and then being under embargo to say it's nice. I think it's toxic positivity. Well, I guess in technicality, Giants never said during the embargo period that we had to be positive about the game. We just couldn't give it a rating system. You know, we couldn't say it's a 6 out of 10 or anything like that. You didn't necessarily have to be positive about it. You could say what you thought, which I gave my honest opinions on it at the time. Now, the more we play, the more bugs crop up, but that just comes with more playtime. It's, you know, it's going to kind of happen. Oh yeah. I won't say otherwise, Moss Rock. Yeah, you're right, little demon. How you doing this morning, little demon? And that CYA little demon goes for any NDA. Not just the Giants ones. Hey there, Neon. You're on YouTube this morning. That's surprising. Trying to build up enough money. Ah, dang it. Alright, I got 1, 2 over there, another one there, and that should be the last of them. Yep. One here, and then there's 2 up over in there. Excuse me. Damn, I was hoping to get around that tree. Another job for DOT. Oop, that one's fun. But there's nothing holding this one on yet. Now we're in a pickle. Yeah, now we're in a pickle, chat. There we go. That's a little better. got 6. The last 2 are up through the little crack in the trees there, so we're gonna get this closer. Hey, Tigger. Hope you have permits for long, wide loads. That's the burn, treating the animals this morning. I'll do that in a little bit when the family wakes up. See, like, that's something there that I haven't even looked at yet. This little texture here on the ground that affects the ground height. How was that done? Yeah, well, I'm hoping they're massive, Matt Alex. And that they don't leave a bunch of stuff over and over and over again, you know what I mean? Hopefully they get on with doing the patches and they don't dally. Morning, Hectate. I mean, let's hope so. Do I expect them to get all the bugs first try? No. Well, let's hope they get a significant portion of them, right? Hope they get the ones that are affecting gameplay the most first. The flickering issue, that's getting pretty bad for a lot of people across all platforms. You know, so let's hope they get that one right. And I don't notice it as much. Here and there I'll notice it, sure. I will say this, though. For those wanting to see the SGA streak farm sim break the 22 version, unless they get a significant patch out quick that reinvigorates some of the guys, I wouldn't expect it to beat 22. I mean, I'm still going to be playing. I'm enjoying the game right now. But I can't be the only one doing it, you know what I mean? I know Boom's been putting in a lot more hours than usual streaming. So, well, good for him. Morning, Pitch Viper. Scurvy's been streaming again, which is good. Oh, dang it. It's too far off the side of the trailer. What do you mean? Is this some sort of mutual agreement that the streak will end? No. I'm just looking at some of the guys and their feelings towards the game. But the streak thing is, yeah, it's kind of our whole thing. We started in 22, where when the game released, it was supposed to be 90 early access coverage for the guys. And then, before you know it, early access became a couple days, became weeks, and then turned into 77 days. And once again, with release of 25, we had a bunch of people with early access coverage. Managed to do the streak, and then before you know it, now here we are at day 16. And, you know, now here we are, it's, like I said, it's day 16. Hey, V. And a week ago, the goal was to beat the 22 streak, 77 days. And quite a few of us are still in that mindset, but, you know, Dave's been having a lot of issues, so he's been getting frustrated with the game. Big Daddy hasn't been around as much because of real life. X-Man doesn't stream as much as he used to. Wheels has already moved on to Flight Sim. Though I wouldn't say Wheels won't be back. Just call it a suspicion that without a patch to address a lot of the issues, I would say it's going to be hard for the streak to beat 22. That's just calling it what it is. Alright, cultivating contract is in the progress. We just completed the Deadwood contract. Got some trees out of it. What else do we have going here? Nothing hugely priced. The wood transport contract. We'll borrow the items. That'll be a quick 7 grand. Oh, you bastard. Yes, the viewership has been dropping off with the issues. Viewership has dropped off pretty significantly. Oh yeah, well I was talking about that earlier, Dead Soul. You know, with everything going on right now, when DJ and Clutch are being very critical of Farm Sim, you know something's going on. And yeah, you can hype a game till the cows come home. No pun intended. But if you don't deliver, because your game has issues, you know what I'm saying? Alright, we need to pick up wood where? Okay, over on the corner 17. And I mean, Scurvy was right on, and I've said this too. There was not a lot of testing done from the for the game when things were leading up to it all. It's very very obvious. Um, Giants really dropped the ball because there's a lot of easily caught things that could have been taken care of. I mean, some of these trigger issues, really, Giants? Oops. Wrong side of 17. I mean, some of that stuff, there's no excuse. Hey, Manny, how you doing? Um, ooh. Yeah, I mean, there was definitely a lack of testing. Which is indicative of a lot of the mod issues we've seen in the past. See, I never played Cattle and Crops. I've heard a lot about it, but I've never played it myself. Ooh. Yeah, sometimes being ambitious will bite you. No, Manny, this is Riverbend Springs. You did switch off the stream from Dave last night because of the negativity and the constant complaining. Yeah, I hear you there, MacGyver. It's too bad that what's going on, because yes, it almost, it really does feel too bad that it feels bad that Dave is this Dave is this negative about a Farm Sim release, because Farm Sim for the longest time was his only real thing. Heck, me and some of the other SGA guys are what got him to branch out from Farming Simulator, because he used to never stream anything but. He's been building maps since 13, you know, I mean, he is Farm Sim. And I was looking forward to seeing what he could do with this version, but to hear him so down about the game, it's like, wow. And it's strange too, because he talks, talks a lot about the AI work issues he has and stuff like that. And it's like, honestly, it's so strange. From a game standpoint, looking at this game and seeing issues that they have on Zelonka, the issues that are on this game, or some of the trigger issues on this map, then some of the issues that you have on Hutan. It's like so vastly different, the issues between one map and the next, and you sit there and go like, how is that possible that one map would have all of this set of issues, another map would have this set of issues, and another map would have this set of issues? There's no consistency there. It's like, how do you have such wide array of issues across the maps? Where was I just? Oh, 45. Well, that's what I mean. Like, you have a mod that comes out yesterday, the Lumberjack mod, had to be updated very quickly by I don't know who, just because it wouldn't work on one of the maps. What's so different about that map that it wouldn't work on there? Well, yeah, but I know it's Loki's mod, but for it to be released, updated, released again by Giants in the same day is almost unheard of. Hence why got updated by who knows? You know what I mean? Don't like a game equals don't play it, branch out, and don't pigeonhole yourself to one game. Oh, I agree, Moss Frog. I agree. Oh, somebody. There we go. To be honest, no. Do understand he's frustrated. It does not help the viewer count on the stream. Yeah. Yeah, exactly. The map shouldn't matter. So what is so different about that one map? What's so different about Hutan over the other two maps? Been lurking while you breakfast. Nice. Welcome in, Buddha. I mean, is the flickering a bit annoying? Sure, but I don't notice it much. I notice it when I talk about it, and I'm paying attention for it. So it's an annoyance. It's not game breaking. I don't have issues with the AI like Dave does. They never get stuck in the fields. They work. There are a few pieces of equipment that the AI won't use, or in the case of that, um, the wolf won't work well with. But I feel the AI is much improved over 22 in their field work. In 22, if I were to send a worker across a map, like I do constantly on this, and then go start a job, he'd get stuck. Start a contract on a field with a worker, and he's next field over. It would happen all the time. I don't have that happen on this version. So I do feel that the AI is much improved in this version. There's some weird bugs with, sheds and things like that. How they pass testing, I don't know. But, and there's snow tear off. Nice. Clearly, Giants needs to work on their testing game. Clearly. Their in-house testing is not great. But yeah, I barely had to correct any, and I'm 130 missions in. I'm 130 missions in. I'm on year 5. No, 4. I'm still on year 4. I've done quite a bit of multiplayer with Little Demon. And I've had very little issues other than having to buy a new chainsaw every time because I didn't have the tool shed down. I'm in multiplayer right now. There's nobody on here with me, but I'm in multiplayer. I don't have near as many of these issues. I don't know why. And the only thing I can think of is the map. And Dave's complaint is, well, I don't like the starting farm, blah, blah, blah. Okay, so do a new farmer start, or do a farm manager start, and pick one of the other frickin' farmyards. Simple. This map does not have the issues that Hutan has. Which is odd to say. How is it that they're so vastly different between one map and the next? Yeah, exactly. You don't have to start in this yard. There's plenty of other starting... God dang it. There's plenty of other starting locations on the map. Take one of those. Yeah, Hutan? Hey, Jacob. Alright, before we go anywhere else, I do need to also fertilize some fields. And that was another thing about Dave's stream yesterday. Well, I won't be able to make a 16x map. Well, so make a 4x. Well, we'll have to cut out a bunch of productions. Dave's been talking about cutting productions for months, changing things up and cutting some back. So just do it. Morning, Mr. Tab. How you doing? Little Demon, you know the drill, sir. Yeah. I mean, there's plenty of other starting farmyards on the map. But me, I haven't been having a lot of these issues. I'm enjoying the game thoroughly. I spent hours and hours even off stream yesterday working on my map for this. I'll be on it again this afternoon, working on my map for this. I'm doing pretty good this morning, Tav. It very much can be overwhelming. You're exactly right, Moss Frog. I mean, even for seasoned players, it can be overwhelming. Just kind of the nature of his maps with all the productions. But the thing is now, and it's what I've been trying to get him to switch maps for, is we have all of the buildable scripts and some of the other stuff now. Let's utilize those. Find maps that you can make that are, find stuff we can do that, maybe it's not production. Let's find buildings. We've got modelers within the SGA, Green Thumb and Reliant Robin. Let's build things, make buildable stuff rather than production. It's one of the reasons why I spent some time in 22 playing on a couple of the other maps. Because at the end of the day, it's farming. But was told cannot play because you didn't have the Platinum DLC of the productions. You were bummed. It's fair, Moss Frog. Yeah, I mean, am I going to include some of the production stuff into my map that I build? Sure. I mean, productions are part of the game. But the map was going to be focused more on, like, forestry and farming than it was, or it is, it won't, not was, is going to be focused on a lot of forestry and farming. There will be a lot of forestry areas. There will be a lot of farming areas added. But that's where I'm at with the game is that functionality. And we'll see where it goes. I mean, Scurvy was mentioning mining yesterday. There's a couple areas where if I can bring some of that stuff back, I might, but not to the extent of productions that Dave had. Like you said, Moss Frog, it can be very overwhelming for people. I want to make the map as inclusive as possible. Made a British map, for example, then dairy and grass pastures. Yeah, stick to a theme. Makes a lot of sense. Now, I know the majority of this map is, an Arkansas map. I will be changing that up some to a degree. It's going to have a more northern feel to it, if you will. I'm going to adjust the environmental maps so in the wintertime it's a bit colder, you get a bit more snow chance. Probably significantly lower the tornado chance. Hail will still be a thing. But those are systems I haven't even looked into yet. So when it's time, I'll definitely look into them. It will be focused on there will be some additional productions included for growing seed, making your own seed, fertilizer, stuff like that, because that is a thing people do. So, Green Thumb's got the small productions. I might do something a little bit different as far as a larger production. I mean, if it's possible, I would love to see the orchard system come back that Dave had in 22, because I thought those were cool. But again, it's something that not everybody's into. So, just as easy to add there we go. We're all fertilized up. Animals are taken care of. That is one thing I'm going to have, is I'm going to have different animal barns. Not different, but modded animal barns as part of the map. Cop, sheriffs, and a great governor. I think he's being a little funny, Moss Rock. It's up to 121 grand. Oh, hey, we are gonna borrow this one. It's a $15,000 frickin'. Heck yeah, this one's good money. If memory serves, Hectate lives right across the river, so. I'm going the right way, right? Yep, it's up there. Freestyler, thank you very much for the follow. Welcome into the channel. How are you doing this morning? So yeah, I'm looking forward to it. I'm getting to work in the editor. There's a lot I've got to learn. I was never super proficient in it in 22. So, that'll come. But yeah, I'm gonna make some adjustments to things, and obviously some of the farm stuff is gonna change. Right. There you go, Boss Frog. Of course. It's the other tractor that spins around only so far in that direction and stops. This one's fine. I am way too far away from this pile. Thanks, little demon. Away. Oh, yeah, he did. I didn't even notice. Morning, Tanico. How you doing today, buddy? Oh, now little demon's back. Magnetic trees, baby. Eh, things with farms will stay the same. Well, I mean, I would like to see them do something with the maintenance system. They implemented it last year and then did nothing with it. So I would like something done with the maintenance system. I kind of went over that the other day when I streamed. Some ideas I'd love to see them do. That would be nice to see. How's Mini-Me, Tatico? I know you said he wasn't feeling good the other day. Been here just eating. I got you there. So, you know, there's the maintenance system I'd love to see them do something with. The deformation system definitely needs to have something else done with it. You know, they added all of these trailer weights and vehicle weights, and now the deformation, they need to do something with that. The weather system and the crop destruction is cool. I would like to see potentially a return of what we had in Seasons with crops potentially failing if they don't get rain and things like that. Oops. Seaver's down, just low on energy and sore throat. So he caught whatever he had. That tends to happen, yeah. Alright, so where are we bringing these to? The sawmill, okay. I think graphically the game is in a really good spot. The additions that they made with the ambiance and, you know, all of the extra stuff is good. They need to focus on gameplay mechanics now. Not so much other stuff. I mean, the improvements they made, so the foliage and stuff looks much better. The plants look much better. They're in a really good spot. So let's focus on gameplay. Adding a form of a career mode might not be a bad thing. Where, you know, you start out and you have to, you know, get used to equipment before you can just jump straight in and buy a quad track and, you know, a 20-meter plow and away you go. But I also agree having the toggles is very important because not everybody's going to go for something like that. They really need to do something with the animal system as far as births go, because pigs don't just have one pig. Sheep don't just have one sheep. Things like that. So I think some work needs to be done with that system to an extent. I would like to see some potential other animals added. Ducks are a good one. It would make sense with, you know, all of the... Oops. The rice and stuff that they added. Ducks would make sense. A reputation system. That could be something like that. Reputation system. You could, over time, build a reputation with farmers and make them more likely to offer you jobs, potentially increase the amount of pay they're going to give you. Yeah, something like that. That would be cool too. Having the forestry missions, the Deadwood missions are nice, but give us some actual forestry with missions like that. Go cut 15 trees, deliver them to the sawmill. And I'd have to go to a spot over here, cut some trees, and deliver them to the sawmill. Maybe even make it 40 or 50 trees, or, you know, something. And then make the pay reflect that. That would be another nice potential. Sowing grass in 45. Sowing grass at 45. That's $4 grand. Maybe. May. Yeah, so the time-saving stock check mod did come out yesterday. Very excited to see it back, but they need to move the bottom of their window up. I mean, that could be something too, yeah. Yeah, May it's about the same. The farmer's market's not far off on the wool. It'd be nice if they bring back contracts between. You still get to keep some of the leftover crop. It's in 22 they made a change in 22 where they lowered the amount of extra crop you could keep partway through. Normally you could have kept about 25% of the product. Now you only get to keep about 8 to 10% of the product. Because it used to be in 19, and in the early parts of 22 you only had to deliver 75% of the product after you harvested the field. Then they changed it so that now it's around about 90%. Now, does this... puts them off the side, correct? If I were to stick this... Yep, that'll work. That'll work. We now have a rice sapling greenhouse. I have to landscape that. How much did I just pay for that freaking greenhouse? Jesus, it didn't do any landscaping, obviously. It's that rock, I think, sticking up out of the ground. That's okay, though. I don't care. God damn tree, stop it. Yeah, see, like, the tree's not growing. That's another big issue. How'd you screw that one up, guys? So is the game perfect? No. Has it got some bugs? Sure. Can I live with them? Sure. Modding for 25 vehicles, for example. The vehicles changed a lot in 25, Tatico. Uh, Depends on what you want to do with them. Use of ground information to irrigate animal pastures from a water source. That could be interesting. See, that's another thing that I'm kind of frustrated about. It used to be we had to care for our, clean up after our animals. They made a mess, you had to go clean it up. And you had to water them. And then that kind of went away. And then, leading up to 25, there was a clip they put out that you had to clean up after your animals again. I was like, oh, sweet, they're bringing that back. Well, you don't have to clean up after your animals. And only some of the pens you actually have to water. But, interestingly, they have information put into the pens for watering. When you look at all of the different animal pens, you're making some older equipment, you might be in for some work then, if that's what you're planning on doing. Like go to Rudolph Horman, Cow Barn Big. You look at this XML, one second while it opens. I would like to see a favorites tab in the map in the multiplayer area. Oh, that'd be nice, yeah. So here in the Cow Barn Big, get your animals and stuff. They don't actually have a storage for the water. They don't have an unload trigger, but they do have watering places and an automatic watering supply turned on. So all I would have to do is add a fill volume, add in the fill type in the unload trigger, and then turn that off. And now you have to water it. So guess what? In my map, there will be a version of that you have to water. Just because. It's the same way with the sheep barn. They have watering supply. True. Well, guess what? I'm going to pull a couple of these watering places from this. I'm going to put them in this. That's going to become false. And there's going to be a spot to drop off water. I'll likely do the same thing with the pigs. And, go to town. So, there's some tweaks there. Like, you talked about us having to do that, and then where did that go, Giants? You have like one cow shed that requires it. I'm guessing all of the greenhouses are now full. Yep. And I'm stuck with some water. That's okay. Mr. Boomhauer, welcome in. How was your stream, buddy? Welcome, Raiders. Hey, Pompies, how you doing? Are you missing a mod there, little demon? Morning, Viking streaming. A few? I don't think I added that many. I do need to go get Billy's wrapper, though. That is one I needed to go get. It's going alright there, Mr. Billy. How about yourself? Harfield, thank you very much for the follow. Welcome into the channel. How you doing this morning? Doing good, a little windy out. Yep. I'm doing alright this morning, Harfield. Yep. Into the Volvo, please. Boop. There we go. Alright, canola oil. Let's see. I didn't take the sewing contract. Hey, Sir Welshie.
One eternity later.
Well, nobody's used that term yet, Alex. I can only accept them as they come up, and nobody had used that one until just now. Thank you for the cat kiss there, Dickie Rex. See, that's another thing. I want to try and take these decals, if possible. This is true. And I don't see anything wrong with that. Like this muddy texture here, I want to see if I can make these placeable at some point. So people can decorate with them. How's it going, Dickie? Yeah, you guys invented it and then we ruined it. Yeah, that's what happens. Us Americans ruin everything. I know, trust me. I'm an American. Alright, I'm not going to take that contract because if I do, then I'm going to have to empty my seeder, fill it up with just seed so that I don't waste fertilizer on it. I just don't want to do it. How is the sawmill looking? Okay. Oh, that was another one I wanted to look at getting. Factories. The debris crusher. Oh, that's a big boy, isn't it? It's a big boy, isn't it?
That's what she said.
That is what she said. You know? But for that stupid couple of trees right there. If I were to get rid of that bush, that one bush. I get rid of that one and that one. I could tuck that in right there. It'd be good to go. Nah, I don't use Lumberjack mod. I never really have. Yeah, see, I feel the same way, Alex. It is a huge improvement over 22 in many, many ways. And I've been saying the whole time, it's unfair for us to look at 22 after 3 years of mods and development and then compare it to 25 that just came out. Hey, Pievs. They're two different things. You know, sure, at the end of 22, we had all of these nice things. We had, you know, production revamp. We had a lot of other mods. That we don't have right now. Will they come? Sure. Just gonna take time. It's patience. Everybody wants it yesterday. It's like, the game just came out. Give people a chance to figure some stuff out. That's another thing too. Like, I know once we actually get going and they get a patch out, it's gonna change things. So you know? I'm doing alright, Pievs. Yeah, I would like to see precision farming back, but I don't think we will unless somebody finds a way to convert it. Yeah, I mean, there were big changes. The mess we're currently in is all on Giants for not properly testing all of these changes. But at the end of the day, I think these changes can lead to a better overall experience in time. Like I said, the game just came out. We need to let them get a bug fix, patch fix out. See where we stand. Heck, when 22 came out, there were bugs. And there was moaning and groaning about features that were missing from Seasons 19 and all that stuff. But we made do. You know? I don't think it's gonna be even that long. I'm guessing Tuesday. See, I remember bugs in 22 as well when it first came out. Like the inability to delete half the things from the starting farmyards. Like, big time. You know what I mean? To the point where Giants went and redid all of it so we could delete that stuff. It's one of those things that you sit back and go like, 3 years is a long time between releases for Giants when they were used to every other year. And people forget 3 years ago. It wasn't perfect. And even then, there wasn't huge changes from 19 to 22 other than adding seasons base game. There wasn't huge changes. Nice buildings in 19 that we... Yeah, I mean, there were nice buildings from 19 that never got ported over to 22. See, the unfortunate thing is, and Giants is partly to blame for this game relies on mods. Farm Sim absolutely relies on mods. Without it, it would be gone. It would die a slow death. We all know this. So, without the modders, we're screwed. And every version, Giants adds more stuff that can be taken advantage of by the modders. But the way they do it a lot of times makes it difficult for modders to do what they are used to doing because Giants changes things. And then they don't give us the documentation, the information on how to do all this new stuff in a timely manner. So a lot of modders won't go version to version. You'll have modders that won't come back for 25 that modded in 22. Maybe people take their place, maybe people don't. But at the end of the day, we're going to lose some modders. it's inevitable. It happened from 19 to 22. It happened 17 to 19. You know, and it's gonna happen again. It's just the way it's gonna end up being. So, actually true or not, as the years go by, Giants. Well, that's what I mean. They tend to alienate the community in a way because yes, the new stuff helps move things forward. It gives additional possibilities and functionalities and things like that. But it also makes it harder to continue doing the modding. Oh, there it is. So, in a way, it alienates the community because people are less wanting to do it. Which is too bad. I mean, it just, at the end of the day, it's too bad. God damn it, I wish I could see. In that small way, they are alienating the modders. Nope, that's not what I wanted to be doing. I think give Giants time to get a patch out. And as long as they actually address these issues, I think it's going to calm a lot of people down. It's just going to take time. Exactly. FS wouldn't have survived without the modders. So I understand adding things, you know, to move the game forward. It's inevitable, and it's what needs to happen. You want to move the game forward. But Giants could do a much better job in making the tools for the modders to be able to you know, they could do a much better job with the tools for us to be able to convert mods and bring mods from one version to the next. They could absolutely do a much better job at that. So that's on Giants. They could absolutely do a much better job. Excellent. We have a debris crusher now. we can get to work on that. Probably not a great spot for it. Long term, I might move it, but you know, Giants has an identity issue with modders. On one hand, game is very casual and arcade-like. On the opposite end, it seems like they want to keep a more hardcore farming group. I think Giants is trying to keep things more casual. Hence why some of the features from Seasons were removed. Because at the end of the day, they're trying to keep it more casual. Modders, on the other hand, because there really isn't much in the way of alternatives, the hardcore guys are also here too, wanting to keep things, wanting to have a more hardcore farming experience. So, Giants is trying to appease the casuals, while modders are trying to appease the hardcore guys. Mm-hmm. Certain map makers, certain modders. I already know a couple that have lost the interest to mod in 25. Now, whether a patch comes out or some tools come out or something that helps make it easier to do the modding and it entices those guys back, only time will tell. Won't know till it happens. So, until then, I'm going to continue playing the game because I'm enjoying it. I'm going to continue working on my map. I'm going to continue working on mod ideas I have. And go from there. Alright, in May, I think we've got everything done because I don't have any fields to harvest or any fields to plant. We've got all of our animals taken care of. We have the rice watered. Things are growing well. Everything's fertilized. Everything's weeded. I think we're in good shape. One thing I forgot to check. Okay, just a little Iseki thing. Don't care. So let's hit June. See, I never did this towards the end of in 22. I never skipped days as much as I do in 25. And I don't think that's necessarily a bad thing. Harvesting spinach. We will borrow items for that. There's a big baling contract for round bales. Yow. Square bales up there. Square bales might not be bad. That one, though, that one's going to be a nightmare. But you know what? I think I'm going to borrow the items, and I think I'm going to do that one. Maybe not. Field 2 has weeds in it, Billy. And the weeds just happen to grow on everything but these couple of strips for some reason. It's just weeds. The nature of seasons and having nothing to do between fieldwork, harvest, and selling. Yeah. But see, like in 22, I was always trying to find something to do. Of course, there was more forestry and stuff like that on the maps I was playing, so I had something to do. I was clearing land, I was doing stuff like that, so it slowed my progression down. In that I wasn't going through time as quickly. Yeah, I don't think I'm gonna grab either of those baling contracts. We are gonna take care of the stone, though. I should go dump this and grab that small little trailer. That'll be perfect. It'll save me a lot of trips back and forth. Grab the little trailer on our way back. I'm gonna want to put in a lime station somewhere too. Lime making station. Where I have that debris crusher now. See, that's another thing that I think will come in time too. Will be a lot more productions. Whoa! Wow. Hey, Collective Alter. Good morning.
Morning.
What's going on, X-Man?
Just about ready to go to the go hunting.
There you go.
Farm, yeah. I don't want to get there too early because they're probably still sleeping yet.
Yep.
I didn't stay overnight, so.
I gotcha.
Having issues with the fill types are different this year a little
Oh, on your bulk storage?
bit. I think it's gonna work fine. It's just kind of upsets me that there's no spectacular or spectacle.
Oh, specular
anymore.
map?
Yeah.
Really?
I mean, it's yeah. They changed it to height, and it's not. Doesn't look great. Yeah, look in the fill type folder.
The fill type folder?
Yeah. Yep. Or fill plane. Sorry.
Oh, fill planes. Fill planes in your bulk storage?
No, in the game because I had to get them from the game to put them in here.
Oh yeah, fill planes. Yeah, they have normals and heights. Yeah, instead of the specular, it's now a height.
And it doesn't look quite right, but I'm working on that once.
Well, I mean, you've got your displacement, your height, your normal, so it's just a matter of which one's going. I'm guessing the displacement would go in the diffuse, height would go in your specular, and the normal is obviously normal.
Yeah, but the height doesn't work in the gloss map. It looks stupid. I've tried it, so I just take it out. It looks better with it out than it does with it in.
Oh, well, they've got the diffuse here, so yeah, they just don't have the speculars.
Mm-hmm.
The speculars go in the gloss spot, right? It's been a while. I don't remember exactly. Hey, Crazy
Yeah,
Mark.
that's where they. Yeah, that's what they're supposed to go.
Hey, Collective. Officially morning in Hawaii. Right on. Yeah, it's just been playing around with it. I mean, it's not like you have to try and convert all of fill plane files at least. They're all there.
Well, I have two different versions. This one's going to be a normal for the regular products, and then when we add more for other maps, I can add more.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, I got started quite a bit on mine yesterday. I've got a lot of landscaping I've got to do, and I was trying to save myself some work. I don't know if it's gonna ultimately pay off, but I'll have a little bit of Blender work to do. I installed that again yesterday, and I love my kitty cats there, man, Alex.
That's what she said.
So, yeah, I'm looking forward to seeing what we can do. It's just a learning thing. Happens every year.
Definitely learning thing. Yep. I mean, like I said, I have everything working. I started with it. You're PG or not?
No, I'm not PG.
A shit ton of freaking errors.
Oh, yeah.
That's why I didn't come into Twitch last night. It's like I was just trying to focus on getting this done. I wanted it done and released for today, but I didn't get that far.
I spent most of Dave's stream. I was trying to, and I kind of managed it, but it causes some other issues, so I'm trying to kind of look back at, trying to remember what I did when I initially converted the dem file to a 4x map. It came in and it was fairly smooth. Looked alright.
Talk to JD when, or message him on Discord. He's got a way to make that, because it happened a little bit in the 4X that he did, and he said he knows how to fix it. So,
Well, if he does, I'm gonna have to. I was hoping I would see him last night. I kept looking to see if you and him would jump into a Discord so I could, chat.
yeah,
Because what I did was I actually managed to take the border, which, by the way, the border is a 16x border. If you hadn't heard,
Yep, I heard.
I took the border, brought it into Blender, and I made a height map out of it. So I added that to the 4x dem file that is already part of the map, and pretty much got them the right point. So now all I've got to do is smooth out the ridging that gets formed, and 90% of the landscaping is done.
Nice.
So
Yeah, like I
hopefully I
said,
can get with
just-
JD, and then it's
Yeah,
just adding
Discord.
trees and stuff. Yeah.
Because he's got the fields figured out. That's what we were working on last night.
Nice. Darkthorn, thank you very much for the 500 bits. I greatly appreciate the support. Yeah, I saw him a little bit in Dave's chat there last night. But I was basically what I was doing was I was in Blender, and trying to size things to get the right definition for it without it being really ugly. And then on top of that, trying to sit there and get the scale right, and also the height right, because the dem file is that grayish blending color. Well, when you do the height map from Blender, you need to try and match up the shades as close as you can, otherwise you could have a 5 or a 10 meter ridge where the things come together. So I kept going back and forth, bring it into the editor, look at it, okay, nope, it's not quite right, back into Blender, bring it up half a meter. Dark Thorn, thank you for another 1,000 bits. My word, thank you very much for that. Unfortunately, it's going to owe another hour onto the list of hours. I think that would make 4. Once I can get some laundry done and get my costumes clean. But unfortunately right now, they're both dirty. And with no washing machine, it's been frustrating. So I will compensate you with the hours once we get the laundry caught up. Yes, Moss Frog, the tobacco spitting song again. One of these lo-fi things that I put on just as kind of background music, it literally sounds like somebody's spitting into a, either a spit cup or a spittoon or something. It's the weirdest thing. I don't know why. There, get some stones put into here now. A fair amount of stone out of there. Alright, we have to care for our animals. I'm really hoping we get a patch this upcoming week. I think it'll go a long ways towards improving morale.
Well, at least we can play the game. There's been game releases where other games you completely can't play it until a patch.
I 100% agree with you, X-Man. And 22
So-
was not without issues when it came out.
100%. I mean, this is by far, I think, better than 22 release, in my opinion. But
I hadn't even thought about it until somebody else said the same thing in chat a little while ago, and it's like, there were issues when 22 came out. I remember Dave feeling much the same way when 22 came out, because we were missing a lot of the functions from 19.
yes, exactly. Oh, what the? Oh, yeah, that's right. You saved it.
But that Hutan map seems to have major issues right now.
Yeah.
So I keep trying to get Dave back over to the American map. He's like, but I hate the starting farmyard. Okay, so go into Farm Manager and choose a different one. It's like,
Right, so,
don't sit there with Grandpa Walter if you don't want to then. That pop is the in-game debris crusher. It's costs about $100,000, and then it just produces stone every month. I'm setting a big pile on the ground. But no, I mean, I'm enjoying it. Like I said in your stream the other day, it's. You know how I was critical of the game coming up to its release, and
don't think we all are not critical of the game. I mean,
but
100%.
it's exceeded a lot of my expectations. Not perfect by any means, but I would say it's a pretty good starting point. So let's see what happens in a couple of years after modders get a hold of it, right? It's early yet.
Yeah, exactly. And to say you can't do something right now is you can't even make that comment. Like, 16s aren't going to work. We don't know that. If that was the case, trust me, Facebook would be exploded full of people. Because I know there's a bunch of them wanting to make 16x maps that would be on fire if they couldn't.
Well, it's not that
You
they
know.
can't. I was doing a lot of testing on it yesterday morning in my stream. And it's not that we can't make 16s, but what I was finding is to make a 16x map, and then I still have all the files as a backup right now, really. They're on my desktop. You put the dem file in and everything else, get it blown up to a 16x map with no additional vegetation, no trees, no nothing on that 16. I was losing 20 frames right out the gate. Now, could they come out with optimization patches? Absolutely. Could there be something going on with the bigger size maps? I'm pretty certain. The other funny thing I was saying... What? Go ahead.
There's other people that are smarter than us. Unfortunately, we're not pros at this. So I have a feeling that, you know, that it's probably nothing, and we're overreacting.
Oh, I'm 100% with you. I am never even released a map, so when it comes to map making, I'm a complete noob. I know that. But just in testing, cost 20 frames. The other thing I found, you know, all of the little like ground decals, the ground deformation and stuff like that. It did a really strange stretching in the depth of it. So you drive over a tire mark, and suddenly, even though the tire mark was only as deep as normal, the decal that it leaves behind, you know, of the tire marks and stuff like that, was suddenly like 4 times deeper than it should be. It was really strange. I have no idea why it was doing that. And that could be something to do with a toggle setting, or maybe it's even as simple as somewhere within the you know, the i3D, one of the lines needs to have a different integer value on it or something. Like you said, there's people much smarter than us that will figure that shit out.
And there's actually videos on how to do fields too on YouTube. If
Nice.
you didn't know that. Yeah.
I had not even gotten that far yet. My main concern was getting the dem file ready so I could start doing the landscaping. Because I'm going to have a while worth of landscaping.
I would definitely give JD a Discord message on, because he had to do something with his dim file too, but he's got that one. I mean, we're to the point where he's already got fields in and there's crops on them. Yeah.
Nice.
Mm-hmm.
And yeah, that was another thing too. When I went to load the game, I was watching the performance monitor. It takes you around 8 gig to load in a map on a standard size map. During the loading process, you'll see about an 8 gig pull at the end. On a 4X map, that was going to around 11 and a half, almost 12. When I tried to do the 16X map, it was peaking at 20 gig.
No, that's the reason why I went to 64.
So, you know, I mean, from a map making perspective, I want people to be able to play my map. So that's why it's like, decision wise, for now, I'm going with a 4X. And I think, honestly, for most people that single play this map, and maps in general, a 4X is a pretty good sized map.
Yeah, you're not wrong.
And
all right, I gotta get flying, but I'll be back
Yep.
later.
yeah, good luck with your hunt, and hopefully we'll catch up with you later.
Yeah, I'll be back later.
Well, see, Billy, I don't think he's a robot. I think he's one of those, he's just the quiet guy in the corner that's, you know, scheming and always working. So, you know, I mean, it's early game, people. It's really early game. It's been out less than 2 weeks. Give it time. We'll get a patch. Things will get better. Like I said, like we were saying with X-Men, I remember back in 22, Dave was pretty critical when it first came out then. And guess what? Look at the maps he ended up making. So, I mean, it's tough to hear him down as he is, but, you know, give it time. That's right, Dave. Warmed up to it. I mean, who knows? We lost the ability to do the explosives in 22 from 19. Maybe with the new destructibles, we can figure out how to do the explosives again. Morning, farming trucker. That's right, sky's the limit. We don't even really know what we're going to be able to accomplish with the new destructibles, constructibles. Billy's going to wait for someone else to do a map. You know, I mean, who knows what we'll be able to figure out in this version. Won't know until we try. Sky, yes, exactly. The skybox is the limit. What's up, the skybox? Alright, sheep and goats are fed, pallets are put away. Let's get the cows fed. Buffalo fed. Check on our fields. 4x blank map, you can start playing about with stuff, but I have no idea about expanding to a 4x map. Well, the 4x map isn't in and of itself difficult. It's just a matter of creating your dem files, or your dem file, fixing up all your GDM and GRLE files, and then editing the i3D and the map XML to have the right boundaries. So, I mean, at the end of the day, it's not difficult there. And if you wanted to use a different, just wait 2 weeks. I mean, if you didn't want to use the boundary that's currently around this map, if you don't care about using that boundary and wanted to do something entirely different off the edges, I can send you the 4x files I've got, Billy, so you can get started on something. Hey, Mackie. But, yeah, I mean, 4x blank maps are pretty easy in and of themselves to make. Well, in and of itself, that's fairly easy to make happen, Billy. harvesting. Oh, that's right. Hey, dummy, you took on a spinach harvesting contract. Dum dum. Doing all that other stuff. Completely forgot about the spinach harvesting contract. Is he another early morning farmer already? Yeah. Well, usually. Welcome in, Eddie. Car. See, I like having the town here. Try to get your farming fix in from 6 to noon. You're a geek. Well, let's see. I've already been live for 3 hours this morning, Eddie. It's currently 5:30 in the morning Eastern Standard Time. I will likely be going until probably around noontime. Yeah. On blank is easier to explore creativity and set things up. Yeah, you're not wrong, Billy. If you start with something blank, you're more creatively free to do what you want. You're not constrained by what's there. Of course, Billy's used to being on an island, so. Yep, I will stretch as soon as I get this guy to the field and get him harvesting. Your EST as well, Eddie. Welcome in. See, that's another thing. I need to try and find some of the XMLs I'm gonna need, and I think, unfortunately, they're stuck in some GAR files. Like the mission vehicles list. Yeah. There's some info I want to get a hold of. But alas, I don't think I'm going to be able to easily access it. Alright, so we got the harvesting contract going. We've dealt with the animals so far this morning. We got 37K in the bank. It's a chilly morning for me this morning, so brr.
Rolls on in. Hi there, what's happening on the farm today?
Oh, just doing some contracts as we get into early June. I do need to go check on my greenhouses and such. water the rice field. Just got home from being out in real life all day. There you go. Dini, we get the New Holland thing there. Oh, did I? God dang it. One second. 1 second, chat. $140 hours. Hey, shut that off. Forgot I still had that active. Don't know why I still have that active. I can delete that now. Reminds me, I need to like delete that mod altogether. What is that? Bah. Just wondering, is there a major difference between this and 22? There is some major differences. A lot of it has to come down to the visuals. Animals are done. The animal pens have some new functionalities. But I mean, Farming Simulator's Farming Simulator. Graphics are quite nice. First time seeing 22. How's the game? It's decent. It's good. I'm enjoying it a lot. I think in a lot of ways it's better than 22. There are some bugs, so you know, be forewarned if you haven't already bought the game, there are some bugs. They haven't had a chance to put out a patch yet because it's been out less than 2 weeks. So, you know, be aware. But all in all, I'm enjoying quite a bit of it. I like now that when we're making our animal pens, we can customize them in game and just make them how we want them to be. I like that a lot. It's a nice, neat new function. I want to make a really big cow barn right here. I don't know why. I just do. Put a cow barn in right here and just make this whole thing a big pasture. Take a couple trees out on this corner. Put the pen right here and have the thing go all the way down, all the way up, all of this. It'd be really cool. How can you store wood chips in silos? So the wood chips in the silos, Tilbar Rocks, is because I made a multi-fruit silo. The Pharma 800 in my mod pack is a multi-fruit silo. Being aware, though, I have not gone in yet to fix the... there's a pallet and bale spawning trigger warning. Works just fine without it, but it will have a couple warnings in your log. That's the first part. Got some ads. Okay, so Is it worth buying or should I keep playing on the old version? If you're enjoying the game, you'll get enjoyment out of this one. You may want to wait until after the first patch comes out. It's up to you. I know a lot of people are also whinging about the lack of mods and things like that, but mods are coming. We have the editor now. They've been working on mods, so they are coming. And I guess, you know what? I'm gonna do it, damn it. I don't know why, but I'm gonna do it. Wait, did I not accept the equipment for that? I didn't. You dummy. I did it again. So much for that contract. It's currently on 31. Would it be a straw fit? Big grass baling contract, wouldn't it? Yeah, it would be. Sitting back and enjoying the stream? Sounds good there, D United. You too there, Hectate. Take care. Have yourself a good one. We'll catch you later. Enjoy your nap. Oh, Billy might have made an adjustment to it, little demon. So it's telling you you're missing it, but it's me that's missing it? Yeah, Billy might have put out an update to his Amity pack. So you might have a different version than I do. Yes, he made it colorable now. So your version doesn't match my version. I'll tell you what, we'll make sure you go grab Billy's wrapper, little demon. Almost opened the wrong farming simulator. I hate it when that pops up every time because it makes me think, oh, there's an update, and then it just goes away and the game starts. I'm like, you troll. And the red beet and the parsnips. There we go. I think it's so funny. This guy pulled in and he started going counterclockwise, but the DeWolf, for whatever reason, always wants to go clockwise. No idea. Oop. There's the data sync. Give me these. Yeah, let's get this spinach, chat. It's a fairly good sized field, so should be a lot of spinach off it. Oh. There we go. I'm curious. Curiosity killed the cat, but I am curious. I don't think I'd be able to borrow much more. I'd be willing to bet you, Billy, that it's multiple materials. It looks like one spot, but it could be really two spots. I don't know, I haven't looked at that thing at all. Yep, the usual. And around we go. Alrighty. What do you want, Drake? You moving, Darius? What did you big yawn? Just changing beds. No? Can't make up his mind where he wants to lay, chat. Here comes Drake. You be nice. Don't be a shithead. You hear me? Don't be in a shithead. Yeah, you know what that means. They should be. Unless Lumia's having a fit again. It should be working. Yeah, the overlay's up there. I think Lumia's just having a moment. One second, chat.
One eternity later.
Wait, did that just suddenly go away on me? In the middle of doing that? Alright, thanks for the hydrate. Why are you over there all of a sudden? Hey, Robin. Hey, Robin, I got a question for you. Since you're a blender whiz and I have no idea what the shit I'm doing. If you were to take a in-game model and bring it into Twitch, or into Blender rather, how hard would it be for you to cut a slice out of it and bring it back into Giant's editor? I know scaling is going to be an issue, but so one second, let me hire a worker back for this guy. There you go. I'll hire a worker back for that guy so I can show you what I'm talking about. Where is it? There we go. Nope, that's the wrong one. That's why I'm not seeing anything. What the hell? Did I not copy that over last night? I didn't. Yeah, I didn't copy that. Dang it, I need to copy that. 1 second, chat. Data. Maps, where are you? Huh? What? Why? Turn my nav speed up a second. Alright, so this here, I need to cut out an inner chunk of this so I can save the outer piece. That makes sense, Robin? Basically, this is the border that's around Riverbend Springs. This is your 1x map. I'm making a 4x map. And this border is 16. So I need to cut out the sliver. Well, yeah, basically I need to cut out the inner part of this. This may not be a full 16. I don't know. It's pretty close though. So what I need to do is cut out that. Because what I've already done is it's literally just the background mesh from the map US file. So easy enough. What I've already done as a test, and I don't have it here, I need to do some more work on it. What I've done as a test is let me rename you first. And I need to find dem2, copy, rename. What I did was I actually took that into Blender, and you might even be able to do a much better job than I did. Yep, Loki brought out a lumberjack mod already, stimulator, or Aussie wheels. I was able to take that image using a video I saw off of YouTube. This is gonna take a minute to load. And I was able to create a dem, a height dem file, and attach it to the dem file of the base game. Of course, it's really lumpy and bumpy, and I'm gonna have to do some work on it. But JD's really good with that stuff. So I'm hoping I can get this smoothed out and use it. But basically, I made a dem file from that height map. Still needs some work because the scale ended up off a little bit when I did it. And then the height is a little bit low in places. But all in all, it's pretty close. And you can see the 4X stops here. And you still have all of that space. What do you mean just blend it in? See, the frustrating part is as lumpy as that is, it's really annoying because I converted the 4X map already once. No, don't save changes. What I was able to do yesterday, let me rename this back to dem2. Nope, not that. Was I took the original dem file and I did blow it up, and this one, for whatever reason, looks fine. For whatever reason, this one came in fine. But when I took the other thing and made a dem file of it, and then put that coupled with the one I already did that was smooth, it became rough. And I don't know why. Because I saved it the same way I did before. See, here's the original dem file. The 4X one I did. Everything's smooth. Looks fine. I don't know why it's being really laggy, but looks fine. You can see I started doing some landscaping on it. And I'm like, this is going to take forever for me to try and match that. So that's why I looked at the other thing. And then what all I did was take the other piece, which of course is missing the center section, cut it out, put that in to the other one, and then the inner part became really lumpy and bumpy, and the outer part was already lumpy and bumpy because I was, you know what I mean? It's strange. It's frustrating. So I was messing around with it some, because it will save me a lot of landscaping if I can get it to come in smooth. Now, X-Man said JD has a trick to do it. I'll have to try that out at some point. It could be, Billy. It could be. Little Demon's doing the bailing contract. But yeah, it's like I did a pretty decent job, I thought. The scaling was off a bit with the when I did it. So it's almost like you'd have to try and grab the terrain and the background at the same time and bring it into Blender and make a dem file. Actually, that would be the thing to do, is export it all as one chunk, because then your scaling would be right. Damn it, why didn't I think of that? Alright, we'll let that guy go for a minute. I take it you're not at home right now, Robin? So, yeah, actually, you could probably do that. If you were to take the terrain and the background as one piece and export it as an OBJ, and then bring it into Blender, your scaling stays accurate for it. Because one part I had an issue with, and you can see it in the that dem2 file. You see how the width doesn't stay consistent between those? Oops. You know, and then like down here, trying to get the scaling accurate between these points and get it to mesh. I got the colors fairly accurate. No worries, Robin. But you know what? You see what I mean? It's getting it consistent And then that might actually help with the gradients and everything else. I didn't even think of doing that. Yeah, I didn't even think of doing that. That would make a whole lot more sense. I'll have to try that. I'll have to try that. Take the terrain and the background pieces. The issue I would have with cutting the background, one, I'm not good with cutting it, especially keeping the right scale. But two, making sure it reapplies the textures to the background. Yeah, and that Pompey's is a that's a combination of one, me trying to rush through it, but also when you look at the, actually you can see it when you look at the background. I can show you right where it is. If you come down right over here, you see this tunnel right here? Creates this cavity right here. That's why there's one cavity on the map. The other thing is like I said, I took a height map of the background, and then I was trying to merge the middle with it instead of keeping it all as one piece, which I'm just now thinking, hey, you should have done that, because then your scale would have stayed accurate. I mean, I can work my way through it, but somebody like Robin would do it in like 30 seconds. It'd take me 20 minutes to even remember how I did it yesterday. I'd probably end up having to pull up the video again. Then what I was trying to do is I was trying to push the two images together, and keep them consistent, because you end up having to scale this and then scale so that they mesh together properly. Hey, Disciple Mike. This is a much easier way to do it. I just didn't think at the time to keep the terrain as part of the piece. Now that I'm thinking about it, it's like, oh hey, you should have done that. But the other issue that you run into is when you bring it back in, keeping the right color scale so the height stays where it should be. Because what could happen in the process of doing that new dem file is all of the ground could shift up or down if the color scale isn't accurate. And that's where, like, I had Blender open. I got to a point last night where my computer was freaking the shit out. And when I say freaking out, I mean it was causing my audio to pop. It was causing my screens to stutter. I have an illumination in my computer, LED glow. Even the glow inside my computer was stuttering, because I was in and out of Blender so much. Well, not in and out. I had Blender open, trying to render the image so I could take a save of it, and then I was bringing it over to. I was then bringing that image over to. Let's go this way. Bringing it into GIMP, and trying to match up the colors. Okay, it's not quite right. Go over to the blender, adjust the height a little bit so that it would change the shades. Go back over to, render it again. Bring it back over to GIMP. Okay, the colors are closer, but not quite right. Go over to Blender, adjust the height again a little bit. I must have rendered that image 30 times, trying to get the colors, the shades fairly accurate, but then my scale was off on like the rivers. It was so weird. That's one big problem with going from Blender to Giants Editor. The scales aren't accurate. In Giants Editor, a meter's a meter, but you go over to like Blender and it doesn't necessarily keep that same scale. So you bring something from Giants Editor to Blender and you got to bring it down to like 10% of its scale to keep the scale accurate. But yeah, it was just it was a lot of back and forth because I really don't know what I'm doing in Blender. I can get my way through it, and I'm amazed I remembered half of how to move around in Blender. Wrong way. Because it's different to move in Giants Editor versus Blender. I wish they were consistent. You can lock it. See, I don't know how. I'm glad to know there is a way you can do it. I would imagine there is Moss Frog, but I was just trying to rush it. I wasn't trying to... The scale's a broken thing. It needs to... Yeah, mine keeps telling me I'm way overweight. I know it's wrong. I can't be that overweight. It lies to me. But there is a way of basically making a flat shape, get your scale right, get rid of the shape. There's ways to do it. I'm not proficient though, so it's like I just want to get in, do the function I want, and go back out. Someone who is proficient can zip right through that. Whereas me, I'm like, huh? Do what now? Like, I remember in 22 when I was first starting to work on some of the fences and stuff like that, and I was working with Shy Wizard, and we figured out the vertex painting and all of that stuff. I can't see that damn thing. Hey, Far Evil D. He was trying to, like, walk me through stuff, and I was like, sure. Press what button now? Because there's all this, like, press Alt, Alt G, and Alt this, and Alt R, and Alt this, and press Z, and do this, and it's like, what? There's so many hotkeys, and they're not the most readily apparent hotkeys either. So yeah. Whoa, hey, hi. You have a G-Portal server, Jay? Nice. That I have no idea, Jay. I have not done any, like, server play. The multiplayer stuff I do is just me hosting a single-player game. So I'm not doing anything on servers, necessarily. I know there are people that are doing stuff on servers, so I'm guessing it's got to be something more specific to your server. But I don't know why it would be stopping at 99%. Must be an alternation first. Yeah, there you go. So I'm not sure on that one, Jay. I would contact G Portal if I were you. Try restarting the server. Ooh, a barley harvesting contract. Also a good weeding contract. A lot of issues from what I've heard. Ground information not working correctly. A load of other things. Yeah. You will calm your horses there, little demon. I need to get my header out first. As I run over my canola crop. Who put this in this shed? That would be me, by the way. Whatever. This is clearly going to end up in the other shed. We're harvesting which field now? 78. No. 52. A demon, if you want, grab, you can either grab the weeding stuff or grab the semi and the grain trailer and meet me at 52. That or I'll grab it after I get this guy started, either way. Yeah, for sure. Double check your log file there, Jay, on the server. There could be something going on there. Be the first harvest with this guy. So 3 hours now I owe for that. Hey, Billy. I think you did that, did this in 22. Having different unload rates for different fill capacities. Is that something you did on one of your trailers in 22? I'm trying to remember. Okay, I didn't have any issues. I'm gonna have to look at that and see how you did it so I can take that one trailer I've got and have additional unload speeds for the different capacities. Hello, Kistan, what are you doing? Ethan, what are you doing? Riverbend. What are you doing? Aside from walking on my feet. What are you doing? He's ignoring me, chat. Stan, come here. Come here, you silly kitty cat. I'm talking to you. I am not paying attention at all to what I'm doing. I'm more paying attention to the cat. Now you're gonna lay there and look at me funny, huh? Hey, Jody. Morning, crazy redneck. I am not going to bother with the straw swath on this. We're not going to bail this a customer's field. I made some progress. Came up with a few things that might save me some time. Time will tell. We'll have to see. But, you know, the ideas are still churning and turning. It sounds like JD has the fields figured out. So I'll have to get with him so we can get the fields sorted. I'm also going to start work on a few other conversions of things from 22 soon. But there's some 25 stuff I want to start making as well. So tomorrow will be some map work, but also work on some animal pens. I'll probably start tomorrow with animal pen work and then move on to some map work. Because ultimately the animal pen work sounds good, Little Demon, appreciate it. The animal pen work is something I want to include with the map anyway, but I'm going to make it a separate mod for people. So it'll be built into the map, but it will be a mod for those that want to use it on other maps, if that makes sense. And essentially, it's going to be increased capacity chicken barn with customizable fence and the ability to plant meadow. On other farms, on other maps, it won't do anything, but on my map, the chickens will actually eat some of that meadow grass. You'll have to water your animals on these for those people that want to. Yeah, same here, Stimulator. They gave you the ability to modify all the other animal fences. Why not that one? What I'll probably do is if I can, I'll add it as a customization, like the solar panels. So you'll be able to be able to turn off the automatic watering system in the customization. I'm hoping. Or it will be one of those situations where if you want to put that barn down, it will cost you to turn on the automatic watering. So you'll be able to go into customization, turn on the automatic watering for a fee. Oh, what happened to the ability to clean out animal pens? I thought they had said that too, Billy. You would have to clean up after your animals and water your animals. I remember that from one of the things leading up to it. You're not imagining anything there, Billy. Their quick thing about the animals, when they mention the goats and stuff like that, or tease the goats, they talked about it. If memory serves. It's possible, Stimulator. It is possible because I don't think it'd be a DLC, but who knows? Because like I said, in the cow barns and the sheep barns, it has enabled automatic watering equals true as a line item. So I'll likely end up with 3 cow barns, the chickens, a couple of the sheep pens, and 1 or 2 of the pig pens. They'll have increased food capacity, increased straw capacity, increased slurry capacity. Oopsie. Increased animal capacity. And that will be how they will that'll be how they work for every other map. And then in my map, they're gonna have the goat milk and the sheep pallets will be bigger capacity. So instead of 1,000 liters, they're gonna be 5,000 liters. Just so with the increased capacity of animals, you're not having to move the pallets twice a day without running out of space type of deal. So that's going to be part of that's going to be something I want to work on. Yeah, so what that is, Stimulator, is they took one of their cow barn, or one of their chicken pens. It's, they just took this chicken pen right here, and then they made it a placeable as a decoration. And then didn't get rid of the yellow trigger boxes. So this exists several places on the map, but you can't interact with it. That's what that is. They might have another one in the shed section. Are you talking these things down here? Like these little things down in here? $25K old wooden shed. Oh, yeah, shack, a place to keep your chickens. So it's a shack, but they forgot to change the description on it. Nice. Well, what it is it's meant to be a shack, not a chicken coop. And they borrowed an XML from one of their actual chicken coops, and in the process, data placeables, brandless. Use it in a farmyard with chicken area around it. Yes, yes, I know which one you're talking about. It's not under that one. See? Shack. They put the wrong thing in here. Lozzie! How you doing, Lozzie? Well, see, what I'll end up doing is that particular farmyard will have a proper chicken shed there. Two hours of sleep. Now you can't sleep. Sorry to hear that, Lozzie. But yes, I know exactly which one you're talking about, Stimulator. It's actually right here. That one. It's funny because this place comes with a rice greenhouse. It comes with this shack that you can't use for chickens, like you said. The fence that's around it. You know, it might actually be cool to grab this setup, move the fence, the couple in with the edge of this, Hmm. And make an actual chicken shack out of that. Another building. I'm enjoying it a lot, yeah, Lozzie. I have a lot of ideas right now. Maybe that would be, that might be the project we start with. I wonder how hard that would be. It would require a little more work. Yeah, so what it is they're grouped together as one piece. I'm gonna have to see how that's put together. Well, I'm gonna have to see how that one's put together, because I think if I use the current chicken XML coupled with that, make some adjustments in the i3D for positioning things, I could pretty easily set up a chicken coop out of that and add some additional like decorations inside that little shed. Take, for example, the little uni grain silo from that. There's no real, like, roosting poles or anything. But it'd be cool if I can take that model and cut out little, like, chicken doors. Then have the shed be the... I mean, I guess you wouldn't have to, because it's got the doors on it. I have an idea now how I'll set that all up. I mean, it's more decorative. You wouldn't be going inside it. I could put that on the outside with a trigger for that. The egg boxes. Put an extra fence. Or gate. I think I could work it out. Last strip of the field. And I think the harvester is done on the spinach field. No, it needs to be unloaded. I'll get this guy unloaded. I'll go unload the spinach harvester, and then we can he can finish that while I. Oh, I didn't realize Little Demon was done the weeding contract, so. Accept that contract. 6 grand a plow. Take that. Or Vito. Oh, I'll be back to map making after stream. I'll be back to modding tomorrow. On a split time. Just discussing some animal pen ideas. So tomorrow will likely be a lot of animal pen work. Making a bunch of custom animal pens. I mean, potentially you could do that, Crazy. It's just well, there would be an animal trigger. That's the best you're gonna get. As far as the shoot-looking section, that's a different story. It's a matter of adding it into the model. I mean, it's potentially possible. It's all in the... a lot of it would come down to the fence nodes. Morning, Thorzig. How you doing today? Alright, first field with this combine done. We'll get that turned in a few minutes here. I'll drive this back, then I'll go jump in that trailer. See, that is something I want to try and do something with as well. I don't know if Giants had a plan for that and then gave up on it, or what. But that fish hatchery is something I want to try and do something with. Yeah, the roads. Let's see. Looking at the cow pasture on the U.S. map, reminded of the animal pen on Westbridge Hills in 15. No gate to retrieve bales if they fell across. Yep, sounds about right, Kaboomba. A good waiting on your buddy to wake up so you can farm together. Nice. Morning, Memelar. How you doing, sir? Morning there, Jacob's Ladder. Welcome in. If you're doing a custom map, making the roads wider is easy. But the way they've done them, where they're objects that are put over the top of the ground and then do all of that stuff, it's not as easy to just do it. What we really need, and I'm hoping comes as a prefab kit, is a road making tool where you can kind of like specify your width and build them out. Now it could be that there's somewhere within the editor that we don't know about that will do that for us. Who knows, right? I'm gonna park this up here for a minute. I'll go jump in my truck. I can go deliver this. Where are we heading with it? Down the hill. No. This is heading to... over there. Make me wonder if all the maps are made in Blender or something. No, I don't think so. Parts of them were. For sure. But I don't think they were completely made in Blender. Went the wrong way. Oh well. Put the sawmill down for 300k. I filled it halfway with wood and a ton of money the next day. See, that's something else that I'm gonna have to do for my map, is go through and look at all of the different productions and come up with some sort of a balance on them. See, I don't mind that the roads are somewhat narrow, because ultimately, when it comes down to it, I'm not necessarily going to be playing it's not like it's going to be a 16x map that you need a 100-foot wide air drill for. While they're nice and they're cool and all of that stuff because they're realistic for farming, I don't think you need that big of a drill on a 4x map. So having some narrow roads aren't necessarily a problem. I have ideas for that, crazy redneck. It's going to be a matter of what we can pull back in from last year and coming up with the mining products. I have an idea for it, so that there will be some mining potentially on my map. It's just going to be a matter of how to go about it. A1H04, welcome in. Use the smallest drill on a 16 and X22, but the roads are a bit narrow in my opinion on Giants maps. Yeah, I mean, they're a little narrow. They've always kind of been that way. Accepting that contract. So, I mean, there is some work that can be done to widen some of the roads, but I'm okay with the roads being somewhat narrow. The only thing I'm gonna really do road-wise to alleviate things on the map, on my version of the map, is I want to make like the main road that goes across the map a little bit wider, especially across the couple of bridges that are on there. So if you did have bigger equipment, you could get out of town. Then there'd be kind of dirt roads and stuff like that to be able to... Wrong turn. Missed the turn. There will be ways of getting around elsewise. Yeah, I mean, there will be bigger fields. There will be some good-sized fields. There will be actual forestry. Some of the decorative trees within town will get removed for little lots, smaller lots. Plus some actual, like, pine trees and stuff dropped around for people. But there will be some larger forestry tracks on the outsides of the map. Like I was talking about with scurvy yesterday. Sounds good, Billy. I completely missed my turn again. I'm getting so distracted by chat, I'm not even paying attention where I'm going. Burp. Like this bridge here, and then the two bridges that cross to the island and then again off to the other side, and then the one bridge over the creek on the far end. I'm going to make those a little bit wider, scale them just a little bit wider. The roads won't quite match, but I'm okay with it. But make them just a little bit wider for some of the equipment to get across in case traffic's coming. Well, Robin sent me a DM. So speaking of Robin, he had he's already got a working drivable grain barge. He's already working on cutting out the... You're the best, Robin. See, he's already working on cutting back, because I know for a fact this here is one piece of the border. The border is in 4 separate pieces. But getting the border cut out for the new map to sit in is step 1, and then getting the dem file. And I have an idea how I'm going to get the dem file so it'll all be consistent. It's just making it smooth so it doesn't have all the ridges, and then getting the height right. So I need to get with JD on how to get it smooth, and then it's going to be a matter of taking it and adjusting it up and down to try and get the height as physically close to possible as the current dem file. And that's where shit gets tricky. Oh yeah, see? Look. This is great. He's already got a working 2-bay grain barge that you can drive around yourself. This way I can give that stuff a bath. You'll wrap up this field now quick. Guessing there's still some in the spinach harvester. So yeah, there's some little bridge points I'm gonna address. Like I said, this bridge, this one, and then you get this little tiny one over the creek. Those I'll give a slight adjustment to. Yeah, it was doing the same thing to me a minute ago, Demon. It's something with multiplayer, the stuff doesn't want to stop dumping. And then I may give an adjustment to this bridge here. I guess this one's not bad because it's a wide open bridge. And you don't get as much traffic across it. But yeah, certain equipment, when you start going across those bridges, it's just like, nope, not gonna happen if traffic's coming. Then I gotta figure out the tunnels. We're gonna have a couple of those. See, this is another one. It can very easily be made just a little bit wider without it greatly affecting anything. See, it'd be nice to have that bridge, but then have it have like sidewalks on the bridge that you can drive up onto if you need to with your equipment, and thus it makes the bridge wider without it looking funny. See, spinach, I'm just gonna dump it all completely anyway, little demon. Oh, see, perfect. The little bit that's left in the combine, grab it, dump it, contract done. I'm not worried about storing spinach. I figured out why it was doing it, Stimulator. You have collisions within the map, but then the map also calls a map boundary XML that has another set of boundaries. Why you have both, I don't know. But yeah, I figured that out. That's why when you look at the collision in game, you see two walls. It's like, why call both? If you're gonna put them in the i3D separate, then do that. But why have them in the game and in an i3D that you call separate? Doesn't make a lot of sense to me, right? So yeah, that will be one of those things where I'm going to yank them out of the map. I will make a new set in the i3D the way they intended on doing it. And then it's just going to be one set of boundaries. There's no reason to have two frickin' sets. It's just like, why? It was absolutely something I chuckled at when I figured it out. So, yeah, it's something I want to try and kind of focus on with my map is it's going to be focused more on the farming aspect of it. I do want to try and bring in some additional production chains, but more for the sake of building some of these buildable buildings. Have different stuff all over and not make everything in one spot. Yeah. Yeah, I'm going to separate things out. Basically, this is going to stay as it is. Some of the fields will get divvied up a little bit differently. Like up here, this is going to become one field. Down here, this is going to become 2 fields instead of 3. Over here, this will be like 1 field here, 1 field there. So there'll be some of that stuff that I'm going to do for sure. Of course, the dairy, I'm going to change the dairy around in town. It's going to be the production on one side of the road, the sell point on the other for when you run out of room at the dairy. Crop types are a possibility, but we need to figure out how the crops are done now, because they've changed the way the image files and stuff for the crops work. So until we figure out how those are done now, that might be a bit. I don't know if anybody's been looking into that yet. I mean, I'm sure modders are looking into that, but as far as, like, I don't know if Shy Wizard or anybody has looked into that. I don't know if JD fans looked into that at all. Because there are a couple of extra crops for sure I would like to see. Alfalfa for one, because it is definitely done for a lot of the animals. So having alfalfa for the sheep, the cows, the goats wouldn't be a bad one. Trying to think, like, back to last year and some of the crop types we had. I do want to bring back steel and the metal products. Well, see, that's the thing, Crazy. This isn't going to be the main farm for me. I'm moving Grandpa. He has to get booted. He's not going to be stuck here. Grandpa Walter's going to have a different house. That way, it's not going to affect your farmyard. If you wanted to sell off the house and move it, you don't have to worry about Grandpa Walter standing in the middle of the farmyard type of deal. So Grandpa Walter's actually going to be moved into a trailer or a small house over here somewhere, and you're taking over the farm. It might even be over here somewhere. Um, but I think I might move the main farm. I haven't fully decided yet, Aussie Wheels. Like, I might start this as the main farm up over here. Well, yeah, they take the road to get there because they know they can go through here. But if you remove the roads and any splines that are in here, basically I'd be removing this section of road here to make this one field. But I might make this the starting farm up here. That one, or possibly this one here. I kind of like the idea of doing this one over here instead. I kind of like the idea of doing this one over here instead. Swap out this with a better barn. This would be an actual working chicken coop. You'd have your hay barn there. That, I mean, there's room in here for you to be able to move stuff around. And then, like, you'd have these two as your starting fields. Because then you can very easily buy this property. It's nice and flat, grass field, or whatever. You know, there's this field here you'd be able to buy fairly easily. So it gives a different starting approach. You know, you do something with that shed. You know, so I mean, I've got ideas. I'm not 100% sold on what I'm, 100% solid on what I'm gonna do. Just having Grandpa Walter here, without the ability to move him, means even if you were to try and like take out this tree and move put a different house in here, now he's in your way. So I thought about maybe putting Grandpa at one of these houses. Like this one here. And then you're taking over the farm. I do know, however, that these 3 fields will become a 2-field setup. This over here will likely be 1 field and then another field. I may make it look similar to this. So it's still it's a 2-field setup instead of 3 with that really small one in here. I don't know for sure yet. Well, my thought is if Grandpa's up in one of these, he's not in the way. You know, you have Ben or whatever his name is over here. It's not like you're really going to do anything with this property. You know, stuff like that. As far as getting rid of the decorative trees go, some trees will change, but there's still going to be a lot of decorative trees left on the map. I mean, Big Daddy's not long off of releasing the Brucks. In which case, it doesn't matter at that point. People will be able to wood chip all they want, and the trees don't give a shit. What am I looking for? Over here. Oh, he already took care of it. He beat me to it. So, I mean, there's going to be a lot of additional farmland and stuff like that. Well, again, with the ability to wood chip trees, it's not going to matter, Vito. Once Big Daddy's Brux is out, then it's not going to matter. And trying to go and replace all the trees on the map is a big task. Especially for somebody that hasn't done it. I know there's tools for painting them back in and stuff like that, but trying to delete them all out, yeah, that's a big task. For me, it'd be adding probably a week or two to the release of the map. There will be some logging areas for people that want to do logging. I mean, as you can see, there's highly wooded areas up in here. So there'll be plenty of areas for logging where it will be, you know, like perfectly set up for yarding and things like that if you want to. But then there will be plenty of areas set up like out over here for more field work. I have to do something with these roads and the railroad tracks. This road here and these railroad tracks, I got to do something with these. This tunnel here is going to end up over that way. I have plans for this. But then you'd have, if you look over here, plenty of good areas with more areas for tree work. Another nice valley for some potential farmland up there. Forestry through here. There will be additional farmland up beyond these hills. So no, Darkon, I'm going to a 4X map. The problem is the way you get from to that half size, working with an existing map adds more work than it's worth. Morning, Scurvy.
How you doing?
So what ends up happening is in order to get to the 8X map, you make a 4X map, and then there's a line within the i3D that you change via XML edit that it's units per pixel equals 1. You change it to 1.5, and then you become a 8X map. So a 4X map, Kleb, means it's 4 times the size of a regular map. A standard in-game Giants map is 2 kilometers wide, 2 kilometers tall, 2 by 2. When you look at this, the area that you can do is 2 by 2. A 4X map is essentially tiling that into a square 2 by 2 of the 2 by 2. So you end up 4 kilometers by 4 kilometers. So you go from 4 square to 16 square. A 16X map, which is the next easily generated map, because you got to go basically 1024, 2048, 4096, and so on. You know, then it goes to 8192. That 8192 means it's 8 kilometers by 8 kilometers. So you end up with a 64 square kilometer map. The half size map, the 8X, is essentially you make that 4X map, then you change your units per pixel. So 4 goes to 8. But the problem is if you do that to a already generated map like this one, what you're doing is you're stretching each pixel to 1.5 times its normal size. So you lose definition with your painting edges and things like that. All your pixels stretch just a little bit. No, No, they did not Darkon. Still 2x2. It's always been 2x2. 2 kilometers by 2 kilometers. It's a 1x map. You end up losing some of that painting definition, but you're stretching, like I said, all the pixels. So the width of all your rivers change. The placement of all your buildings need to move because the map has now been stretched out. All your roads need to move. Everything needs to move to adjust to that new scale. So you get more terrain, but damn, is it a lot of extra work. Because the editor won't load a dem file that isn't 1024, 2048, 4096. Well, that plus 1. So it'd be 2049, 4097, 8193. Don't know why Giants Editor does that, but you have to add the plus 1 for the dem file size. So you can't do a half size within the dem file and have it accurate. Hence, you have to mess with the units per pixel, and it just throws the scale all out of balance. Likewise, you could, I don't know why you'd want to, but you could do an 8192 and then go to a 0.75. But again, you're messing with the scale, so all of your terrain shifts to meet that new scale. How you doing today, Scurvy?
I'm hanging in. How you doing, bud?
Eh. Talking map ideas and
Yep.
all the stuff that comes along with it.
Yep. Just discouraged at the state of the game.
Honestly, I don't have as many of these issues that other people have, so for me, it's, yes, there's things I would like to see fixed,
Yeah.
but it's still very playable. I still have a lot of
Yeah.
things I can do, and the map is still, the game is still very changeable.
Yeah.
So it's not like I can't get started on things. Yes, I understand there could be edits coming to the, i3Ds and so on, to fix issues. But the 31, that's what I gotta find. Where is 31? Oh, it's up over there. Okay. Finding like the, doing the terrain and all that stuff is going to be a big chunk of time.
Yeah.
They'll have a patch out by the time I get done with the terrain. And
You might as well just wait for the patch to see what they changed. Yeah.
well, that's not going to affect me being able to do the terrain. Because then all I need is the new i3D if they made changes to it.
Yep.
And then just replace the couple of lines that call the files I'm using. But most likely there won't be a lot of change that needs to be done there. So it's not a huge deal. It's not like I'm replacing things within the i3D yet. I'm not at that phase.
Yeah.
So it gives me time to start learning the editor, making my terrain adjustments, doing all of that work. They'll have the patch out. The new Giants editor that came out, the 1002,
Yep.
basically says it's getting things in preparation for 1.3. 1.3 must be very close if they've released that editor.
Yeah, if they're going to release that, yeah. So 1.3 is the next patch. So probably just wait now.
So yeah, Dave's really discouraged, and I think 90% of it's that map he's on. That Hutan map seems to have some major issues compared to the other maps.
Yeah.
And it's like why I'm trying to get him to go to the American map. And he keeps complaining about the starting farmyard. It's like, so start on one of the other farmyards. There's a farm manager button. You know what I mean? Because all of these worker issues that he has, I don't have those issues. My workers
think
aren't
that
getting
might-
stuck in the mud and things like that. So
Yeah.
I think a lot of that comes from the fact that on that map, it's got a rainier environmental file. So he gets a lot of rain that doesn't happen on this map. It's not near as bad with the rain. So, I can understand him being, a bit frustrated, but
Yep.
he was that way when 22 came out too.
Yep.
So give it a couple weeks. The game just came out. We're still learning a lot of things. And like I said, the same thing happened when let me close this quick. Yeah, just close it. I don't care. Robin sent me another message. He's making progress. You are awesome, Robin. Stayed in 17, 19 didn't play, 22 that stayed in 17, 19. Didn't get very far on Canyon Crossing. The EU map, Darius, it's got errors, but the US hasn't. I mean, there's some errors and some tweaks that need to be made to all of the maps. From what I've seen, at least in my experience, this one seems to be the least buggy. I've heard of a lot of seeding issues on Zelonka. I know it's the most open of the three maps, if that's what you're after. But like one of the collectibles on Zelonka, you can't even pick it up because it's right next to a trigger. So you can't interact with the thing. I know you probably want to go out, puppy. Give me just a minute, puppy, right? So, when the first patch comes out, if things, the major issues aren't fixed, then I'll start to get more concerned. But until then, it's like, and the game's still very playable. I'm enjoying it. I'm having fun. I have ideas. I'm still carrying through with wanting to make a map for this version, so I'm going to. If I find out things, of course I'm going to tell Dave, and I'm going to show Dave, and hopefully that helps get him more interested. But until then, I'm not worried about it. There's one specific one Big Daddy knows about. It's right next to an interaction point. I don't know. I haven't looked to see which one it is. But I've got some ideas. There's some things I want to pull in from 22 and so on. So I'm guessing a month before my map is ready. Maybe sooner. I don't know. Like I said, Darkon, he was like this when 22 came out at first too. He's like, well, if we don't have this and don't have this and don't have this, then I'm just going to stay in 19. And then eventually he came around, and I mean, as you guys know, he made several maps for 22. I would expect we will likely find some things out with this one, and things may change. But right now, the people are still figuring out a lot of this stuff, so... Yeah, when 22 first came out, Dave was pretty much in the same boat. Because we lost the ability for him to do the explosions and the tunnel stuff he did in 19, and some of the functionality from Seasons disappeared and things like that.
And we didn't even know about production revamp at that point too.
Yeah, well,
Now,
there wasn't a
and
production
now we do.
revamp then.
Right. Yeah. There's
So,
something about that.
You know, I mean,
Buildables and-
well, exactly. Now buildables are done are done as part of the base game, so there could be a lot of functionality there that we've gained that hasn't been explored yet. I don't know if anybody's heard anything from Braden and them yet on production revamp and when that might be coming, if it is.
They're looking at it. Yep, because the menus are driving them nuts, apparently.
I'm guessing it's something everybody's going through right now with the
And
new UI
everybody's
stuff.
saying is that it's the menus that are driving more people nuts. So looking at the course play, auto drive.
Well, look at time-saving stock check. The menu goes down below the bottom of the screen.
Yeah, I noticed that. So that's just a minor.
Yeah, I mean, this is just a couple of lines. It's not a big deal. It's an adjustment to the scroll window.
Yep.
But it is something where the UI for the game has changed. They've updated it. I like the UI a lot better.
I do. Yep.
So it's just people need to get the UIs redone. Takes a few.
You just gotta
They'll
get
get it.
used to it. Yeah.
Once they've got the UIs done, then the rest of it comes pretty quick. So, you know, production revamp will bring a lot of stuff back to the game. You know, it's early yet, and I can understand frustration and things like that because people get used to doing things a certain way, and then Giants goes and changes them on us. We'll get it figured out, get stuff looked at, and be fine. Just gonna take time to exactly NBC. And you know what?
Yeah,
If no, Darkon, that is one I'm definitely waiting for too. And you know what? If it takes me and JD and NBC to learn some of this stuff and go, hey, Dave, here you go, and give him the knowledge, fine. You know what? I understand it. Dave has pioneered a lot of shit for this game over the years. He's been at the forefront of a lot of that pioneering. So if he wants to take a step back this time around, fine. I understand it. Because at the same time, a lot of what he pioneers, people then rob from him and try to claim it as, you know, oh, you know, I found this out, or I found that out, or blah, blah, blah. No, it was Dave. You know what I mean? So, we'll figure it out. We always have. But it's one of the reasons why, too, I'm also cautioning that maps are not going to be as quick to be put out. They will get put out soon. But if you want... the more detailed, vibrant maps will take time. If there are road systems and things like that in place, they're going to take time because they've changed a lot of that stuff. Why are you... You weren't even highlighting that frickin' segment, dumbass. I don't know what JD ended up deciding, but I think he was looking at potentially redoing the roads in his map. I don't know what he ended up choosing. That's one thing that we definitely need to figure out. I'm sure there's an easier way to do it than what we are thinking, because We just got the tool, you know, the editor and stuff like that. We don't know all of the tools. Would have been nice for Giants to give us a how-to on how to do the new roads. Hint, hint, Giants, if you're listening. Hey, Salt Baked. Yeah, Bad Bakes over on YouTube. You did change your name, didn't you? You know, takes a little bit of time. We'll figure it out. Since the editor's come out, no, I haven't done anything with my own mods yet. The editor came out. I spent more time starting on the map. Tomorrow, when I do my modding stream, I'll be looking more at my mods. I want to fix that trailer to be correct. It'll be a lot easier with the editor now, so I can get that trailer where it needs to be. I can also I also want to look at my silos and fix that quick. And then tomorrow's focus is going to be animal pens. I want to do an animal pen pack. A couple of chicken pens with customizable fences. I want to add the ability to water your animals if you want to. Just, you know, various stuff. Increase capacities, things like that. For the cows, the sheep, the pigs. At least a couple buildings apiece. There's an idea I have for a chicken barn plus the other chicken pen. Give them customizable fences. And essentially I'm doing all of that to get it ready for being baked into my map. Because all of those animal pens, I'm going to put them out as a separate mod pack for people to use on other maps. But I'm also going to bake them into my map. So I'll be working on some of that. See, I mean, there's still a ton of stuff like that I can do for my map too. Where ideas I have and things I want for my map that I can go ahead and do while waiting for the patch, in case they make changes to the map i3D. I doubt they'll make adjustments to the terrain, and even if they do, I don't care, because I'm going to be making adjustments. That's the only real thing I would need as far as some of the terrain files go. Put any animals down yet? There are ways of swapping them out with existing ones, Bob Dang. I've actually done it on stream a couple times. It just requires a test map and a few minutes of time. It's what I've done when I'm adding, because you can't change a pen once it's in. And like when I added the solar panels to the cow barn, what I did was I went into a separate map. I put down the cow barn with and without the solar panel, saved the game, went out, and I opened up the Placeables XML for that map, or for that save, and I looked and said, oh, I need to change this line for the solar panels. Then I went over to my save game, went into the Placeables XML, made it match the solar panels from the other one. Ta-da! I have the adjusted one. You can do the same thing with any item within the game. When I made that custom trailer of mine, I actually went into a separate save, got a base game trailer, got the modded trailer, and then compared the two vehicle XMLs and swapped the header for the file name. What you do is you here, let me do this. Okay, H. You go into your documents folder. See, like right here, this is something that Dave has struggled with. I just did most of the field, hired a worker. The worker's going to take off right where I was. The only time it hasn't done that for me is when I'm doing stone picking contracts. No idea why, but that one doesn't do it. Let me open this up. There we go. So what you would do in this placeables XML is see how this file name says greenhouse mushrooms large, greenhouse glass large, rice field. You just replace this file name with the modded one. See right here, the small production for the sawmill. I had the sawmill down from the very beginning. When Green Thumb put out his small production pack, I added it to my save, and then I just replaced this information here with that information there. Again, go into a separate save, put down the base game sawmill, put down Green Thumbs, and that way I could get this information, and then I just went into mine and replaced the file name with the correct file name pathing and mod name pathing from Green Thumbs, and it swapped it out without having to change any of this stuff. I did the same thing too with the storage, the object storage. I didn't empty it and put a new one down. I just swapped it with the mod name and file name from Reliant Robin. It's a fairly easy change to make. All right. Now, I owe someone some animal treats from this morning. The family is now up. My wife needs her morning hug. So I'm going to give the animals their treats. Get up, stretch real quick. You guys can follow along with this worker. And I'll be back in just a minute. No, it's not really complicated. It just takes a minute. Alright, almost done, chat. 1 second. Okay. Another thing, I hope it gets fixed, expanded. The buddy seat thing? What do you mean fixed? I thought it was working for all vehicles there, little demon. Alright. Oh, just a few? You haven't found any that work yet? I think a lot of it's down to the cars and, like, side-by-sides. I don't know about the tractors themselves. But honestly, I haven't really tried, you know? I mean, haven't spent a ton of time in multiplayer where you and I are trying to travel together. You're the only one I've done multiplayer with. So. Close that window. Oh, the sidekick's the only one that worked? Hmm. Cinnamon donut. Yum, yum, yum. Time for me to have my meal for the day. June, so we've got some rice oil to get rid of this month. I hope if I wasn't trying to eat the plastic. It's also nice now that this is here because it does account for the storage. There we go. I've got that one done. Demon's not far off. The plowing one. So what's Scurvy working on today?
No odds and ends.
There you go.
How about you?
Doing some farming, just coming up with mod ideas and
Yeah.
ideas for the map, what I want to try and do. Some of it's going to depend on if I can figure out how to get, obviously, the mining products into the map. At the very least, the iron ore. Bring the iron ore placeable that they had from 22 up. A few new mods are up.
On King Mods, there's a few, like tractor edits and stuff like that. Nothing too.
Oh.
So what was the trick you said with replacing with green thumbs? If
So-
you already had the production points down, so you would start up a new save.
Start up a
drop
new
his
save,
down. Yeah.
drop his down.
Yeah.
And the reason you do that is, one, you want the file pathing correct.
Right. So you just copy over the file pathing, go into your placeables.xml, and copy over the file pathing, leaving all the
All the other stuff.
locations, leaving all
Yep.
the other stuff. So you're only replacing top 2 lines.
No. Not the top 2 lines.
Oh no.
The only thing you're replacing is just the file name.
just the file name. Okay. Just the file
So,
name. I gotta do that because
You know,
I'm tired of
you would
using productions.
keep all of this unique ID, age, price, farmland. You keep all of that.
Yep.
The only thing you're replacing. Let me actually get to one quick. The only thing you'd be replacing is you take this file name, you replace it with the file name from the modded one, and then you need to add the mod name in front of it. So basically, you copy the mod name, file name from the new production, and then
Yep.
overwrite the file name in your existing save with the mod file name.
Yeah. So it's just the file name.
Yep. So it'd be the mod name in front, the new file name, and then you're good to go. It'll just hot swap them.
But where's the mod name?
So you get the mod name from when you place it down.
Right.
So you
But I'm just replacing the entire file name.
you're replacing the file name, but what you're doing is you're copying the mod name and file name from the new production. And then when you come over to the new one, you just highlight it all, hit copy. Come over here, grab the file name from the existing one, and then paste over the top of it. So it puts in the mod name and file name from the new production.
Right. So it's just the entire line of the file name. There's no. Oh, there's the mod name right there too. So yeah.
Yeah.
So it's the mod name and the file name. Yeah. It's just.
So yeah,
That
you
would
you would copy this from the new save, which is why you put it down, and then you come over here, and then you're just replacing the file name with what you copied from the other one.
Okay. Thank you. That's what I thought. So.
And that way you don't have to sell it off, put in the new one. You've lost all of the product that was in it. It keeps all your product there. It keeps you don't have to mess with anything. It's just swapped. Done. And I've done it several times with no issue. I've done it to my silo. I've done it to the storage, the oil mill, the sawmill from Green Thumb. It's pretty straightforward. You can also do the same thing too. Like, say you put down the chicken barn, and then afterwards you want to add solar panels to it.
Mm-hmm.
Put one down with the solar panels on another save.
Yep.
And then just compare the placeable to see what's different. You're probably going to have this different, and then this different, and then you just copy those couple of lines into your existing save, and it's done. Yeah, those were in yesterday. They're Sir Walshy, Lumberjack mod and stuff.
Yep. Lumberjack mod is nice, and there's an update for the Lumberjack mod too. So.
Yep. Yeah, it's kind of interesting that one came out. They updated it and put out the update even on Mod Hub that quickly. Normally they'd just yank it down, and Loki would have had to put it in all over again. It's kind of interesting that one got put out and then updated in the same day, all on the Mod Hub.
Yep.
That one made me kind of scratch my head for a second. But see, that's where I'm like, that Hutan map has so many issues because...
I think there's issues with that map itself, and I think that's where Dave is seeing a lot of his issues, where...
It's... I feel the same way. Which is why I'm like, go back to the American map, Dave. And his big complaint is the farm. So it's like, alright, so start on a different farmyard. There's a few of them to choose from. See, I think what happened with the Lumberjack mod is Loki submitted it, realized there was an issue with Hutan, submitted the fix for Hutan, like, right back to back, so Giants had both of them in their queue, essentially. Which is how we ended up with them coming back to back like that. And now Loki has updated it again on GitHub this time, not on the rest of it, until it gets through Giants.
Yeah.
Now see, that is very... Oh, no. Alright. That makes... Yeah, no, never mind. I was like, why is the head so damaged compared to the Combine, but I bought a used head?
Yeah.
And I don't think I ever repaired it after I bought it. Yeah, hopefully Big Daddy gets the Brooks wrapped up. I know he said he was just working on the last couple of things. He wanted to have the hit boxes just right.
But
So
with the
the
Lumberjack mod, it's easy to reload the stumps, so...
Yeah. I mean, they take a little bit of work, but I've never used the Lumberjack mod before. I mean, I think I had it for a brief period in 19. But I never used it in 22. Because I always had something like the Brooks, you know?
Yeah.
So, I mean, it's not a big deal to me. I'll just wait for the Brooks. Not that I don't already have a copy, but I'll wait for his updated one. Since I kind of helped him figure out the I'm gonna shift a couple of things around in the storages here. See, like, I've already gotten rid of the Trex mod. Don't really need it with the Lumberjack mod being out. Or, having the Brooks on the horizon. I'm just glad I was able to figure that out for Big Daddy with the whole paint thing. But that's something I've always been fairly good at with Farm Sim, was figuring out how somebody did something and then doing it myself. Hopefully I can catch up with Fummins today. Hey Martin, appreciate the hydrate. And the stretch. Morning, Veldian.
Just trying to find the names of the pre-place or the small productions.
Well, that's the other good thing about doing it. You set up your new save with the information first. So you start a brand new save, put it in there, save it. It's always going to be exactly at the bottom.
Oh, it's always going to be exactly at the bottom? Okay.
Yeah, because that file is generated in order. After you get past all of the pre-place stuff, everything else in that file exists as it was added to the map. So, by doing that, you now know the exact file name, or not the exact file name, but you know, okay, it's called Sawmill. So then you can just Control F, find Sawmill, okay, that's the one I need to replace. Or Oil Mill, or Object Storage, you know, whatever it is you're replacing, you have the information off of it now.
And it really helps if you look at the right placeables file too, the right save.
That happens. Yep. That helps. But, you know, it makes it a lot easier if you know, okay, here's my new save. It's at the bottom. All right, now I know what it's called. Jump over to the other one, grab part of it, and then just swap it.
Well, kind of. I'd still have to find.
Well, like I said, if you know it's called Sawmill, then you can search Sawmill. And then just tab down through until you find it. Now, if Green Thumb did it and he changed the name of Sawmill to Wood Shop,
yeah,
it's a bit different. But you should know what's in storage at the sawmill, like wood, for example, or planks. So you can search that and it'll narrow down where it is you're looking. Darius, big handsome boy. I tell you, I love that you can get in the pressure washer and drive it around now. As, you know, gimmicky as that is, it's fun. But it does get annoying at times when you wash a vehicle and then go to get in the vehicle and it's like, no, you got in the pressure washer. Motherfucker, I was staring at the vehicle I wanted to get into, not the pressure washer. God damn. Oh yeah, that's something that's on Giant's end. For whatever reason, it doesn't output like it should. I've been close to taking that one out a couple times, Bob Dang, but I have yet to. Kind of holding off. Because I like it in the farmyard. Now, when I go to replace the main shed, the barn, with something different, then it likely will come out because I'll need the space. But I don't know what I want to put down for a shed, and of course that shed's going to cost money. So, it's not imminently on the horizon. Now the train's not after me today, it's after Little Demon. Huh. First time I've seen that, a baling contract with the Vermeer self-propelled baler. I have not seen that to this point. Alright, get rid of a load of slurry. See, this is another weird spot. I've thought it weird since the map came out. You look here, and the road does one of these numbers. with some, cones there. But then on the map itself, it shows a road right here. Like a road. Where's that road? See, I don't know if you were here for it earlier, Scurvy, when I was talking about it. That's one thing I really hope they come out with soon, is a prefab kit for the road stuff.
Yeah. Well, there is on King Mods. Somebody did release something with the roads.
Look at that.
Here, let me find the link for you.
Because, I mean, that would be a major help if you had a prefab kit.
I think
That's-
this is a prefab kit. Yeah.
Well, yeah, I mean, if Giants had put one of those out with the editor, that would be a massive help, But ultimately, it's not the way the system was originally advertised.
Take a look at this then. That's the roads from 22. It looks like, but see what you
Yeah,
think
it's
of that
it's the road kit from 22. Now the question is, does it have all the extra layers on it?
one. Don't know.
At the very least, I'm going to download it. See, right there, I just got hit with 3 frickin' different windows that weren't the actual window for downloading it. I hate the sites that end up like that. And I have an ad blocker. Yeah, they all are. It's like horrible. Oh, we're full on cow milk. I gotta get rid of some of that. Damn it. Wasn't even paying attention. Yeah, see, that's another thing. The fact that milk is only able to be sold to the dairy on this map. What? Morning. Hmm. There goes a couple ideas bouncing around my brain pan. Stupid van. Oh, what, that dairy trigger? Yeah, I have plans for that. That's going to be replaced with the actual dairy manufacturing production building. The building will stay the same, but the triggers will get swapped out. So you'll be able to buy it, and that will be your dairy production. There are other things I'm thinking of, though, in the meantime. Like I said, that's the only spot on this map that you can sell milk. I don't know if that's the only product like that where there's only one sell point, but I don't like the fact there's only one sell point, because say I swap it out with the production. Well, now it becomes a production point that you can buy, but it acts as a sell point up until you buy it. Well, what if I buy it and I'm now unable to sell anything to it, and it's full because it's only producing at X rate, and now you end up with a whole bunch of milk. What do you do? So I'm thinking about how I can counteract that with a sell-only point, which would fit neatly in across the road if I kept the actual dairy sell point. But then it wouldn't make sense to call it a dairy sell point only. You know, that wouldn't make any sense to call it a dairy sell point only. So how do I give additional sell points? I know the farmer's market is only meant to take things like the bottled milk and so on. Which, again, some of that can be counteracted with making sure it doesn't have a shared throughput on the milk production building. Thus, it will go through it faster. You know, it makes the most sense to do it that way. But there's only so many lines, and again, those lines can only run at such a speed. So, no matter which way you shake it, at some point, there's only so much that can go in there. So, yes, having a sell point that would take more items makes a lot of sense. And I'm thinking back to like 22. What did we have for some of this kind of sell points that we had? And converting one of those. And if I convert one of those, where do I put one of those? Like, say I bring in Aldi's or something like that with Dave's permission. Or, you know, one of the other ones. This is likely going to get split so that this building here either gets added in over here somehow or becomes something separate entirely. Because I don't like the idea of this huge building taking both sides of it. So there'd be like a dairy production, and then maybe this becomes a sell point of some kind. Well, that's an awful big building that, you know, not a lot of parking space, if you catch what I'm getting at. So, you know, what can be done there? As far as that goes. You know, you've got this spot here that we could potentially do something with. So maybe, like, you know, maybe I move the repair trigger over here for the shop in behind it instead of it being over here. And then we swap this building out with something. You know, make this a little store that can take some of those products instead of a Motorex. And then I'm also thinking, like, well, what if this here became its own separate building and we swapped out this on it and it became a manufacturing point? I love it when you look at it at an angle. This cart that's over here gives a curve until you do this and it straightens out. I just noticed that. It's funny. So, you know, open this up. Ah, goddammit. So you've got gates here. Put a drop off and a pickup point in here. And maybe this becomes a different production. And I'm like, well, what would kind of make sense? Because milk is something that, yeah, you've got your one dairy production that will take the goat milk, the regular milk, the buffalo milk. But where else can you put milk? You know, what else do you use milk in and stuff like that? So, just kind of thinking of things. It's weird, too, that this time around it seems like the bakery, it takes milk here, but only bottled milk. Which makes sense. If you're going to add bottled milk, sure, it would take that over, you know, bulk. But, oh, there we go. Any issues with stock check other than line? Not that I've seen, Bob Dang.
Working great for me.
Do you think it'd be possible to have the drop point thing ask a question like, production is full, do you want to sell? I don't think so, Neo. Because a sell point and a production point are coded differently. And at least in 22, you weren't able to do both within the same XML. The only time you would be able to sell to a production point was if you didn't own it yet. And early on in 22, what would end up happening is you would sell to the production, and it would actually end up in the production's inventory if you didn't own it. And then it would fill up and take forever to produce down, and then you couldn't sell any more to it. So they changed that in 22. Now, whether you're able to get away with that in 25, I doubt it, because they're still coded separately. In the XMLs that I've seen. And I don't think you can mix those within an XML. Yes, Farm Boy, but what they did was they made that take bottled milk that you make from the dairy. So, like I said, I want a spot where you can sell milk. If your, cow barns and things like that are full and you need to get rid of milk, what do you do with it? You still need a place to get rid of milk. Mr. Fummins in the house. Coming in with a tier 1 sub for 48 months. Yes, folks, it has been 4 years this month. Actually, as of today, I think it was 4 years ago that I got affiliate. Trying to think back. I think it was today. It was the 23rd of November. No. It was the end of October. That's right. It was the very end of October that I ended up with it. And Neo coming in with a Prime resub. Kicking off a hype train. Thank you very much, Neo and Fummins. The support is much appreciated. Memlar's telling everybody to run because Fummins is here. What do you think, Little Demon? I think we're ready to go into July. Looks like everything's caught up. We've dealt with the animals, did some contracts. We got 126 grand. I'm thinking here of investing some of that money quick in field 17, property 17, if you will, because this is where I want to put the dairy production. And I also want to pay some money off of the loan. Go. Some money paid off the loan. We now have another property. So in July, one of the things I want to start doing on that property is we're going to clear off this shed. This shed. And probably the trees right here on this bottom edge, so that we can look to add in. Wow, the dairy's tiny. Alright, so we can get rid of the shed and like 2 trees, and I'll put the dairy like right here, because we'll need the trees anyway for the sawmill. Alright. Rainy start to July. Let's immediately come in here, see what we got. We're not going to bother with the stone picking contracts. Good morning, Mr. Jedi. How you doing? Neo coming in with a 5 bomb of gifted subs for the community. Thank you very much for that, Neo, bringing us up to a level 2 complete, to a level 3 hype train. Get a messages, Mr. Robin. Oh damn, he is making progress. Look at that, chat. He's got what, one section left to cut, I believe, and then the new border will be cut out for the 4X. Damn, you're a wizard there, Mr. Robin. Hanging in there, your friend. Hanging in there. That's good. So, if I don't want to cut trees down... Yes and no, Farmer Man. If you remove them in the editor, they're not going to remove from your save game. You'd have to start a new one. Alright, and Neo, I will tack on the hour for the costume to the running toll, if you will. He sure does, Dead Soul. So as soon as I have a clean one, I will make sure I get caught up with that for everybody. That now brings it up to 4 hours. Yes, for every 5 gifted subs, 1,000 bits, or a $10 donation, I wear a dragon costume for an hour. And since you just gave out 5 gifted subs, I owe you an hour. More like when my well recovers enough that I can do laundry for that. So that sawmill you have, is it worth doing the selling option or selling it yourself? It's worth keeping them and selling them yourself, Jacob's Ladder, because then you can actually save them for a better month, potentially. Well, that's now 5 hours, and that's now another level of the hype train complete. Thank you very much for that, Neo. The 5 gifted subs, bringing us to a level 4 hype train. My wife has apparently just brought me something. I was under the impression it was still dirty. My wife has proven me wrong, Chet. That one needs to be cleaned.
Probably calculated at 14 million.
Well, that, and I wore it not too long ago. So that's one side of it. Well, again, Dead Soul, I haven't had a working well for more than flushing toilets in over a month. So I was under the impression a lot of that stuff was still dirty because my wife went and did a... she brought a bunch of our laundry to, like, some friends' places and our mother's house and stuff like that. And I didn't realize that was amongst the stuff that she washed. So, yeah. Hey, little demon, you want to bring the small trailer around? You also have a cultivating contract now. Alright, I'll be back in just a second, chat.
You can make cookie? Yeah.
Alright, minute left on the hype train. Oh, thank you, Fummins, for the 100 bits. How's it going there, Azrael? Farm's going alright today. Farm is going okay. Alright, let's go grab the small little trailer. Where's the small little trailer? Where'd the little small trailer go? Yep. This was, Did he? I didn't even see it. Oh. It was on that side of me. I didn't even see it. Alright. Hype train complete. Level 4, 26%. Is it the same well that you had problems with? Yes. Same well. That time, though, it was the well pipe had come apart. The HDPE line. Stone's heavy, did you know that? Yep. That's usually how it happens, isn't it, Azrael? Well, it's not that the opening was too small, Dead Soul, it's that it was underwater and I didn't have a pump to pump it down. Oh, Thomas, I'm new, debating on whether or not to get this game or not. Well, have you played Farming Simulator before, Thomas? If you've played a version of Farming Simulator before, you'll enjoy this one. Yep. Thank you. I was letting people enjoy the view first. They're little demon. Yes. As Ada says, choo choo, motherfucker. Nah, but it looks like fun. It is pretty fun. It's relaxing. It's enjoyable. I will warn you, the game still has a few bugs right now. It's nothing game-breaking. They're more like annoyances. There is a patch due out soon. So, it shouldn't be long before we get a patch out that'll take care of some of the issues. And other than that, the game is really fun. Mods are starting to come out. We have the editor now. There'll be... I haven't had that one happen, Asriel. You know, the mods are coming out. Maps will be coming out before long. Almost able to put a thing of planks in there. Can't quite put a scoop in there. We'll need to grab that wood for here. Cement factory. All right, July, planks to the playground. Furniture to Goldcrest. The warehouse is the next best thing, and I don't want to load them onto the train, so we'll get rid of the furniture this month. Planks I'm going to hold on to for the furniture factory. It's fun. It is enjoyable. I just want, you know, be aware there are some current bugs in the game that some people find frustrating. Alright, we definitely got to get the animals some food, but it's a new month. That's always the case. Get a load of slurry we got to take out of the cow barn. Goats and the sheep are fine there. We just got to get rid of the wool. And we got to empty the slurry from the buffaloes. Woohoo! This cab's rockin', don't come a knockin'. Very rare bugs again. Yeah, I mean, it's... They get fixed, but I just, you know, don't go into it thinking it's bug-free. Every game nowadays has its share of bugs at release. Game's been out less than 2 weeks, so, you know, just be aware. That said, though, even with the bugs, it's still very playable. Whoa, hey, hi, how are you? Bucket stuck in the ground. Woohoo! That was fun. You know, I'm reminded I have a 3-ton weight sitting in here. 2.5-ton weight. Get out of the way. And this might make it a little bit easier to do this. Hey, look at that. It's a miracle. Morning, Bodine. Basically make this the last scoop out of there. Oh, I'm like, why am I not moving? Because you're pushing a lime spreader, you dummy. I want to put your beans on? Oh, well. Control it. F. Will there be... Oh, my lights? I don't need my lights on. Nope. That, with the small one, Mavis? Yes, it's a modified one. Be more lime spreaders or wait on mods? We may have to wait on mods for some of that, Thorzig. I would imagine there will be some lime spreaders. I'm surprised Giants didn't put out the dual-axled Bredal spreader. Wanna grab the flatbed there, little demon? Realistic horns? Not really. They're very quiet. Right now, Brucey boy, I'm wearing a dragon costume. Whatever you do, don't make offhand comments to your wife about things like that. Because suddenly they're going to show up. And she's going to say, here you go, I got this for you. And you're going to be like, what the shit? It's true. I made an offhand comment about it, and suddenly it showed up like a week later. And you were all super excited, didn't show me, and then you opened up the package and went, here you go, and I'm like, huh? I can't hear you over the fact that my headphones are on, and I can't exactly pull them off my head right now, so either speak up.
So I shouldn't show you my Amazon wish list?
I'm now suddenly scared, but... Yep, and then when I got this one, it's like, wow, that's pretty thick. This is going to make me sweat like crazy in the summertime. And she got another one that was thinner. So now I have a blue one and a black one. There, those are heading for the warehouse there, a little demon. Hopefully, I'm not even gonna ask why you're in a tray. Nope. It's not that. The channel mascot essentially is a dragon. You'll notice the member badges on YouTube, the subscriber badges on Twitch are a dragon hatching out of an egg. Always been a big fan of dragons. And one of the things I have, which I actually need to now copy over. Can't see what it is I'm trying to grab. I need to copy it over for YouTube now. Is on Twitch for every $10 donated, 1,000 bits, or 5 gifted subs. I wear this for an hour. Right now, because of the laundry situation, I owed 3 hours before Neo just gave out another 10 gifted subs. So, for the next, 4 hours and 45 minutes, I'll be wearing this. Thank you, Martin, for the hydrate. Warehouse is in town, right near where the maintenance shop is. So the cat on the screen is another Twitch thing through Lumia. I'm not sure if I can connect it as well to YouTube, but on Twitch they're allowed to use their channel points to do different things. That is one of them. How's it going there, Daniel? Thank you for the stretch there, Brucey boy. Ow. That actually kind of hurt. Something popped in my chest again. That is, unfortunately, one of those ways in which Twitch is... Oh, I've got 5 cats as pets, Thomas. That's one of those ways Twitch is... superior to YouTube as far as being a viewer goes. Alright, once you get those delivered there, little demon, go ahead, meet me up on 17. I'm gonna drop these couple of trees. And cut them up. And we'll bring it back. How's it going, Pippi? I'm guessing you're one of the ones that got a... gifted sub from Neo. What's the between? So orange means you can't cut it. Green allows you to cut it. Yeah, so I've got 5 cats, Thomas, and a black lab. It usually works. Jake, you playing with Kiston again? That northern catalpa's huge. I don't think you can go that big, can you? Normally? Yeah, I guess so. Alright. I may need to get the forks for this one. Alright, Mr. Billy. Oh, not again with the stupid getting caught thing. Oh, god damn it. I'm pretty sure this is gonna be for we have 16 cats and a dog. Wow, that's a lot of animals. Alright, so this is gonna be tricky. We're gonna have to, yep, run that over apparently. I'm gonna have to try and drive this thing down through town. and drag that in the process. There you go. Get off my butt. Don't mind me. Just taking my tree for a walk. Woo! Do 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 do. And then we just kind of rotate ourselves around that. I have to wait for the cat, I can't see. What did Billy send me? I appreciate it, Billy. Well, you can go to hell there, truck. Oh, come on, game. Really? Tree is now wrapped around the frickin' pole. Mr. Orange, how you doing? Yes, indeed, Thorzig. More kitty.
Can't park there.
So it would seem, Fummins. How you doing?
Ah, too bad.
Now I'm all sorts of screwed. God damn it.
Oh, too bad. Trying to cut the stupid tree. Pretty much the same tree you have in your hands.
I can't see anyway, so. Cutting them isn't the problem, it's transporting them.
Well, you can't, like, limb this one.
Some limbs you can cut. Some.
Well, yeah, but it's not like easy limbing. It's like the pain in the ass tree.
I'm not allowed to cut that because I'm not on my own property.
I don't know how I feel about this scroll, the 1 to 2 to change hand tool thing. I'm so used to the scroll.
Same here. That one definitely took a little getting used to. I still find myself scrolling. Alright. First things first, let's frickin' release that stupid thing then. Oh, fuck off. Honk at me. Yeah, that's what I'm gonna go grab right now is the weight. And the forks, because I'm gonna need them for the other piece of the tree, so. Nope. I won't use super strength. At least not right now.
I am.
Yeah, I just don't really want to right now, I guess.
I mean, again, it's like anything else. It's
Yeah, I
everybody's
mean,
got their
everybody.
little play style.
Exactly. Cutting through traffic.
Play with this for a little bit and then try to get back in the editor.
See if you can make a little progress today.
Yeah.
So, you were having issues getting the wheels to load?
Yeah. And then I just seen, I downloaded it. Somebody made a mod that does stuff. So I gotta look at that and see what it is.
That's what it comes down to a lot of times. How
Yeah,
did
but you
so-and-so
shouldn't need-
do this?
You shouldn't need something to call an XML file that's in the, like,
No.
there's a file path to it.
Yeah, well, yeah. So it was a script they made?
I didn't even open it. I downloaded it and then popped into the game here.
Hang on, little demon. I'll move that.
I don't know. I try not to be like so judgmental, but like this game, like, so like you have plowing, you have rolling and fertilizing that you could switch on and off. And then, like, yeah, sure, like a lot of us, like, we use the bigger equipment, but like if you start from the beginning, like with the stuff that they have, like the smallest roller takes 120 horsepower. What happened to the small one that they had?
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of equipment missing from last year.
Absolutely.
And then the other option is 275 horsepower. There's nothing
In between.
in between. And then for lime spreading, there's one lime spreader.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And again, that thing's freaking $100 and something thousand. Like, how are you supposed to, like, progress legitimately? Maybe I'm just, like, thinking too much into it, but
No, you're not. Everybody's got the same opinion.
oh, so sorry, it's 45,000 for the lime spreader. But I don't want that big one. I want to start with a smaller one. You know, and I know there's a mod that's not out right now that it adds lime to them smaller spreaders, but
Yeah.
You shouldn't have to have a mod for what should be base game play. I agree.
Yeah, I've always thought it weird. Alright, go ahead, grab that, and bring it down with you there, little demon, and that should get you down there. See where it should. I'll grab this big thing. And then afterwards, I will try and go deal with the tree stuck in the...
I feel like this little wood factory now. I just wish the logs showed up on the mill.
Yeah. Yeah, see, I like that they added the small productions and stuff this year. I mean, there's a lot of things that they added. It's just a matter of getting used to what they've changed and how can we work it to our advantage.
Yeah, like I said, I get change, but like some things, like did we have to get rid of all the small, like rollers and stuff? Like,
Hey there, Anime Dave.
granted, yeah, like obviously, like later on, I'm gonna want big ones, but like,
Yeah, they definitely left a lot of equipment out versus last year across the whole variety of things.
even like
Which,
skid steers. There's 2 skid steers now.
yeah, there's only 2 skid steers. You've got way less tractors, way less implements. And I get they said they wanted to focus on gameplay. All right, fine. I understand that. But you've had 3 years to develop the game.
Not only that, like so again, yeah, so you're focused on gameplay and stuff, but like you changed it last year on how you make vehicles and the the textures and all that stuff. And then this year we decided to change it completely again. It's like, and like to me the looks of the vehicle hasn't changed. You know what I'm saying? It's not like from 19 to 22, yes, they did look better, but from 22 to 25, they look the same to me.
Yeah, a lot of the change has to do more with apparently now they get wet and lack of just changing the way the scratching and things like that work, I guess.
I guess.
Where'd you bring that wood, little demon? It's meant for the sawmill. No. It's meant to come here so I can put it in the sawmill.
I have a tree bug. This piece is bugged out.
See, again, the whole explanation of slots for consoles is fucking completely backwards. The slots are only taken up when the fucking equipment's on the map. I don't know who decided to try and claim that explanation, but they fucking got it wrong. And if it's from Giants, well, then they don't have any fucking clue.
Did I
'Cause
warn
it's-
him? I don't know even if Darius has been in the conversation when I've said this before. So if that's the case, I don't necessarily agree with like a DLC, a paid DLC, but I would say make a game like how it is, have a few select tractors, a couple of different brands, and then have a Kubota mod pack. So if you want Kubotas, you download the Kubotas. If you want John Deere, you download John Deere. So rather than having, 20 different mods, you download one mod pack and then you get all the John Deere tractors. So then you don't have all these other tractors that you don't necessarily use. You want case, you download the case pack. Like that would make sense to me, but like not having to pay for it, or if you had to pay for it, I don't know, maybe $1 or something.
Well,
But it's never
know,
going to be that much. It's going to be $20.
Well, if they start charging for stuff they've already released, then people will revolt. That'll be the end of this game. As
Yeah,
far as new
that's what I'm saying.
DLCs go, it is what it is. But, I mean, if you're going to put out mod packs, DLCs for the missing stuff, free DLCs, they better be, then, I get that. Fine. Is what it is. I get that. But again, when it comes to console slot counts, unless they've changed the way slot counts work, it only counts once it's on the map. Until it's spawned in on the map, it doesn't count. So they sit there and claim, oh, you know, it's for slot counts on consoles. Well, it doesn't count as a slot until it's on the damn map. You could have 1,000 tractors base game, and it won't change the slot count until it's on the map. So now you're making them download it as a mod, or even as a DLC, which is going to take up the limited 3 gig of space they have for mods, with stuff that should have been included base game. Alright, well, if that's the case, that is dumb.
Well, so I unfortunately, Bob, I think they killed it last year when they did it cross-platform, because it started last year, or I should say last year, the last generation of the game when they did cross-platform, and they had all those problems, and then they can't just push a hot fix to PC, you know, to get it taken care of, which is mind-boggling. It's like, you know, yes, so if you want to play cross-platform, like, okay, so you can't download the patch, but if you don't play cross-platform, which a lot of people don't, you should be able to download it. You know, why should I have to wait for Sony to accept it and, you know, everybody else to accept it when I don't care?
Lip Trot and Grimace, thank you guys for the follows. Welcome into the channel. About PC waiting for updates. Yeah, PC waits for updates until console has them approved. Because if it's a different version, then console and PC can't be together. So for cross-play compatibility, they have to be the same version. Another issue that you run into too with the consoles as well, and hopefully this ends this generation because Microsoft has claimed they're not making another console, is Microsoft throws clauses in. If you put out a game for one system and it's also on Microsoft, it has to do XYZ. Indeed, Mr. Orange, the kitty. So, you're limited by... no, we shouldn't.
Consoles, mem? I think Big Daddy put something in there. 2.5 million.
Across all platforms is all they've told us.
Yeah. Oh, sorry, Billy posted that. In the first week. 2 million.
2 million copies in the first week, but they don't give us a breakdown of where it is. So we have no no idea. Is it, you know, 1.5 million in consoles? Is it 1 million copies of their own? We just know they sold 2 million copies in the first week. We also don't know if that included the pre-orders, which I'm sure is what you were just going to exact.
Yep, I was going to say, is that going to include the pre-orders too? Because that sounds high for a week. It sounds really high for a week.
No, I mean, there's other games that have trounced that for a week. Valheim did like 3 million in its first week. And it's Valheim.
This isn't Call of Duty. This is World of Warcraft.
No, but what I'm saying is, I mean,
no,
2 million in a week isn't unheard of.
No. No. Because console runs it for PC players. Plain and simple. I will stand by that until my grave.
Unfortunately, console does negatively impact the PC
Yeah.
version of many games. Not all of them, but many games it is impacted.
And again, I get it. I'm not saying that it shouldn't be compatible
No.
because a game like this should be, but like push out the thing beforehand, and then now you're getting free testing. You know what I'm saying? They might be able to do 2 patches beforehand. You know, oh, this is having an issue.
Well, the other
You know,
thing
oh,
too
let's
is,
fix this. You know.
yeah, push the patches, let PC get them as they get them, and yeah, so for a week, 2 weeks, whatever, maybe cross-play is not a thing. Big deal. 3 density maps. (24-bit) the dem maps. I'm not sure how to get 24-bit, because GIMP only does 16 at best. I'll have to find another program. That could explain why I'm having issues with the terrain, too.
Oh, it needs those extra bits in there. For the
Yeah.
deformation.
Not the
Actually, that makes
deformation,
sense.
but the detail.
That makes sense with the detail that you were saying.
Oh, you'll have to whisper it to me, Luna. Can't put links in chat. When you get this game, you're gonna start from scratch. A lot of people do. Yep.
So they sold over 500,000 more copies of this one compared to 22.
Well, I know
Sold
Paint.net
1.5.
does it, but it also has to be single channel for a lot of those images, which Paint.net, I don't know how to get it to do that.
Looking ahead, Giants affirmed its plan to add more machine features and fun.
Big logos.
Well, I'll have to look at it again, Luna. Big old stump, chat.
Even the mulchers, you can't even.
The trees are a little funky this year, yes.
Yeah, but the mulchers, you can't even get a mulcher for the back of a tractor.
Well, they have them.
Yeah, for 89,000, and you need a 250 horsepower, a 360 horsepower tractor.
I thought there was one that was cheaper.
Yeah. You have the Bednar. It looks like a brush hog.
You also have this horse here, which, I mean, it's 270. This one here is 210. You also
Well,
have this one
yeah,
here.
So a stump grinder.
Oh, are you talking forestry mulchers or field mulchers? Commons.
Forestry mulchers.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah, the forestry mulcher, you don't have any options this year.
Because I gotta grind stumps, and I guess I'm gonna have to rent this thing.
I use the little El Cheapo stump grinder.
20 grand.
'Cause I don't like the fact that the other one leaves all of the frickin' plowed, furrowed rows on the ground. Hey, protein pick mix.
Blame Mamelar.
That's all Memelar's fault. If he'd have gone to work for Giants.
Did you catch that the other day in your chat? It said ban Mamelar on Mamelar's name.
Yeah. I did comment Flummins must be there because he said you were going over for going out to lunch or something like that. See, look, I did just get rid of that big stump. It took me cutting it down to nothing. And it took me going at it from a different angle. But it went away. There you go. Now that one's gone. It's possible to get rid of them all. Takes some work sometimes, but it works. It could be Farm Boy. It could also explain why we're having issues with the trees and, you know, the keep away distance on them being massive.
Mamelar asked if you could turn me up a bit. I guess I'm a little low. He says he doesn't want to really hear me, but he wants to hear what I'm saying.
Nice. Well, see, I had you at 200%, but then the other night you were loud, so it's like I had to turn you back down some. So you were only at 150 this morning.
Windows, I guess.
Proximity to mic makes a big difference. Oh, hey, hi. That one was on me. I had the stop sign and didn't stop. Great demand at the old wagon builder. Seem to get more great demands this time around.
And it's not just at the debris crusher.
Yeah, they did finally fix that in 22. It took them a while, but guessing it's fabric. It's not fabric. Interesting. Something I don't have. I guess it don't matter that much.
Mem, when are you gonna come pick up your snow?
How much you guys end up getting?
Like 10 inches.
Jeez.
You can keep that.
Yep.
I need the rain right now so my well can freaking
What's
refill.
crazy? Literally less than a quarter mile down the road, got like 3.
Yeah.
Let's see, if you'd have lived a quarter mile further down the road.
I'm like laying in bed. I woke up yesterday just before my alarm and I hear snow plow. And I'm like, oh, there's no way. Because they were only calling like 1 to 2 inches. I go, there's no way that there's that much snow. I look out the window. I was like, oh my God. I went downstairs. I look at my car. I go, there's got to be 10 inches.
That sucks. Reason you're going to start from scratch, Thomas, because you never played before? It's a good option. I also recommend, if you've never played before, to do what we all call a test save. and basically get the government subsidy mod, give yourself a bunch of money, play around with the equipment, and figure out what you like and don't like, equipment-wise. Gives you a way of testing mods and stuff like that before you start playing. It's getting better, Thorzig.
Yeah, it's a script.
Is it?
A script to read the Wheels XML. Someone had to write a script. You gotta be kidding me.
That is random.
Now, do you just need this in there? How does this work?
I would imagine just put it into the mod and call it in the mod description.
Yeah, but it's got its own mod desk.
Well, yeah, the mod description is obviously for the script itself. You just grab the script, see what they use to call it in the mod description, and add that to your mod description. I don't know, Billy, but for some reason it's not reading the wheels when he tries to load them.
It won't read an XML inside the mod for the wheels. For some reason.
Just completely random.
And
Now,
like it's the same way that they had it set up in 19, so it's like obviously it worked.
Yeah. Now, the version you have, that's not the last version I was messing around with, was it? Or did I'm pretty sure I'd sent that to you at one point.
Yeah, I don't remember.
Just wondering if I'm going to have to remember the dump truck section. Because that's one that I always... That's one that I struggled to get right. For whatever reason, even though I messed with it 6 ways to Sunday, as you were dumping, the trigger would rotate. Even though I moved it to like 6 different areas, completely separate from the dump bed, so it shouldn't have, it would always move when you tried to dump it. I couldn't figure out the hell why. So it did at times make it tricky to dump the thing out. Alright, we got us another TMR mix. We gotta go feed some buffalo and some moo-moos. And then I gotta do a slurry run. Speaking of which, I also need to check on the... Oh, I have plenty of saplings for the next time we want to do the rice bog. Make sure we flood that field out. Something else I want to do is look at getting the pickup header macked on and swather. You don't play with the mods, Thomas? That's fair. I mean, some people don't. And it's good to learn the game without. But I'll say this, you will find some part of the game that you don't like. Be it root crops or something. And you go, you know what? I want a mod for that.
Yeah, I couldn't play without mods.
Yeah, I mean, it's at a point now where Don't get me wrong. There's plenty to do base game, but there are places the base game's missing. Just missing. Stuff. So you fill it in with equipment you want. Or, you know, maybe there's a specific piece of equipment you want. A case piece, or a deer piece, or some New Holland stuff, or some old piece, or whatever. You can add them in and do it. Haven't really modded for Farm Sim, but you do program, and not sure if this helps, but 1 channel, usually grayscale, 3 channel, RGB type, 4 channels RGBA. Well, some of the images, they want an 8-bit single channel image, but in the past I've tried to use the 8-bit out of PaintNet, and for whatever reason it doesn't save it single channel sometimes, and the game doesn't like it. But I've also used 16-bit grayscale to get a better definition out of the image. That makes sense? Because it's the definition that seems to screw up the dem files and make them really, really funky looking. But as far as that goes, the Beholder, I didn't know specifics on that. I just know I can, like, GIMP can do an 8-bit RGB if you want to. No, they haven't fixed anything to my knowledge, anime. Yet.
What's wrong with the pickup head?
Maybe just the fact that it scrapes on the ground and bumps into shit.
Oh,
Who knows?
That. Yeah, you saw that on my stream yesterday. So.
Yeah. Yeah, you know me, I'm always freaking still going. The Energizer Dragon over here. Going on there, Master 86. How are you doing? How you been? AI won't work with the pickup head. Anytime you're dealing with a windrow, the AI is basically like, nah, bro, I don't know what I'm doing. Because it doesn't necessarily recognize it to... It's like, it's the same reason you can't hire an AI worker to do bailing for you. They just don't recognize the windrows to do the bailing. Doing better today? Glad to hear it. Alright, you are cultivating. I will grab the plow and go do this plowing contract. I think right now, I currently have enough solar panels on the farm that we're able to keep ahead of production and loan expenses. So that's good. We could probably use some more, though. Get stuck? Yeah. I think that's just an adjustment to head heights when you're in the dirt because of the ground deformation. Now, I'm not 100% in the know on all of the specific, like, this wheel will sink this much type deal. But the more weight you have on, the more you sink. And I believe obviously a skinnier tire is going to sink more than a wide tire. So, I mean, that's something that might need to change too with this year. I wonder if they did anything to the tires basically determine how much they're going to sink with the ground deformation.
There's a little bit different XML stuff for the tires.
I was going to say I was assuming there had to be because, you know, the skinny tires sink more than the wider tires, so they had to have had they have to have something in there to measure that, correspond to it, whatever. The restricted areas, yeah. Some of those are due to things under the ground. Some of it's due to... They did something with the tree collisions. I know they did. That's causing them to be much larger than they should be. Yeah, it's funny. Ever since I started using your Western Star back in 19, nowadays I drive around on the road and I see so many of them in my area.
Yeah, they're getting more common in my area too. Which is good to see. I like to see different brands like that, you know?
So the big case does it too. I don't know if they were just going with different noises for different brands or what have you, but they fixed it pretty quickly with a patch. Look for it to be fixed with the first and second patch. Yeah, I would probably figure as much. They'll make an adjustment to it. Oops. I meant to hit a different button. Let me go ahead and skedaddle. I'm getting tired in your bed, but I'm going to go back to sleep. Sounds good, Thomas. Appreciate you stopping in over there on YouTube. Make sure you don't forget to hit that subscribe button if you haven't already, so you can catch me next time. Waiting for EA Village 25 maps from Ron Kemet. Not familiar with that one. Put this map out with it, but I have to use a forage harvester instead of a corn picker. I don't even know what that word means, Kaboomba. My brain is just like, yeah. Earlage? Oh, earlage. Sweet corn. Alright there, farming guy. You take care, buddy. You have yourself a good one. Ah. I was gonna say, I was wondering what happened to your screen. I had you up for a while. Appreciate you stopping in there, farming guy. Can I get a shout out from Mr. Farming Guy from somebody, please? And Jedi Horn and Cameo. Yeah, sweet corn is... Dude, that'd be cool.
Axwell makes some pieces of equipment for sweet corn.
Yeah. Yeah, I know. There's the place not far from my house that does it.
Maybe I'm a little
I-
confused.
I hear you, farming guy. I know that. Sounds good, little demon. Appreciate it. What's up there, fellas?
Metallic.
Yes.
Is metal, correct?
Yes.
So why is glass in metallic?
I have no idea how they organize their shit. I haven't really gone through it, to be honest with you. The only ones I was messing around with was trying to get the 256s off of the Brucks for Big Daddy, and I found that one of the metal diffuses the default one needs to be changed out with a different diffuse type of deal.
And then the non-metallic has metal in it. Isn't that the opposite?
Yeah. Yeah, the way they did the painting is a little different too now. I don't know if you had seen that part yet.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, it's gonna take some more. I'm hoping they get that damn conversion tool out to help us with converting, but they claimed it wasn't ready yet or something. See, this goes back to what I was starting to say earlier, before we squirreled off onto a different freaking topic. Was like, if the game's in the state that it's in, clearly you weren't ready. So why did it take you 3 years to get to this point and you're still not ready? Like, do you need to hire some more people? Or do you need to
Fire some people.
fire some people, maybe? Or the problem is, it's got to come down to a staff issue no matter which way you cut it. They probably waited until after the year 2 pass was out and then started working on the game, in which case you only put a year of development into it, which is dumb. You should have a separate team working on your DLC and season pass shit, and the rest of the team is working on the next version. They should already be working on 28 right now, and then have a smaller subset of them doing your DLC shit. Testing aside, they should be developing things so that you have more than, because everybody has said the game feels unfinished. Like they didn't have enough time to finish the game. It does. It feels rushed in a lot of ways. You know, the game feels rushed in a lot of ways. So clearly, they should have done better management of the dev teams.
I'm gonna get ready to head out and get some groceries and shit.
Okay.
I was coming in to pay.
I wouldn't say all of it went to the fog, but clearly a lot of work went into the game's aesthetics. Alright, I get it. The game does visually look a lot better. But there are some things lacking in the gameplay department. And I know Dave kind of touched on this a little bit yesterday, and I'm going to say the same thing. You added repairs last year and then did nothing with the system. Yeah, they don't get me wrong. The AI had a major improvement to it. There are a lot of things that really improved over 22. But then there's some things, again, like the repairs. You did nothing with that system. So, you know, there's definitely some some areas the game could use some improvement on. Oh yeah, the story about the magic owl that grants wishes in the forest. Someone had to be on something to come up with that shit.
What?
Yeah, you didn't, appreciate it, Thomas. If you go talk to the lady at the animal dealer, she'll go on about there being a magic owl in the forest that if you find them, they'll grant you a piece of knowledge. Could be from the future or something like that, and could be a long forgotten piece of knowledge from the past, but it's a magic owl that very few people ever find in the forest. It's like, what the fuck? I don't know who came up with that little bit, but what the fuck were they smoking?
They weren't sharing, that's for sure.
No. Yeah, Potsy, I agree. The ability for you to tell your AI worker, go drive clear across the map from this point to that point, deliver your product and come back. That is something that you could not accomplish in 22. They would barely make it from one end of the map to the other. And that was with nice clear roads, with nothing around them, and no traffic. Now at least I can say, hey, go here to there, and generally they will get there. There are a few instances, like on this map, there is a bridge they don't like. They don't like that main bridge right next to the store. The AI workers all just kind of sit at it and go like, no, I can't cross that. Collect that one. You know, this one over here. They don't like to cross that bridge for some reason. And they also, for whatever reason, won't drive into the BGA.
Probably a good thing.
They won't drive across the scale. They say they can't drive past the scale.
Are they overweight?
I have no idea. But you can tell them to drive there. As long as you put the pin just outside the BGA, they'll drive there. But if you try to put the pin past that scale house, they say they can't find their route. No idea why. Yes, they do love to take that road too, Cameo. That would lead through the little under roof there of that house and slam right into the house all the frickin' time. Like, seriously, guys? I swear Giants put that house there just to frickin' troll you. And AI driving your farmers by. Yep. I changed my FOV from D, then later 100, set it back down to 65. I don't know, E-Bone. I have no idea. I've never changed my FOV from default. The stretching mechanics that I was seeing, I don't think have anything to do with FOV. I think it's just the way the game is interpreting the larger scale. So there's likely a line item somewhere in the i3D or one of the other files that needs to be adjusted for the larger maps. Someone will find it. You know, I don't know if it's in the ground deformation file or what, but somewhere there is a line item that's affecting the way these effects look on larger maps. And it's amplified the bigger the map. So I'm guessing it's an XML file or a script or something somewhere. Because I can show you right now that, like, this looks, you know, a couple inches deep. You go to the 4X map, and this goes from a couple inches to, like, 4. But you go to 12X, and this looks like it's a foot frickin' deep. It looks really, really horrible when you get down close and look at these images. You can already see it's really rigid here. So, I mean, it's not the best when you look close at it. From a distance, it looks okay, but when you get real close at it, you can see the difference. And it could just be how those decals are applying to the terrain. Oh, is it full yet, Little Demon, or is it... Oh, yeah, you filled it already? I was gonna increase its capacity. I'll do it when I get back to the shop. As long as I pull a load out of here, we'll be good. Yeah. So I don't know what the case is. Like I said, it could just come down to how those decals are applied to the ground, because they're basically like set above the ground, and when the map generates, it just mushes them down to the ground. So there might just be something in how the decal applies to the surface of the ground on the larger maps. All speculation. I haven't looked into it. I will spend some time looking into it at some point. But how's it going this morning, Pixel? Good morning to you. Aw, Little Demon wanted a ride. I don't pick up hitchhikers. It's not storing it, it's selling it, Cameo. I wonder if that's something else you're gonna have to deal with. The passenger stuff. Curious how they handle that now. You're slow to wake up, you need stronger coffee. It happens. No tornadoes? Well, it's not to say that it's not possible, Chris, because I've been, I still haven't had a tornado.
I think Dave had like 6 years before he got one.
Yeah, I got mine in my first year.
Dread this year, you're on, and yeah, forecasted 2 months in a row. Yick. Oh, look at that. I have one forecasted for today, the first one. I mean, unless they're happening while I'm sleeping. So I don't often check the forecast. So, I mean, well, if you're getting hailstorms, Chris, then you can get the tornadoes, because that's kind of a package deal. Oh god, the heat kicked on right behind me. Ha ha! Sweating now. Yeah, tornadoes meant to be a rare event. But for whatever reason, the Huntai map, they're very common, it seems. I'm wearing a dragon costume, Chris. No, that got removed, Jaren. I'm pretty sure mine's all set to false, but... Oh, no. I'll have to do that. Thanks for the heads up there, Fireman. I will do that after stream. Yeah, it was removed due to console performance. After they showcased it in that video, they ended up having to remove it for console performance.
Again,
supposedly.
consoles.
Yeah, having the crossplay, while it's nice, I would really love to know how many servers are both PC and console players consistently. Because 90% plus, I'm betting you, it's PC has PC only mods and therefore no consoles. No, Chris. I have a thing you'll see come across chat. For every 5 gifted subs, 1,000 bits, or $10 donation, $10 worth of donation, I'll wear this for an hour. A few hours worth have accumulated, so until around 1 o'clock this afternoon, I'll be in this. What's going on, Smokeless Joe? The green fixed, but messed with graphical settings yesterday. Now it's back. My guess is when you messed around with the graphics settings, if it has something to do with that head tracking, it likely turned it back on. What's going on, Pork Belly? I'm amazed none of these little pieces went in here. I want my log fork back, you bitch.
I don't understand what the hell's going on.
Because I thought I had changed it at one point in here to turn it off. Just woke up, join your first cup of coffee for the day. Nice. Alright.
They
So
need
we're
to make
gonna-
a game for the modders.
A game for the modders?
Yeah, so like you don't have to load into the game all the time, and you have everything right there and right there.
Oh, I see what you're saying. Yeah.
Like the editor, you could actually like go into the game and like reload it and all this stuff.
Well, they still have the GS vehicle reload as long as it's an unzipped file.
Yeah, but it's still like
So you can have the
Yeah.
editor open, make your changes, save it, go over to the game and GS vehicle reload just by tabbing.
yeah, but you gotta hit the tilde key, then you gotta like go up to it. Like if you could just hit like key bind it to like R, and then it does, you know what I'm saying? And then you don't have to like worry about money. You don't have to worry about like because that only works for some stuff. If you add like a category, it won't. You gotta actually X out of the game and come back in.
Yeah, that's a bit of a different story too. There, yeah, I guess. 20,000 liters. Might as well move that.
Morning, morning.
Morning there, Big Daddy.
What's going on?
How you doing, buddy?
Living a dream. How about you?
Waiting for my first tornado.
If this is a dream, I hate to see what a nightmare seems like.
Well, the other person got elected. Anyway.
Well, there you go.
Hey, for the record, I've not mentioned politics for the time I've been in Discord here. It was Big Daddy who made the first mention, so.
I didn't go politics.
No.
You
yes,
just
you
did. You just
No,
did.
You
I
just
didn't mention
did.
names. I didn't mention
Doesn't
names.
matter if you mentioned
okay.
politics. Yeah.
You said the other person could have gotten elected. That's politics. Not that I,
There-
I tend to
there's
keep it
many
to a minimum,
options,
but.
You could have went for independence or. Anyway. I mean,
Why in Game XML VSync shows true and false as well. Often NVIDIA don't want VSync, E-Bone? I don't know. It's a party now. I heard somebody else come in.
Brothers coming in. We let anybody into this channel these days.
Gotta be Matt.
No.
Or Neon.
Not Matt. No, not
No,
Neon.
go fish. Go fish.
Try again.
NBC.
No.
Go
Try
fish.
again. 3 strikes, you're out.
Yeah. Then I would have to say maybe
First
Billy.
portion-
No.
First portion is farm.
Oh, farmer trucker? Farming
Second
trucker?
portion is trucker. There you go.
Well, I'm not used to him jumping in Discord with me, so
Sure, blame the user, not your bad guesses.
We heard we had cookies in here.
Oh,
So
well,
that's why.
you know, I go off of history and who usually comes and hangs around with me.
Right. Oh yeah.
You know?
Well, see, the thing is, they
How
showed me the
unwoke of
candy,
you to
and
go
then I
on
got in the
Discord.
van. This guy showed me the candy.
Well, yeah, I mean, fat guys gotta eat too. Call me anything you want, but late for dinner.
Big
All
Daddy,
right.
Would you believe you need a mod to load different wheels in this game now?
You know what? Sadly, I do. And you know why? I
All
say
right. There it is.
Lot
It's
of
on the
them.
horizon. Where is it?
that? Yeah, I wouldn't doubt it.
Hell, some of the base game ones don't load with their tires on either. So
The one case Puma, they have its in front tires.
A mod.
see, that's something else too. People have mentioned that the Magnum seems to cause issues in multiplayer, and I've got it and haven't had any issues yet.
Boom was
A lot
saying
of-
on
that-
his
that's
stream,
probably the-
with the case Magnum, where it didn't load he did the half-track version, it didn't load the front wheels.
It's got to be something to do with the tracks then.
Yeah.
Well, the thing is, it's weird, and that's.
I am
maybe
not
some-
seeing it. Claims that it's going or due, but I don't see the warning.
Little red icon. Well, maybe not yet. Might be a delay.
Could be.
Well, that's the thing too. If it's a bug, it's tough to track down. If it happens on Scurvy system, but not my system with the whole wheel thing, good luck.
Right. How
Those
is
those
it
are the
mod
ones that
conflict?
suck.
Right.
Well, see, and that's one thing yesterday when you guys were mentioning for Giants to say, hey, we acknowledge this, like, as a way of don't send the bug reports. it's still important to send them because it could come down to certain systems, certain configurations, things like that. So it's always worth sending bug reports. Doesn't matter how many times it's been reported, the more information you have on it and how it might occur, the better you are at being able to find it and fix it.
In theory.
Well, in theory, some bugs are quirky code. That comes down to your coders and just the way things mesh together from one group of code to another. I know you know that, Scurvy. But, still, it could come down to systems specs or something like that. The more information they get...
whole mission quiet from giants is a detriment.
Well, yes, being quiet on shit, absolutely I agree. They need to be more vocal. They need to utilize their community managers to say, hey, we acknowledge this, we acknowledge that, we're working on this. Give us some damn information. I will 1000% agree with that one.
You just had to say his name earlier and he came in. Thank you, Darius.
It happens.
You talking about me again?
Yes.
Wow.
If it was Matt, I was going to disconnect him. Just because
Good morning,
Scurvy
Clemens.
said something.
How you doing, Neon? Good to see you, bud.
What's going on, Neon?
I'm doing all right.
We're
That
just
makes one of
complaining
us.
about giants.
That would be too simple, yeah. Hey, Green Thumb, how you doing?
What's up, Green Thumb?
I want to see this goddamn tornado! Bastards! I was promised tornadoes!
Now, we were promised twisters. There's a difference, apparently.
Whatever.
That's
I was
You know,
promised shit that would destroy things. Where is it?
You can have
We
my
have two kids,
snowstorm.
right? Don't those count as tornadoes?
Yeah, one of them's 19 though now, so...
Not really a kid.
Yeah. The more it gets reported, the more it becomes a higher likelihood to be fixed. Yep, that's another good point too, Farm Boy. If it's something that only gets reported once, well, it might seem like a low priority.
Yeah, check your map again, Darius.
Listen,
Oh,
Farm Boy,
Oh,
this
it's
ain't
on it.
satisfactory where they actually fix people's problems.
Well, also, how many developers do they have for Satisfactory?
Less.
A lot less than they do for...
And you would be surprised on how larger the team is for software development.
Yep, yeah. Viking Streaming coming in with a raid. Welcome in, everybody. How are you guys doing? Welcome in. Yeah, that's what I'm looking for, is a red icon, but I'm not seeing the red icon anywhere. Maybe I'm just freaking blind at the moment, but I know it is a red icon. I saw that with Wheels when his happened. I'm not seeing it. Maybe it's because I slowed down time too much and it hasn't quite triggered yet.
I don't think it spawned yet. Yeah.
Oh, no, never mind. Oh, maybe. Max deformation on us tire.
Well, if you want a storm, you can have my
Tire
snowstorm.
track. Tire track Atlas Index 4. So I wonder if that's what makes it
Probably.
stuff.
But that still doesn't explain why the 4X map stretches further than the 1X and the 16's worse than that.
Well, because it's an index maybe, and maybe it's based off of...
Well, I could understand if you were changing your heights, but I didn't do anything to, like, units per pixel or any of that stuff. But this very same mark right here on the ground, this decal, you can see it's a little deep here. Go to the 4X and it's deeper, and then the 16X, this thing looks like it's 8 inches deep. Nothing else has changed. But it has an effect on how deep that appears. The decal part of it. You drive through the fields, and the tire is still only so deep, but you know how you get the kind of decal point to the tire? Like this bit here, the texturing of it, that suddenly gets much deeper looking. I mean, I keep looking for, like, the clouds and stuff to see if... I can see, like, the clouds forming for it or something. Oh, it's up over there. Right across the field I just plowed.
Okay, I'm getting somewhere. I got wheels. Not the
Nice.
wheel, but I have wheels.
Nice. Oh god, that is loud as shit.
Yep.
Yes, Brucey boy, I do. But I cap my frames at 60, you know, no matter what, anytime I get a chance. Because Twitch doesn't like better than 60 FPS a lot of times. And I always leave my stuff set up for streaming. Cow. We got another cow. Julia, I'm gonna have to let you go. We got cows. Yeah, I think that was the same cow. Oh god, they're playing pass. I love that frickin' movie.
Yeah.
Chuck a whiskey bottle at it. How's it going, St. Louis? How you been, buddy? Field 84's getting fucked up. So much for this. Well, the dairy's about to eat shit. I'll get you, and you're little pretty, too. Or however the hell she says that. Now all I'm thinking is Dorothy and the Wicked Witch.
Makes sense.
Well, you know, Twisters, a lot of different movies pop to mind.
The Wizard of Twister.
Well, it ain't gonna affect my farm, I don't think. Oh, Jesus, it's coming right over my head.
I got two wheels.
But 2 out of the 6?
No, like an outer wheel and then an inner wheel.
Oh, so mix and match.
Yeah. Sure.
Well, hell, at this point, there's no sense in sleeping through the night. I'll just go to 360 speed. Yep. Yeah, so basically when it got close, there was a blinking light over on 29. kind of told me, hey, this is where it's going to start. Bale wrapping contract. That's worth some decent money. Where are the... Cycling emergent? I have no idea, Kaboomba. No emergency crews. That'd be cool. Harvesting red beet on 87. I'm good to go do that one. Might need to lease that harvesting trailer. Or actually, I could pull a loan and buy it, because I've wanted to anyway. Yeah, that'll be a good little one to do. Except that one, we can put a worker on it. Alright, little demon, if you want to get set up for the baling contract, I'll go start getting things set up for the harvesting contract. We'll do some nighttime farming. The Beyonder, thank you very much for that YouTube subscription. Not the modded one. Bummer. Oh, you're 160 frickin' grand. Ow. I didn't realize you were that expensive. What's going on, Brom? Yep, that happens about any time somebody does anything anywhere, Prom. Some buildings are able to be damaged, Jaren. I think it's only specific ones that are preset to be damageable. Or you take 2 contracts first to the same drop point. Yes. Yep, that's That's a common issue, Neo. It's been happening since 19. If you have 2 harvesting missions that go to the same location, what will happen is when you harvest, it's going to add them up together until all of one field is delivered. Alright, there's that. Well, thank you there, Mr. Robin. I do greatly appreciate that. He's got the new map border cut. Just needs to fix the trees for it. That's awesome. Alright, let me go grab the new chaser bin with this. We're gonna have some fields of my own to harvest this month too. So we're gonna need to buy the... Hopefully we can afford to buy the Macdon and the Swather head and the pickup head. Might have to lease some of it, but... Yes, Neo. You still can do that. What I would do if it's... You know, if you've got 2 fields, and it's field, say, 34 and 52, and you start delivering and 34 is getting the material first, put it to 30, you know, go do 34 in its entirety, and then finish up the other one. Otherwise, what'll happen is, normally when you're dealing with your missions, you can keep 10% of the product. But if you're not already harvested the field, it will start counting additional product towards that field until you hit 100% on that field. So you'll lose out on that bonus yield if you don't pay attention with it. I will do that there, Robin. Then the next thing I'm going to have to do is I'm going to have to, now that I know about the 24-bit part, I'll try using PaintNet and see if I can't get a smoother image taking the terrain and the border all as one piece into Blender and making the dem file off of it that way. Yeah, no, I get you, Robin. Get you 100%. I'll go try loading it up here in just a minute. I'm making a map. Yep. Yeah. He's holding off right now, Chris, and that's fine. That's his choice. But I'm moving ahead with making mine.
Morning.
And
Morning.
hopefully in the process of me making mine, I learned some things. I can
Morning.
show Dave what I've learned, and it helps. I'm more than willing to do the.
Do you have a mod description XML file by in for a map? The map?
Yep. I stole yours from County and commented out a bunch of shit.
I stole mine from, well, Canyon Crossing and
Canyon Crossing. Sorry, yeah.
still has issues loading it up. I don't. There's a file that's not linked somehow.
Yeah, the default
I'm
hand tools
trying.
XM. The default
Yeah.
hand tools X right there.
Default hand tools XML. Where is that thing?
It's right on the sample mod map line. I will give you the exact syntax in a message right meow.
Okay, that's where you put it, right there.
Yep.
XML hands XMLs.
Yep.
Okay.
And I also had to go find this hands XML.
Is it in the? It's not in with the config files.
No. It was in data.
That's where I'm having first issue. I'm trying here. I'm trying.
Where did I find that? Oh, hand tools right here. Data, hand tools, hands.
Data hand tool hand. Okay.
You could probably call that, but I just threw it into the map and said, screw it. It's a small little 1 kilobyte file.
I'm gonna drop it up with the rest of the config files. I don't know why they didn't.
Yeah, I don't know why either. But I see, for me, I think when I'm pretty sure when I did mine. Oh yeah, I've got the config stuff up here, but then I have XMLs too for the ground types and the all the other XMLs from the map.
Mm-hmm.
Which one are you basing off of? You're going off of Huntai?
No, I'm starting with the other one.
Riverbend?
Primarily because that's the one I like the foliage layers in better. And because I'm starting from scratch, the US map is what I'm using.
Do you want all of the data things for the images? Because I've already converted them all.
I would love to. You got them to what? 4x up to
Yep.
4x size.
And I have them
Yeah,
at 16x. Which ones do you
Actually,
want?
I want 16. I want to get. So I'm trying to get it up to see if I can get a functional 16x blank landscape here.
Well, here's what I'm gonna do for you. I'm going to show more options. 7-zip. Add to map backup stuff. I have it listed as map US 4 and map US 16. So I have both of them already done. Because as far as testing went, I'm like, you know what? I'm going to do them both. And I'm going to keep both so I can hot swap them back and forth. And, be able to do my testing. Jump into the game. How's this feel? How's that feel? So on. Are you not uploading to the drive?
Yep.
Thank you. Start uploading. Alright, that's going to take a couple minutes because it's 151 meg. But as soon as it's uploaded, I'll send it to you.
I think I know what my problem is.
Alright, and then Robin sent me something I've got to go check right now.
I could be wrong, but I have a good feeling I know where my issue is. And
What's
you
that?
laugh. Too much kale.
Yeah, well,
I read a report that says study, and my brother walks around here like in a brain fog all the freaking time. He has a hard time concentrating and stuff, and he eats so much of that crap. And I just read a study that this one doctor found out the common ingredient that most people had in their diets for brain fog was kale. So I cut it out. I think that really that's what it is. I just feel like I'm lost in a brain fog when I try to get in the editor. So I cut it out. I'm feeling better already. I told him I didn't want his drink this morning.
Hey, you know what? This is what it is, right?
If it works, it works.
I don't know if that.
Can you
What,
be
does it have
cheeky?
kale in it?
Maybe. There's
Pop-Tarts.
two monitors and can't.
Pop Tarts. Pop Tarts don't have kale in
Pop-Tart.
it. You're good. See, I don't have
You
brain
need
fog.
you need the brain food.
It was just a fluke. I
Pepsi
did
and-
what Fireman said. There you go,
That's what I
Pixel.
say. Everything in moderation.
Yes. Another question. You've got two monitors. Can't get it on the one you want. If it's on the wrong monitor, one thing you can try once you're in the window, Neo, is hold Shift, Windows key, and then arrow key left or right, and it should jump it to the other monitor, where it will want to stay after that. Get in your own bed, Drake, you little shit. Well, I did offer it to you this morning, Billy. It's very much not ready for things, but if you're just gonna play around, I can do that too. Let's see. Show more options. 7-zip. Zip file. That'll take a few minutes to upload.
Dave, you'll get a kick out of this. I figured out you
will
need
I?
a mod. Well, somebody figured it out. You need a mod to load different wheels and tires that aren't in game.
There you go, Dave.
Weird. That is strange.
No spankings, Billy. Them's fighting
You
words.
know, just like to have like wheels / wheel XML, it won't read it.
All right, let me go test this quick. Oh, somebody
then the
also made
colors.
a road prefab pack. Scurvy had sent me.
Yeah, I saw that.
With all the FS22 road sections. I haven't looked at it in the in the actual editor or anything yet. So, all right.
Error
let me
failed to
try
open.
this.
C user Dave desktop 25 mods FS25 map XML. It's not loading that map XML for some reason.
All right, let me do that.
You got your XML file? I'll save me some trouble. I'll make some edits. There's something else missing. Not loading it. Oh, map US XML. Is that what it was?
Hold on, chat. Yeah, can you send me the link also? I want to play around with it. Not right now, Jedi. As far as the map stuff goes, it is far from anything even remotely resembling usable. But if Billy wants to learn, there's the map US XML, and I can't see. Here's the mod description XML. There's that. Do that.
I got a question for you,
Back
Dave.
over here.
Yeah.
You've been doing this longer than all of us.
Yeah.
Have you had this much of a learning curve?
No.
Like even learning it from the beginning, I don't think there was this much of a learning curve.
No, it's getting, and it's just.
Okay.
Yeah, it's getting
the border is a 16x border, so if you go to a 4x map, you can still use a good chunk of the border. And the like the barge spline goes way out here. For the barge water. The only thing I'm gonna have to deal with is the train tracks that end here. And there's some road sections I'll have to add to. And I have to do something with this train track. I'll probably merge this back into that one and then bring them over this way somewhere. Make them look like they disappear into the mountain or something. I don't know. I just gotta get my new dem file in here, which I think I have it figured out now. How I'm gonna have to do that. And yeah, like I mean, even their roads go way out almost to the 4x point.
Well, like this Lanka map. If you look at this Lanka map, turn off your clipping, and run around, they did so much work outside the single X size. Well, it makes you wonder if they're trying to get a 4x and just ran out of time or something.
No, even in 22, the things were done out to a 4x in size.
Right.
So even in 22, load the other one. The other dem file. The other dem file.
I see what he's saying though. Sometimes I wonder if they do it and they're trying to see how it will perform, and then they cut it back.
It's a possibility.
There's a lot of work out there. There's ponds. I mean, there's a lot of tree work. I'm like, what? Like, it's so nice
They
outside.
never used to go.
Why'd you stop?
They did. Yeah, they never used to go that far until last version. It's almost.
Yeah, 22 they started going further.
Error failed to open XML file textures, buildings, animal trader XML.
I haven't done anything with that, so.
Textures, buildings, animal trader XML is right there. That's because it's looking for the ether. We're gonna remove this part here.
Do. This will take a minute, but it's a good test. Yeah, my terrain isn't as close to the... There we go. Once I get the proper dem file in, this gap will close up for sure. Looks like it might be a meter off. Or, you know, like a small little bit off. Okay, so... Yeah, it looks like it's... That could be on me, though. Hold on a second. I might not be centered up on my... Yeah, I might not be centered up. Let me try that other file again. Yeah, it doesn't like the editor on YouTube, it appears. I have an idea. Both are buffering? Oh, it's probably buffering because my computer... Loading the editor takes a bit out of you. You know where you can store potatoes? The train silo. Yes, Grinwald. Yeah, I'm gonna do this. I'm gonna load this one up because this one I know was centered properly. The other one may not have been. Because of just together. Remember, the way I stuck the images together, it could have shifted them slightly. This one here I know is centered. So what I'm gonna do is we're gonna grab the terrain. And I'm going to do one of these numbers. Hey, what are you doing? God dang it. Calling distance thresholds must be passed in ascending order. So I screwed that version up. Something's going on with my mouse. It's now all screwy. Yeah, see, this one was cut correctly. And you actually have a very small amount of overlap on this northern edge. By probably a pixel. I'm okay with that. This one is exactly at. So that's perfect. This one's exactly at. And that one's exactly at, so... Yeah, basically I'll just have the terrain be just above the border height on that northern edge. That's fine. I will probably make sure the terrain height is above the border edge just a little bit all the way around anyway. But this one is good. The other one, obviously, I have an issue with how it was centered up.
Did you try to get rid of the animal trader error?
I had not really dug into it, but when I was loading it, when I loaded in, I didn't notice any errors in mine.
Getting a animal trader is not a valid pre-placed.
Probably because I was in and out of the editor while the game was running. That's likely why I was having so much issues. What? Yes. While you're at it, bring me another water bottle, kid. Ooh, a sorghum harvesting contract. A nice expensive cultivating contract there, too. Hey, Dad Joe Crew. What's going on, buddy? Alright, I might need to reboot the game there, little demon. The game does not like the fact that I was in and out of the editor a few times. The game's just right now saying, nah, bro. Yeah, it's a slideshow right now. Let me restart it, little demon. Yeah, see, I hadn't done anything as far as, like, removing the animal dealer or any of that stuff. I literally just took all of the base files over and...
I haven't either, but it's not popping. It's throwing an error trying to pre-place it. It's got to be in the placeables. But because I did relink all the stuff to the ones in the folder.
Oh, see, a lot of mine's still linked to the base game
You
right
didn't
now.
link your placeables to a one that's outside the placeable folder, but it's all into the base game, right?
Yeah, mine's still all linked. A lot of that stuff's all still linked to the... No,
Anything
it
that
didn't
was-
freeze.
Anything that was had dollar in the map XML that had dollar data maps US, because I copied the whole maps US folder, I relinked it to just truncated it.
Yeah.
So I have copies of all those in there, and it's not picking up the animal dealer because it doesn't look like the animal dealer is listed in there.
I do know, and you'll find this, Dave. What I ended up doing was I started mine out, and what I ended up doing when I started mine off was I loaded it up in the i3D, and then I exported everything to another file to copy everything from the map over, essentially. And when I did that, there were certain things that didn't pull over, and I had to go looking for them and add them in. One I did find was the Grain Elevator Museum. Was one of the ones that was throwing errors for.
I think I found it. So it's still linking to the map US, but without the dollar data. I have to remove that and just link it right to the textures folder in here, and that should do it.
Oh good, it just
Trying
took
to
a
get it
couple
so
of
that
those.
I'm trying to get it so if I want to edit any of those config files, they're ones in the map and not the base game ones, you know?
Yeah. Yep.
Future proofing.
Yeah, I wasn't so much worried about that yet. For me, it was all right. I've got the terrain in and stuff like that. I can start doing that side of it, and then I'll work on the rest of it afterwards. That way, in case there's a patch or something, and they change something, you know, it's I can kind of update it and then worry about all that. Like, say they make an update to the save to the i3D. All right, well, I'll just take the new i3D and then input some of my stuff without having to change everything.
Mm-hmm.
Just lost 100 hours thanks to Lumberjack. Wasn't able to save your game. Can you go to a backup there, Cowboy Mike's? All right, cultivating on 84. I'll drive this over there, get it started. Guessing Little Demon was getting things set up for the mowing on 11. It's August. We've got a busy harvesting month. Yeah, I'm hoping we get that update Tuesday. That's what I know. That's what DJ was suspecting yesterday, and the 10.02 editor update did say that it included things for use with version 1.3 of the game. So if they've already released that in the editor, the update can't be far behind. This guy started. Little Demon was driving to 11. There's that one. We have... let's see what else. This is ready to mow. What the hell happened to 2? What the hell happened to field 2? Oh, son of a... What the hell happened to my barley? I didn't pay... God damn it. Son of a... Well... That sucks. Good frickin' job. We should have been harvesting a ton of stuff last month, Little Demon. See, I don't roll my grass after I cut it. I just throw some fertilizer across it. Well, this is going to have to be mulched in. That sucks. That sucks a lot. should be enough. Oh, I wasn't paying attention to when I needed to harvest my crop, Chris, and I lost my entire field of barley. Well, see, mistakes do get made, chat. Uh-oh. Uh-oh's not good.
Well, your screen went to look disconnected from the internet. You're back now.
Yeah, I saw that. As soon as you said, uh-oh, I saw it flash on my Twitch window real quick. But it immediately came right back. Well, that's one of the pitfalls of getting sidetracked. It's my own fault. I'm not going to blame anybody else. It happened, so you know what? I'll deal with it. We'll just, rip that field. Oh, well. Not like I'm short on food for the chickens. I wanted it so when I do get to afford the grain mill, I can, go ahead and, run multiple lines easier. So no real harm. It's not a big deal. I'll make it through the year. We'll get another field planted and roll on. I can't pull headphones, so you're gonna have to talk up if you want to say something. What about? That's fine. As long as you get your chores done first. Nah, I won't blame you, Billy. It's my own fault. Nobody's fault but mine. It's dark out. I should have my lights on. Durr. Well, it's 5:30 in the morning, so technically I made it. I made it all the way through the night.
Oh, there you go.
If you want to go with the headlight game. I'm gonna need to get that shed sooner than later. Because now I've got a whole lot of equipment I can't do anything with. Like, where do I put the MacDon and its header? And I'm gonna have to pick up a... So 52 grand, we'll get that from contracts, no problem. Unless I can take out a couple more dollars worth. Nope. Yeah, we don't have anything to turn in right now, but I've got quite a few contracts rolling. I'll get this swath and down at least. As soon as the mowing is complete, we can grab that tractor, grab the harvester, get down onto field 87. You know, it helps if you turn the damn header on, you muppet. I said, now I really want one of the grass cutting headers for the MacDon. I know we don't get access to this head necessarily to make it a grass cutting head, but that would be the ultimate goal. But I suppose I could take any other head, make it attached to the MacDon, because it will take a normal head, I would imagine. It's just a matter of figuring out what the attacher joint is right here, and then make a special head that does grass cutting and windrow it. Make sure it has transport wheels. It's preferably one of the case ones. Or New Holland. New Holland has some.
Could you just take the current header that you have on there and do it for grass and make it easier?
It's locked up in the MacDon DLC.
Oh, that's right. That is a locked DLC, isn't it?
Yes.
Forgot about that. That's dumb.
Trust me, if only it were that easy. The other thing I could do too is go find the Mac Deer DLC from last year from last version that we were using, because that one had a grass windrowing head specific for it, and then just convert that head. I mean, that's a possibility too. But it wouldn't be hard to take a normal case head and just change up the information out of it, make a mod out of it. You know, it wouldn't be hard to take something like one of the like the FD250 Flex Draper and make it cut grass into a windrow.
Right.
As long as it attaches to the MacDon head, you know, the MacDon swather, then it doesn't really matter. Unless they got cheeky and made the MacDon have a special frickin' hookup.
No, very well could be.
Yep. Well, I'm gonna go check. What's that?
For the wood containers, it did the same thing. I mean, how they snap on. There's a special attachment.
Yeah.
Similar to the corners. Now, honestly, I was gonna try to mimic. If you want to like auto load the drag, you know, there's a way to do it because they do it with the corn headers. The headers, harvest headers.
Oh, you mean snapping to the trailers?
Mm-hmm. Exactly.
It's specific to the trailer. It's given a node, and then it's given a specific link to a... Because I've already done that. I took one of the straight trailers and made it so it would take the 28-foot case head.
Right.
This one here, the 30, 50, 28.
Yeah.
I made it go on the same this trailer here. I made a trailer this one that took the other head.
Gotcha.
Because it's easier to back up that straight line trailer than it is a dolly trailer.
Yes. You know, they did the same thing for the wood containers. The question is, what is the name of? What is the name?
Yeah.
That's the $1 million question. If we figured it out, we did that for quite a few things.
Yeah. I mean, ultimately, it's just coming down to whether or not they gave this thing special parameters for what it can hook to for a trailer, because, you know, it gets that magic little bar across there. And then, what the connector type is for the front of it, for the head. It's likely that this head has a special attacher for the MacDon, so it's just a matter of finding what that is and then naming it correctly. Trial and error.
Yep. I'm sure you try and drive a combine up to the header and think,
Yeah, that's what I'm gonna do as soon as I'm done swathing the field.
Okay.
I'm gonna go test a couple things to see what I can figure out. Because the other side of this too is the MacDon has that special mower. Does it attach to other things? But given the way the arms look, I would imagine it's got its own special connector type.
Well, two things I would try. I would try to combine, like you said. I'd also try to forge harvester. Just out of curiosity.
Yep. A forage harvester, combine.
What about the Laco tank?
After you swath, there's a special pickup header you need, Purge. It's, not that button. It's under special headers. It's this right here. That's twice I've accidentally shut the thing off and driven into the crop. I'm doing good today. Pin tongue option like in... I don't remember back to 15, but... Pin tongue? He's already done it there, Grinwald. Go check his Trello page. He had that like last week. I mean, the one I'm really waiting for is the Brugs. But Big Daddy's still experimenting. Chat, he's still experimenting and tinkering.
Yeah, on air being what's weird is I think it's even in a file that's not even being used. This is you picked up an i3D file that's in older. It's even
I gotcha.
And see what happens. This for that, I'm like, why are you even loading that file? But it's not only loading the main i3D file, it loads the other i3D file in a subfolder.
Oh, won't hook up to that 3-point. Hey, Demon, you want to grab the some of the wool pallets out? Apparently. Well,
I'm in Maya.
There you go. It will
the-
connect to a regular tongue trailer like that.
Maya, they have a visibility condition. Minute of day start, minute of day end, day of year start, day of year end.
I think that was started in 19. They had those visibility things. That's how Dave did the like the decorations.
Yeah, but like you
and
said
stuff.
it in Maya.
Said it. Oh, yeah, interesting. Okay, good. The mower is done. We can bring that back now. Tool is not compatible. But it will hook up to any other little tongue trailer at least. So if you put a mower with the right attacher, that's all it is, getting the right attacher. I should try to find that quick. FS22. I think it's this one right here. When it loads. Thank you, Billy. It, but not it. Right here. This is the one. I wonder if this is done similar. Curious what they used. Attachable joint. Just joint tight implement is what they used. See, that'll be what's going to be the important part, is what did they use for a attacher type. Yeah, it's just going to be a matter of guessing at what they used for an attacher joint. Once we figure that out, it shouldn't be hard. Alright, Field 11, you are done. Let's go get in you. Get this back, drop this off, grab the harvester, head down for the other field. Not really, Dirty Max. You either have to try and crack the files, or do a lot of guessing shenanigans. Oh, someone was telling me this morning, I think it was Never Back Down. If you go into your game XML, you will find a an area where it goes about the head tracking. If you set all of those lines to false, it apparently stops the flickering issue.
Wow. Have you tried that?
I have not confirmed it yet, but someone else in chat has already done it as well and confirmed it stopped the flickering for them.
Ooh, we're gonna try that.
Yeah, I'll be doing it the next. I meant to do it when I jumped out of game next, but
Alright, so the game XML.
there should be like 3 lines there that say head tracking and so and so. Or a head tracking line with 3 different arguments. All of mine said true. Set them to false, and it supposedly gets rid of the flickering. Go into your game XML, you know, my documents folder,
Yep.
all that. The stimulator was asking. And in there should be a game XML. Open that up, and there should be 3 argument lines for the head tracking. So there should be right here, head tracking. Input head tracking. Set all of these to false, and it should stop the flickering. Go into your game XML in the My Documents folder, Grinwald. You may also be able to do this from the main menu under the video options. Turn off all the eye tracking. You're the asshole that ran into me. Knock it off. That's the thing. This harvester's great, but it's like 8 miles wide. Nope. It's game XML, I thought. That's what she said, Dave.
In general settings, under general settings in game, while you're in game, head eye tracking. It's also toggle. Turn off. That we might not do this. It's under input control in this case. Yeah, you don't even have to go in there, Don. It's in the general settings for the game. We have some mess.
I done fucked up, chat. I'm gonna say, you watch. I'm gonna finally get this shit lined up. There's gonna be a car coming the other way. I don't think I can actually fit this across this frickin' bridge. No matter which way I slice it. Get out the frickin' Crisco. Poof! I'm out the other side. Call up Diddy, we need some lube. No, it is not, Grinwald. You know what would be very okay with me? Is if we found a way to, like, and I haven't been in the i3D, so I have no idea. If this thing were in pieces enough where we could do, you know, the magic headers from 22, where you put the header down and suddenly there's 3 of them and 2 of them really don't exist, but they cut anyway. If we could do that with this thing, so it would narrow up for going down the roads, that would be frickin' awesome. Hey, Driving Gaming. Oh, I will be making adjustments on my map, sure. Bridges will be getting a little bit bigger. I mean, I still like VCA myself. I still 100% like that one. Just for the ability to be able to keep that line off the field as well. So if you're creating a brand new field, I prefer that one. But at the same time, this is still a really good in-game option. And the fact that this goes nicely around corners when you're doing it, yeah, being able to nudge the line. There are functions of VCA that I really do enjoy. You're not wrong. The ability when I'm done the line to immediately just press a button and have it snap around the other side. No, that's fine, Little Demon. I've been carrying them up and jamming them into the pallet storage myself. I hope that I can get to one of the gaps in the telephone poles. We lost somebody. Guessing Neon or Dave.
Your first guess is correct.
I'm still here.
Your first guess is correct. Ding, ding, ding.
Oh. I was just about to jump in that and come down here.
Holy save times.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. You try the 16x map, I was like 5 minutes saving with the stupid thing.
Painful.
One word, 4x.
Alright, you're gonna have to come out from underneath me so I can put the... I have to put the hopper down. Or the, not the hopper, the thing. There we go. That was funny. I was folding up the pipe, and it still gave the image of the beets coming off the top of it. Oh, now the red beets are showing up in there. What the shit? They weren't the other day. Alright, now you can come get under here there, little demon.
I blame Billy. Billy's wrong.
Papa 55 with another 1,000 bits. 2 o'clock now before I can take this thing off. Thank you very much, Mr. Papa. I do greatly appreciate it, buddy. Oh, the, cultivator just got back. Tinkering with to do peas, and it'll show it sometimes it won't, yeah. You are not the only one, Billy. There is a goodly portion of us that are confused as shit about what Giants have done. I mean, it's likely there's a possibility that whatever they've done will make things better for us. But I'd say it's a coin flip that it could have made it worse, too.
Well, change. Change is, you know, it's different
Well,
than what it normally is, and you gotta adapt.
I'm not against change per se. Not at all against change. But change for the sake of change isn't always a good thing. If that change opens new possibilities for us, or makes things better, okay. But, you know, just change for the sake of change.
Because look, from a business aspect, why would I change it? If it works fine and it's not going to improve it, I would save money by paying people to change this. So why wouldn't I just convert it straight over? There's definitely a reason. Do we know the reason? Absolutely not.
No, well, I mean, that's just it. We don't know all of the reasons for these changes yet.
Without the proper documentation, it makes it really frustrating to anybody who's doing anything.
That's just it. Without the proper documentation, we don't really have much from Giants for documentation right now.
Winging it.
Bingo. Yeah, some of the changes so far have been good. Some of them, though, are head scratchers. Like, why you do this?
Equipment missing? Are you talking about a Giant Center? If you do an update?
No, just lack of equipment. This version.
Yeah, well, that's
like rollers.
I mean, rollers, tractors, everything has
wood containers.
The wood containers.
Where's the conveyor to get stuff off the ground?
Yeah.
I mean, come on,
exactly. Where's the pickup conveyor?
Yeah, that's not exactly. We don't have many options. That was our only option.
Yep. I didn't even realize I filled up right as Little Demon pulled underneath the pipe. So, I mean, but at the same time, if they sit there and next month, there's a free content update, here's, 24 more tractors or something like, I mean, they said it will come. All we can do is wait and see. Trim down to make downloads smaller, make easier on servers, however. Yeah, who knows? If they release content we've had in the past as a paid DLC, there will be riots with this game. Because they've never done that to now. If we've paid for it in the past, it's always free going forward.
Oh, we're paying for it, all right.
Monetarily
Insanity.
speaking. Yeah, monetarily speaking.
Yeah, they won't. But here's my concern. I don't think they'll do it paid. In my opinion, they might lock it, which would really tick a lot of people off, myself included. I really want to see how the wood containers really do. That's something I want to dive into.
Yeah, hopefully they don't put it out as a... That was another thing I was concerned with. If they said they were going to put it out as DLCs, normally that shit's locked. So if you give us a bunch of the tractors from last year as a DLC this year, now that shit's locked, and we can't make edits to it?
Yeah.
That's... now I've got a problem.
Agree.
What's for lunch, Perma friend? Who said I'm having lunch? Sorry. I still have a chocolate donut here from earlier that I never ate. So here's my lunch. Oh, there's people adding mods pretty quickly now, Jeffro. We didn't get the actual Giants editor until early this week, so that's something to consider. I like that little chaser bin. I did update. Yes, Cope. This is Billy's modded harvester. But I didn't buy it with the unrealistic capacity because at the time I couldn't afford that, so... 6,500 liters fills up real fucking quick. Joe Eisen, thank you very much for the follow. Welcome into the channel. Yes, this has a wider pickup than the self-propelled, but you can't fit it down any of the damn roads. Unless a modder manages to convert it, Greenwald, you won't see precision farming this version. Because that was done as part of a partnership with John Deere. And John Deere is no longer, you know, that partnership ended a year ago.
I got a jar of dirt, I got a jar of dirt, and guess what's inside it?
I'm cultivating which farmland now? 11. Go, little buddy. Go. See, that's something you couldn't manage in 22. Me sitting over here, and I'm going to tell that worker, pack up off this field, drive all the way around, and go cultivate this field. Little guy, where are you going? Well, you can't do it in this version either. You dumbass. First time that's ever happened. That's a first.
Vehicle's clean. Hey, your vehicle's clean.
Yep. Car's clean now. I sure did, Potsy. I sure did. Let me see, little demon. You just get a hit O and move bunker up. Sounds good, Cope. Nope, that one you gotta press O to move the bunker up. It's similar to the peas, or not the peas, but the green beans and the spinach. You've got to like lift it up first before it will dump out. Yep, I absolutely spoke a little too soon because they have never done that maneuver before. It's so weird that from that field he thought going across the river. But, I mean, from the parking lot here, he's now going to drive all the way around, jump into the field, and start working. They never managed that in the last version. Just got up. I think I got virus. There's an R in front of all your farm sim folders. Ruh-roh. The pea harvester is a disappointment in totality. Because that frickin' pipe is a travesty. Nothing can fit underneath the side of that pipe. I can understand it having a small capacity to a degree. But you can't get underneath the pipe with anything. You're like inches away. Thank you, CJ. I don't know. Honestly don't know what Cope's been using for mods, but if all of his farm sim folders suddenly have R's in front of them, that don't sound good. Were you using the Lumberjack mod by any chance, Cope? Yeah, I would yank that one. Somebody else, Cowboy Mike's was saying he wasn't able to save his game anymore after using that mod. Which I'm very surprised. Did you get the one from the in-game download, Cope, or did you get the one from his GitHub page? Because he has an update already on his GitHub page. Barnyard Boss 63, thank you very much for the follow. Welcome into the channel. How you doing today? I'm just going off of what other people have said, Steve. You got the GitHub and no problems. I haven't used it myself. I mean, I never have in the past either. So I don't know. It could be that it's incompatible with another mod. That happens. You know, I mean, Loki's usually pretty good, but it could be an incompatibility with another mod that's causing the issue. Right? I mean, we have no idea. I just know Cowboy Mike said he added it to his game and he was unable to save and it was causing some issues. But that could have been an incompatibility with another mod. I never saw his log file, so... only speculation. Oh, hey, stupid. Turn the thing on first. You dummy. In-game mod hub had 0 issues, but heard that from Cowboy, so deleted it just in case. Got the save problem, but I can't get in the tractors without tabbing in. See, I mean, everybody runs different groups of mods. That could be too impact. I mean, like I said, it may not necessarily be an issue with the Lumberjack mod by itself. It could be an issue with mod compatibility. I mean, that's another thing. Maybe you've got the Super Strength mod and the Lumberjack mod. That'll cause some problems. Yep, yeah, because that was an issue back in, what, 19 or 22? Wasn't there an issue with having Lumberjack and Super Strength at the same time? There you go. That could be the issue. Having both of those at the same time. Yep, sounds good, Billy. Yep. I mean, that could very well be the whole cause of the issue, was having both of them together. Because Super Strength twice is going to conflict. Just like when Dave puts out his limit breaker. Don't run any other limit breakers, because you're going to have problems. I mean, that right in and of itself is a known issue. Don't do both of those things together. Oh, Jesus. Not paying attention. That's a damn tree. Well, that's one part of the problem there, Crooked Creek modding. It's not necessarily the only cause, though. Like I said, Loki knows what he's doing. His mod is probably fine. But when you combine it with another mod that has some of the same functions, you're going to have an issue. That's always been the case. A lot of mods out there have multi-functions. Yes, exactly. That's one problem. Somebody put out the additional game settings, but they also included like 4 other mod, effects in with it. It's like, well, now you're just going to cause a bunch of problems. You know, that's always been the case. As a gamer, you are responsible for the mods you put into the game. So pay attention to your log files. And if you don't know how to pay attention to the problem, your log files, learn. I mean, if you're on console, you're SOL, but you're also less likely to screw things up. I say less, you can still do it. Yep. If you're somebody that likes to try a lot of different mods, one recommendation I have is when you go to start adding mods, duplicate your save and put them on the test one first. Or back up your save. Yes, Farm Boy, exactly. In 22, there were a lot of mods I had because, alright, this only has a couple of functions, but those are the ones I want. Rather than this one that has a bunch of functions I don't want, just so I can get the 2 I want. That's what's been happening with some of these mods right now. Whoops. Oh, little demon's over. Getting ready to empty the truck. That truck will be full. Gonna be back bunker only, demon. Where are these going? The beat to the canning factory. Holy crap, that's a... It's gonna be a bit of a haul. Map thing? Are you talking about the border, Robin? Yeah, border's great. As long as I use the right dem file.
Are you able to actually get into the 16x version in game?
Yeah.
Well, my computer can't handle it. It throws the crash handler and freezes it up.
Oh, wow.
And all I did, yeah, not enough resources or something. It times out. It's still trying to load, but the crash handler pops up and says that...
Bummer.
Yeah, it's not going to load. It's not going to be doing any 16Xs over here.
Well, you don't
Yeah.
have slabs. You have a
Well,
pretty
I
good
mean...
system, too.
Yeah, but you're
You
getting a
have more RAM than
crash.
most. You got
I
64
got RAM.
gigs of RAM. Which
It's not
is
a RAM
way more
issue.
than
It's
most.
the graphics card's timing out.
Is it?
Yep, the 6800 XT. I gotta. Well, I can't even get to the report, but it keeps moving because I gotta wait for this to shut down.
Yeah,
it just freezes it up at 95%. It's still rolling, but then the crash handler pops up and says that something timing out.
See, that's something else to keep in
I
mind,
would
too.
what I would do, Dave, is pop open your performance monitor and pay attention to it while you're loading, because 95% is when there's a huge spike in RAM, but it might also be a spike in video too. I didn't check. I was just looking at I was only focusing on the RAM at the time.
I agree, Robin. No, but I'm just saying, and realistically, it's like if Dave's system is struggling with it, he create a nice map, but you can really play.
that was another part of my concern was I lost 20 frames off the bat. I mean, and who knows, there could be settings that we have yet to figure out that would allow things to be a lot better. Not a clue. But just with the dem file just at the 16x and nothing on it, it was costing me 20 frames just to load in.
Wow.
AMD software detected that a driver timeout has occurred on your system.
Yep,
An issue
that'll do
report
it.
has been created that can be sent to AMD's help us to improve our software. Would you like to report this issue? Sure, report issue. It just gets to a point. It never even finishes booting up. I was watching the log file, and right at 95%, it stalled a little bit and threw that error, and just sat there. No errors in the log. It just couldn't get through the boot up process.
You lose 10 frames, Robin, just to boot up a forest.
Yeah, see, I'm
like, with respect, a good system.
I don't think we're going to be able to do anything bigger than a 4X, to be honest with you.
Robin said he's losing 10 frames on a 4X. Just
Oh yeah, you probably will, I imagine.
he's only on a
you're
1050.
Okay. Oh, right. That, well, then maybe you probably, if rep starts a little better, maybe you might not lose.
Because, I mean, again, fresh 4X with nothing on the expanded area yet. I was still around the same frame rate as I am on a standard map. I'm still just right around that 60 FPS mark. But again, I've got everything pinned on the graphics. So I could probably very easily relax some of that stuff and stay at 60 frames the whole time. So, you know,
I stretch the landscape, it loads up in the editor after about 5 minutes. Tried to load in game, no errors being thrown. Just times out.
Yep. Yeah, and I mean, who knows if you were to try and leave it at the 4x dims, or you know, dem files, and then do the pixel count to 2. You know, yeah, it's going to stretch your pixels, but that might be an alternative as well. Who knows if that would load? I know that only puts you at like an 8x, but I mean that's a possibility for you. I wonder if you'd still have the same hang-up issue.
Like the effects of the stretching the pixels. To be honest, it's gonna make everything, your tire tracks wider. It throws your plows 3 meters. It'll be plowing off to the side. I mean, in certain situations, I've used it to test it, but I've never made a map with the stretch pixels because it would be, I mean,
I thought
things all the time.
I thought County had the pixel at 2.
No.
Or Canyon Crossing.
Nope. Well, it might.
Are you sure? Because I'm pretty sure your Canyon Crossing had 2 for a setting.
It may have, but 2 was the default last time. That's the difference. Now they designed everything to be on this 1.
Was it?
Pretty sure 2 was the default last time.
Yeah, 2 was default last time.
That's why it's a difference. So you lose all of the... you're going to lose so much of the detail and stuff. That's why we got all these smaller boxes. They're using a higher pixel count right off the bat. To stretch it, I don't know how it's going to react in here, but it's definitely going to make problems with your terrain deformation and stuff.
Yeah. Yeah, Potsy, you're right. I did the same thing yesterday when we were talking about it, but yeah. The double pixel count. I was just trying, thinking out loud if it would load or whatever.
It might, and it might be okay, but I think you're going to run into problems with terrain deformation and some other issues.
It's a possibility. That could very well be as well, Potsy. Because of the terrain deformation, they probably went to the 1x. Or, 1 pixel.
Mm-hmm.
To get the higher detail. Now, don't get me wrong, I love the terrain deformation, and I love the new the new depth to which we can go with the terrain, because it makes for a much smoother terrain. But if they don't do anything with that deformation system in the next version, like they didn't with the maintenance system, I'm gonna kind of be, we'll have a couple years to wait and watch, but, like, it's all well and good, but do something with it. It better be a prelude to, like, compaction that we have to get out of our fields or something like that. Yeah, Potsy. It does. I mean, unless there's ways for us to toggle things differently. Maybe that's something we're missing. Maybe there's some way that we can toggle the in the i3D or something like that so it prevents the terrain deformation. Wild conjecture on my part, but they have to have enabled it some way. If it's not core code, which who knows how they implemented it, maybe there is some way for us to toggle it off. I mean, yeah, like I said, it's cool, but I'd be okay with it being off as well.
Yeah, I'm probably in a minority, but I like it a lot, and I would play a smaller map than have it turn.
I mean, I'm good with a 4X map as well.
Yeah, that's my max, honestly. 16 is too much. It's not about the size. It's about detail and smaller and like happy medium.
Well,
I think a single size is too small. I think
here's the thing. My idea wasn't going to have 4X worth of land, maybe a little bit more. I wanted to have the ocean with the big boats going in to go to 2 different areas, Asian area and a US type area. But I can't do that. Yeah. And the boats have to be scrapped entirely. So I have no idea right now of what I want to create. Because I can't create, you know what I mean? It's not.
Yeah, boats,
I think it would have been.
And
I know.
Rivers are useless ground, in a sense that you don't farm them. They're used for transport.
Right. It was meant for transport. I was going to have the big transport system in there and have like 2 islands, one more designed like the Asian stuff and one designed with the US stuff. That whole idea will not function on a 4X because it would be too much water.
Oh, absolutely.
So I don't have a plan of something else that I want to create right now on here. As simple as that. Maybe it'll come, but that's what.
Well, like I said, it would be you go through all the work on a 16X. It works on your system, but somebody else.
I don't feel like 4X is going to be enough either for my factories and stuff. Everything's going to have to be redesigned to a smaller scale if we go 4X, which means back to the drawing board. For me, anyway. So, yeah, I don't know. I'm more tempted to go back to the last version and do an 8 than what I want to do. To be honest with
Well, the same way with 19. We had felt that way with 22. You thought you could do so much more in 19, which is the case.
Yeah, it's still early yet. We've only had the editor for a short time, so who knows what we'll find out.
I don't think we're gonna be able to. I'm gonna be able to run a 16x map, and I know a lot of other people will definitely not be able to.
That's the
So
thing.
I have
So
to.
you create this masterpiece, and then people won't be able to play it because their systems aren't good enough.
If I could, then it would be one thing. But if I can't make it, I can't play it, and it's way too long. Also, the save time in the editor is just way too long. I'd never get it done waiting for. Every, you know.
That's what happened to me.
Yeah, you're
So
blank map right now.
unfortunately,
It's 5 minutes save time.
yep. So unfortunately, I have to take anything over a 4x off the scale. Now, what can I create in a 4x? Probably not. I don't know if I even want to. That's the problem.
Yeah, you create a masterpiece in 4x before, so it's doable. It's just it's different because you had the flexibility of a 16x. So you had the sky's the limit, where now it's more.
Yeah, I mean, this is something we're afraid of coming up to it. Is like, how will the engine handle the bigger maps? Something we were curious about and afraid of coming into it, and this is what we're finding. But is there ways that we can toggle things off?
I'm still even on a 4x concerned about adding additional fruit types and different extra factories because I just don't feel like there's enough there to do a map that I would want to do. To be honest with you, I think you know.
Well, like you said, numerous times, the marketing part of this went well, and what do you mean by that was the visually looks stunning. It has sold a lot of copies, but you're not wrong. It just comes down to now you got to make it work. So you have a very pretty picture at 1x, but how's that going to work?
Yeah, well, and that's the thing. Like, we haven't even really begun to scratch the surface of what we might be able to accomplish with the buildable, destructible system that's now a part of the game. So, it's early. Who knows?
Yeah. Now it's time to come out with what's that guy? It's Thunder. That's his name. Come out with that
Thunder.
script that you always dreamed of, Dave, which is travel to different maps with different equipment. Because that would be the best case scenario.
If I could do something like that, then I'd do single size worlds all day long.
Absolutely. Then you'd have.
That was why I was saying they didn't. They could have, and that
That's what gave you. That would get you your workaround to a 16x, meaning you could have it in chunks. So you can have this country over here, this country over here, this country over here, blah blah blah, travel.
And then it would make a lot more sense to have vastly different looks to the maps as well.
Yeah. And you wouldn't have performance hits. You wouldn't have a giant map loaded in. You'd have your sections.
And I wouldn't have to feel like I'm starting over every time I go to a brand new map. I could just and that, you know, because I like to. I'm just not the type of person that likes to put in 50 hours on a map and move on to the next one. It's my home. You know, I want to create something that I can play for thousands of hours.
Yeah. I get it. But, I mean, that's one thing that I want to look at more is the buildable system. How can we adapt to make more buildable things? And maybe they're not necessarily buildable factories, but buildable monuments of some kind or something. You know what I mean?
Yeah, exactly, Potsy. I think the only thing Dave mentioned before, we talked about that. I think the only thing Dave mentioned is, unfortunately, you can't block the base game drops, if I remember correctly.
Nope, can't block.
But as far as what you expect on that's the sky's the limit.
You couldn't before. You could not block.
You couldn't block them before, but now I think you can because it calls them all individually. If I remember seeing correctly, there's a spot where it calls them in.
It loads, but it always goes to it used to always, if it wasn't there, it would just load it from the default map anyway. As a matter of fact, I think it's still a problem because people on the forums are saying that they're getting the defaults, and when they try to add their own, they're getting all the everything twice right now, from what I've read. How can I get rid of them so you can't have them in your map and in the default like you used to be able to, because they just put 2 instances of them instead of 1?
No, Darkon, I didn't turn the heat down. It still turns on right behind me, but thankfully it's wintertime too, so it gets cold in my little room here, and it's fine. And as far as the FPS thing goes, Z-Bone, as long as the game is playable, meaning 20 plus, and it's not a slideshow, I'm fine with it. But if it costs you 20 frames right out the gate before anything's on it, then you're going to take a significant impact to that as you start putting in grass and trees and things like that on the additional area. The other thing to consider is I've got a fairly decent system. So if it's costing me with a 4070 Ti, 64 gig of RAM, and the 5900X processor, if it's costing me 20 frames, what's it going to cost Dave? Dave can't even load it at a 16X because it times out. So, and that's with doing nothing to that map.
That was all just blank space, and I even removed all the placeable files. So
Yeah.
no buildings were even loading in, and I couldn't get it to load up.
So, you know, if he's already having issues with just that, then either optimizations need to come in, which could happen, we don't know, or we're going to be limited on how big of a map we can be.
I can't wait to see somebody get a 16x map out there. I don't know if they can do it.
I mean, I could theoretically put the files together and put it out, but it's not going to have anything on it. It would take a lot of work to get that finished. So that was another factor in my decision to go 4X is it will take much less time to get it all done, and it will also require, you know, it will make it available to more people. This one here is by Mr. Billy Alpaca. It's the in-game Amity sugar beet harvester, I want to say it is. Yes, this in-game sugar beet harvester. And Billy adapted it to be able to do sugar beet, potatoes, parsnips, carrots, and red beet. How full was the truck there, Demon? Got a little more room? Alright, what I'm gonna do is, I'm basically full right now, so that's why I haven't started the row yet. There's a kitty cat in my way. Well, thank you, Farmer Marks. Hey, Guy Fox. Field needs rolling, and you roll it. Will it do anything? Yeah, it gets you about a 2.5% yield increase. There. Now we can go pick up the specialty header for picking up our windrows. We'll have to cultivate in our field. Well, that's what he's potentially looking to do, Darkon, is if he can't make a map the way he wants in 25, he's going to go back and make one for 22. That's been the topic for the last couple days, is what are the, now that we've got the editor, what are the limitations? 'Cause if they exceed what he wants to be able to do, then he won't have much choice. You're not supposed to hit the tree there, little demon. Start calling you little wheels now. We're getting down there on this field at least. You might call in the union and go on strike. If new person wants to start modding or creating, does Giants have any tutorial videos on how to use the editor? Not nearly enough of them, Jaren. Most of your tutorial videos are probably going to come via people off of YouTube. Yep, exactly, Gahan. I had the cruise control on. It stopped automatically. Look at that. Oh, I missed the strip. Bastard. I like that. Yeah, Scurvy was showing something off about it the other day with bailing, I think it was, around bales. You just set it to automatic and it'll stop on its own. Eject the bail and keep going. Justin, what are you doing? Hello, darkness. You're full there, little demon. Hello, Kitten. Yeah, sure. There you go. I'll give you the finger so you can lick. Exclamation SGA Dead Soul. Yes, Hank Barabee, it's a Dead Soul. Sorry, it is a modded harvester from Mr. Billy Alpaca. Do exclamation SGA. It will get you the link to the SGA's Trello in there. You can find Mr. Alpaca and download this. It's a Amity pack. Sounds like somebody was having some ice cream or something. Meow. No wonder my vehicles are always out of diesel fuel. Someone leaves them running. Oh, I should have paid attention. We just got out of an ad break. Damn it. Oh, hey. Well, less to this field than I thought. Out of control. Oh, damn. Well, I'm a glutton for punishment. Even if I'm doing it later and I'm hiring a worker, I'm still can't pass that contract up. Just can't do it. Hopefully I didn't just take that with it going to the same damn location. No, good, perfect. How's it going, Scully? I am doing pretty good today. Rolling right along. Doing some contracts. Skipping my own fields and apparently letting them wither because I'm a dumbass. Yep, I completely forgot to harvest my barley field. Normally, I always check for. It's like one of the first things I check every day and get, every in-game month is I'm always checking to see, can I harvest my stuff? Can I harvest my stuff? I completely forgot to check, and I went right through the harvest window for barley, almost through the harvest window for my canola. Oh, yeah. Yeah, it does prove we're still human, that's for sure. Whoops. Not paying attention. It was pretty fun to watch, Deadsel, you're right. But that doesn't excuse the fact that I went through the entire month before that without even looking at my barley field. Like, how did I miss that? Alright, 1 second, chat. Headset's dying. Not sure if you like the new field creation tools. I have not gotten into that yet. I know JD fan was talking about it a little bit yesterday. I've been more focused on doing the terrain work first. Once I get the terrain work done, then I'm going to worry about painting and trees and all of that stuff. Reliant Robin's already been kind enough to crop out the border for me so that I'll have the border where it needs to be for you know, that'll be where it needs to be for me. And once that's done, I'll start focusing on where's going to be the forestry areas, additional field lands, and stuff like that. What I'm going to have to add for roads, possibly. Yeah, I may or may not have already filled the thing up, little demon. Oh, shit. Oh, no. Good. It kept it towards this harvesting contract. That's excellent. Rave Wolf, thank you very much for the follow. Welcome into the channel. How are you doing today? Alright, we're getting that cultivated up. Nice waste of seed there. I have to plant that again next month. GG. And then we'll get the canola down. I think we're gonna save that for a soybean field, maybe. Alright. Catalan. Any ideas about VCA, if it's going to be ported to 25? Current assistant lack of... also, can you do an assistant profile with 0 headlands? On some equipment, yes. Just overall use is a bit clunky. I gotcha. Do you use DLSS or any of the... I don't think I have that stuff turned on, Bodine. So far, it's going good there, Rave Wolf. I mean, I can't tell in here, but I don't believe I've got DLSS turned on. Yep, red meat fills things up so fast. I'm gonna grab that little strip right at the end that I missed. There you go, Bodine. Nice. All right. Oops. Alright, 2 more strips. Way to make the AI find a field. Hit old H and rest, and it showed the field and lines. What is it you're trying to use, Anime? Because there are some implements that the AI worker does not seem to want to use, namely weeders. There's a couple of those that the AI is just like, nope, I don't see anything wrong here. Especially if it's a contract, sometimes the weeds don't populate. So the AI worker's like, there's no weeds in that field. Nah. Not gonna do it. It's just from looking into the Sri Lanka map. Haven't tested the other maps yet. Yep. Yeah, some of the implements the AI seems to have a hard time using. First, I was definitely one of the haters looking at the new game, but I've become very fearful of the changes. It's been great. Yeah, I think there's a lot of potential to it. It's really exploring what we're going to be able to accomplish this version. That's what it really boils down to. Grateful of the changes. I got you, Bucket. Well, what it is, Cameos, because you tried to, H.O.E. It was like, nah, you're getting around a naughty word. Instead of just saying hoe. It's a hoe. Talking about a piece of frickin' farm equipment, not a, derogatory term. These aren't potatoes, Parsavelli. These are red beets. The Macdon with the windrower on it. From what I understand, there are some issues with that one. The process of the server listings. Little Demon was talking about that a little bit ago. As someone who co-owns one of the biggest communities, been frustrating. On my streams, been learning a lot. Well, I appreciate that, Bucket. Ah, crap. See what you're learning? You're learning what not to do. Works for all contracts. The workers will use it, no problem. I'm glad to know that there, Cameo. Yeah, this is a modded version of this harvester. It's not just sugar beet for this one. This one here will do the potatoes, sugar beet, carrots, parsnips, and red beets out of this harvester. Alright, I'm going to work on starting this back towards field 24 there, Little Demon. You want to just leave the tipper there. I'll move it afterwards. That, or you can hire a worker to send it to 24. That should be fine to get there. While you go deliver that, I'll drive this up to 24. There's still some in it. That's fine. Just send it towards 24. Yes, max is normally 3, but I do have a mod for it. I wonder if going through here would be better than trying to go down across that little bridge with this thing. If I get stuck, I'm screwed either way, so... Once again, chat, what not to do. Because now I'm in a pickle. Yep, I am in a pickle, chat. Looks like that bridge is the only option. Damn it. Why is this thing gonna be so big? Yep, stopped by a frickin' mailbox. I'm not on a server, Bucket. I'm just on a private save that I host. The information I keep on my... Well, I haven't put the information for this on a Discord yet, but... And regulars to the channel are definitely welcome to approach me if they want to get on it. I usually will, when I'm streaming the game, host the save. Mod update on on Mod Hub. He was talking about a hoe boating for doing weeding contracts and stuff. And I have not toggled contract, super strength, so I have no idea. And yes, the contract mod. It's from King Mods. It's called Contract Service. No, it's not King Mods. It's called Contract Service Provider. It allows as many active contracts as you want. Is it on King? I don't remember where I got it. Somebody sent me the link to it, so. Yep, that's the one, Dead Soul. Thank you, Dead Soul. Yep, I remembered somebody sent it to me, and it was I was thinking it was you or Never Back Down, because you guys are the ones been sending me stuff. I'm off to do my thing. See you in a bit. Sounds good there, Reliant Robin. Again, appreciate you working on that border earlier. I've probably already found if there was a collectible in this shed, but I'm gonna look anyway. So yeah, I'm gonna scale up the width of all of the bridges by just a touch. Right, dude? A 10K collectible. If I can find them, I'll grab them. Of course, then the last time I was playing Little Demons, running around grabbing collectibles, I'm like, where's that money coming from? What the hell's going on? Ah! He grabbed a couple of collectibles for me that I have no idea where they were, what they were, and none of that. No, I'm trying to get that beet harvester around. It's so damn big, you can barely squeeze it anywhere. All right, watch out as we get close, and try not to sell it off if you can. I mean, I understand if you do, but... Oh, hush, little cow. That sounds like a frickin' sheep. That, or I guess how much was in the other thing. That was pretty epic when I pulled that one off. I think I still have that clip somewhere. I should get that uploaded to YouTube if I still I know I still have it on Twitch somewhere. That stupid Elm Creek Bridge. I mean, I guess if it sells, it sells. It's not far off of best price. Alright. 13K plus whatever was in the cart. Did you send the cart back to the farm, or did you send the cart up to 24? $24? Alright, I don't see it up there, so must have gotten stuck along the way somewhere. Damn, I was counting on the barley for straw. Crap. Yeah, it's 11K in the cart. I might as well dump it off in the silo on the way by. Pompey Lee, thank you very much for the raid. Welcome in, Raiders. How was your stream there, Pompey? Oh, what's he working on today? Oh, he's still working on the fishing thing. Next time will be fun. Tornado warning. Oh, nice. I had one of those a little bit ago. I got a tornado in my game. caused me to focus on that and lose an entire crop of barley, but you know, hey, I'm not salty. At least this harvest isn't as long of a haul. Well, no, what happened, Pompey, was I was focused on the tornado. It didn't come anywhere near my field. But because I was focused on the tornado, I didn't pay attention to the fact my field was ready to harvest. And I went into the next month outside the harvest window and it all withered. Get wrecked. I had field 2 planted in barley so I could get some straw off it and stuff like that, and was looking more at the tornado and forgot all about my harvest. Oops. Why is field 84 stopped? Nope, wasn't the tornado. Oh, no, he's still going. Okay. No, I was good as far as the tornado went. But I lost out on everything because I just wasn't paying attention. I almost lost my canola crop because I wasn't paying attention to the harvest rate on it. Luckily, I was able to catch this. Yeah, this header needs to be lifted a little bit. Keeps catching the ground even with this one. Look out, dog. What do you cut that with before you using that header? The MacDon pack finished. I used the swather to swath down the canola. Now I'm using the pickup header to pick up that special swath. And by doing that, you get a 25% yield boost to the crop that you swathed and straw, if any, that it puts down. You know, if it were wheat, barley, or oat, I'd get a bonus yield to the straw as well. I'm all distracted right now. I'm watching Green Thumb and Reliant Robin, and they're both modding buildings, and I'm like, ebba. Alright, that's not bad. 25,000 liters left over from that other contract. And that wasn't that big of a field either. Alright. If you have to, Little Deem, I mean, if you want to, you can probably hire a worker with that harvester on the field and just chase him around. I'm gonna go do this really nice cheap weeding contract. Harvest, we'll complete that one, so there's another 8 grand. I'm gonna go get my bag of seed back before I get rid of this guy. Hey, KW, how you doing? What's Mr. D up to today? The daddy.
Me?
Yeah.
Working at the moment.
Working at the moment, huh? That evil 4-letter word? The one that's almost as evil as the other 4-letter word with the W in it?
Mm-hmm. But is it work if you enjoy it? That's kind of sad.
If you enjoy what you do, you never work a day in your life.
Right, exactly.
So I've been told. I mean, at this point, I'd love to work a day in my life, but, you know. Given my issues, I'll take what I can do.
Mine's
You know?
not physical. Mine's just doing testing. So I don't have to. Thankfully, I don't have to physical. I have to go move my mower deck that I took off the tractor because we were supposed to get this abundance of snow. So of course I get the chains on, which is, if you have OCD and try to put tire chains on a tractor, you know what I'm going through. I've done it for 15 years, and I can never replicate every time. It drives me absolutely crazy. The plow, easy to get on, easy off. The deck, easy on. The deck was such a breeze. Easy on, easy off. It's the tire chains that destroy me absolutely. So yeah, now the deck in the garage, which I put back in the shed. So you know, you get a 15-inch deck, you get to pick it up and carry it out there to your shed, and that's always fun.
Yeah.
But yeah, man, that's working at the moment. Very pessimistically need to do adulting.
Yeah. I guess you could say I am doing my adulting because it's all I can do.
Yeah. I have my.
I didn't think so.
Up just in case. I saw you've been live for when I got up this morning. I saw you've been live for quite some time. Like, cause I saw Boom last night, 2 a.m. I'm like, oof.
He was up until around 5.
Yeah. Wow. So
He's been staying up pretty late lately.
He is. He's Boom's enjoying it again, which is good. I know. I think I don't want to speak for everybody, but we all had a little bit of burn from 22.
Well, yeah. I mean, I go through my phases, but right now I'm really enjoying the game. So.
Yep. Mm-hmm. Oh, I agree. Same here. I'm like I said, I'm jumping map to map, trying to make a place called home, and I'm finding Zelonka out of all this surprising. I didn't put over hundreds of hours in either of the other 2 maps, but you get to a point when you're starting to establish your homestead, and you're like, it feels not right. So, with Zelonka, it's a lot more open up. Yes, you don't have a nice temple to build or a grain mill to complete, repair. I get that, but it's much more open up. You can join a lot of fields.
I'm surprised they didn't add something to Zelonka for that.
I agree. Well, and they might have, but I'll be honest with you, I've been playing for a little bit on Zelonka, and I flew around the whole map, and I didn't see anything. Now, could I be missing it? Yeah. It took me a little while to find the warehouse on the Asian map. Easy, Riverbend, no problem. Asian map, I'm like, where did you put a warehouse? I went to place a warehouse. I'm like, yeah, they don't want you to place a warehouse. Understandably, why they don't want me to place a warehouse, because I just park it next to a place where I want to build, and just transfer it over. If you wanted to. But the Asian one was in the southeast corner. So it wasn't hard to find. Yeah, still, I'm enjoying it. I am too. I'm just fortunate I had something drop for work, so they're like, oh yeah, we need it up by Christmas. You know, the plan is to have it up by Christmas. And it's in a good place now, but got a ways to go. A lot of testing.
Yeah, well, that's one thing I can do. Testing and playing on the computer, because I can't really get much elsewhere. And unfortunately, all the places I've tried to find that are software related are either now back to you gotta be in facility, or just not. I mean, they're not around here. I can drive a little bit, but a lot of these like game studios and stuff like that are hours away from me.
Yeah. Well, yeah, you're where you're located. Unfortunately, I don't think there's many. I don't know of any game studios.
No, it's I'm in the middle of fucking nowhere, so I'm in Boondocks, USA. Northern Boondocks, USA. So unfortunately, there's just not a lot of studios. Even in testing roles, I wasn't able to find anything the last time I went looking.
You know, I'll be honest with you. This is my 2 cents. The way you are hammered out, I'm surprised. I know they're a smaller company, but you put a good amount of time in Out of War. And I thought for sure they would eventually reach out to you about something. Any methods of how do you want to call it? Somehow, even if it's
testing
part-time,
or
say, hey,
yeah.
You know, I don't mean rude, but you put a ton of hours in Out of War.
Yeah, about 600 or so.
Yeah, and I thought being a smaller company, they would have reached out. You know, extend the olive branch and say, hey, put a lot of hours in. We have a background in testing. Send us your resume, or let's talk on the phone and get something worked out. Even part time. You know, I'm not talking full time. Just even part time.
Yeah, no, yeah.
You know, same with my role. My role's part time. I report my hours, and you're paid hourly. You know, I can't do full time because full time is they require the office. Yeah.
Yep.
I'm good. I'm happy where I'm
Lucky to
at.
be in the Boondocks. You're trying to move to the Boondocks, Scrazzy? Yeah, I live in the middle of nowhere. I'm surrounded by trees. It's funny though. Actually, it's not far away. I could be there in about 45 minutes. Hey, Moxeyville, USA is Lisbon Falls, and I can be there in about 45 minutes. We've gone to Moxie Fest several times.
Yeah, jealous. Definitely jealous.
But I live in a town of 1,400 people next to a town of 1,200 people. And I mean, we form the Oxford Hills. So it's literally my town, Norway, Otisfield, Harrison, and Paris, I believe. So there's like 5 or 6 towns that are all involved in this one, essentially, neighbor, like, network of towns. And I bet you we cap out at 6,500 population. But we have 3 Hannafords, which are grocery stores. We have a Walmart. We have a casino. We have a racetrack. We have an airport. How's it going, Speedy? Actually, that's all in my town. We're a town of... The last census was 1,400 people in my town. And we have a racetrack, a casino. We have 2 hotels, one of which has a pool. The casino has 2 or 3 restaurants in the casino. I think it's 2. Obviously we have the little, other little tiny restaurants and stuff like that. Pizza Hut and stuff. We've got a car dealership, 4 mobile home sales places, 2 Hannafords, the airport, the racetrack, the drag strip, and 4 stoplights. 4 in the whole town. One is at the casino.
What did you say your population was?
About 1,400.
The population of the town I'm in right now?
Yeah.
The last census was 2022. It was 1,169. That's
Nice.
where I'm out there. Nice. Yep. Quiet in the boonies, I suppose I'm in the boonies. We got the city close by, though. But still, for that low population out here, being so close to Albany.
Yeah. 2022, my entire county had 58,000 people.
Yeah. This entire county has 1,381,000. Something like.
I could be in Canada in about 4 hours. Depends which route I take to get there. Nice, heavy wall. I'm smack between 4 lakes. Turbo Choco, thank you very much for the follow. Welcome into the channel. How you doing today? Yeah, I'm 2 miles from the beach on one of the lakes. But there I am. You get Canada up over here. So it depends on if I go into New Hampshire or go up through the Golden Road, but this is kind of a private logging setup to get through. They do let some traffic through there though. But yeah. I mean, you can see there really ain't a whole lot of population around. There's the racetrack, the drag strip, the airport. Mobile homes. Mobile homes down here. Casino there. Just about. It can at times, HC. I've seen many times where I've gotten a foot of snow and you drive 10 minutes in any direction and there's 2 inches.
Yep, we had exactly about an inch. 10 minutes up the road, they're close to 10 to 12.
Yep.
Well, a minute down the road.
Hey, Fummins.
Well, yeah, well, Fummins,
3
yeah,
inches.
Fummins same way. Fummins, you got clobbered. We were supposed to get clobbered today. We had warners, sort of warnings, blah, 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 heavy snow. Prepare for doom and gloom. I'm looking out, I'm like, this ain't so bad. I'm like, this is because I put the chains on, plow on, took the deck off. I'm okay with that. That's a good sacrifice, I'll take it.
Yeah, if you hadn't have done it, you'd have gotten 2 feet of snow.
Absolutely. Without a doubt,
Sounds
the
like-
tractor would be out in the shed, and I'd be in here and grumpy old man.
Sounds like panic in my area of the world.
Wheels, hi buddy.
Hey, Wheels. Yeah, I remember a lot of times back when I used to work for Main Oxy, I'd have, I always had a plow up until my back went out. For years and years, I've had plow trucks. And so many times I'd have the plow on my truck because we got a bunch of snow out here. Drive into town, there's a dusting, and everybody's like, why'd you put the plow on your truck? I'm like, because I had 8 inches of snow this morning. Because I mean, I'm pulling into the lot, there's still snow packed on the plow. And they're like, what, how? And I'm like, because I woke up to a foot of snow in my driveway. That's how.
And that'd be like the apocalypse where I'm from.
Oh, up here it's another Tuesday.
Bring Alabama to a halt.
Oh, hell, I remember one year I had to travel for a FDA conference. And I ended up in Georgia, about an hour north of Atlanta. And during the time down there, they ended up having a cold front come through. And, you know, first 2 days of the conference, nothing. Third day of the conference, they ended up wrapping it up short because freezing rain came in. And it, like, shut the state down. The day I showed up, I didn't get in till, like, 10 o'clock that night. So I'm driving an hour to my hotel room, and I'm driving up the road, and it's, like, 25 degrees out. And there are trucks lining the highways because they're fuel gelled up. I'm like, y'all fucking rookies don't have diesel 911 down here? Come on now.
Say what?
Oh yeah, the final day of the conference, they're like, well, we've pretty much covered everything. If you guys want to leave, and everyone, like almost everybody but 3 of us, get up to walk out. And the guy looks at me. He knew where I was from. He goes, oh yeah, I guess you're sticking around. This ain't nothing new for you. I'm like, nope.
Yeah, really.
I'll just hang out. Ain't nothing new for me. I'm coming, Will. I'm coming, Demon. I'm coming. I'm all done with the weeding contract. Yeah. Yeah, it's funny how different parts of the world deal with stuff.
Yeah.
I remember, too, one night I was there. One of the nights we were there, you're not cutting. They took us out to eat and ended up, we went to this really nice steak restaurant, and everybody's ordering lobster and everything else like that. I'm looking at the menu and I'm like, holy crap. The server comes over, you know, we're all talking and stuff like that, and I go, Jesus, this lobster's expensive. I'm not a fan of it, but I happen to comment on it because somebody's like, oh, I'm getting lobster. And, when I commented on it, the owner was actually the one serving us. It was this nice little restaurant, fantastic food. Yeah, we're sitting there talking and everything else, and he goes, why, where are you from that you can get lobster that cheap? This is Maine lobster. I go, I'm from Maine. He goes, oh, how much is the lobster for you? I go, when I left, about $5 a pound. He's like, what? Yeah. He goes, I'm paying like $20 a pound for that. I'm like, you know, I can ship you live lobster and cut you, you know, we'll split the profit off it. That's like, I should do that. Have you send it down to me yourself? Probably one of the best steaks I've ever had down there. I don't even remember the name of the place. It was just this little, like... I mean, they must have had maybe, like, 5 employees. Probably like a 10, 12 table restaurant. Oh, my bad, Demon. I need a bigger tractor to haul this thing. God damn. It's like 450 horse and it barely pulls this cart around. Oh crap.
So how's the old editor coming along? Or
Depends on who you're talking to.
Dare I ask?
Depends on who you're talking to.
Okay.
What editor?
Uh-oh. That's what I was afraid of.
You asked.
That's the
It's
one
good
I
for
was
me.
wondering
Thanks
about.
for asking.
That's the one I was asking without asking.
Well, then you know your answer.
Yep. It's like, shut up, Heels.
Well, we're finding some pretty sticky limitations at the moment.
I rumor has it. I've heard this.
What, the limitations?
I've heard that there are some sticky parts out of there.
Yeah, I mean, right now the big piece is getting bigger maps. Raphael Braz, thank you very much for the follow. Welcome into the channel. How you doing today?
Well, I have to admit I did not pay attention to Farm Sim yesterday, so I really don't know much about the last 2 days or so. Yeah.
Yeah, it's enjoyable. It's good.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's some pretty big limitations right now on map size, as far as getting things to load and how the engine's gonna handle it. Much like we were afraid of coming into it, you know.
Yeah. Yeah.
It's looking like a 16 might be off the table at the moment.
Whoa, dude, you're going on 11 hours. Whoa.
I've got about another 45 minutes before I can take the suit off, so I'm gonna finish it up in this one stream.
My.
Yeah, I owed a couple of people for some gifted subs and stuff like that, so.
Nice.
I was unaware that one of these had been cleaned, and my wife comes in and she goes, "Here you go," and I'm like, "Oh, son of a bitch." It's like, I'm already 6 hours in.
Really?
And I owed 4 hours from donations previous. Bits, gifted subs, and so on. And then Neo gifted another 5 subs on top of that, because he gifted 5 after some bits were dropped, you know, and stuff like that. So I'm like sitting there going, okay, I owe like 4 hours, and I'm commenting on it on stream, and my wife just happens to walk in and holds it up with this big shit-eating grin on her face. I'm like, you really? Crazy. Ivan, thank you very much for the follow. Welcome into the channel. How are you doing today? So at that point, it's like, all right, well, I'll just put the thing on and do it. Prompted by the, you know, other 5 after that. And that was, oh, when did that all happen? About 5 hours ago. So I still owe about an hour. I figure by 2:30 I'm safe. So about the 12-hour mark. Hopefully. Indeed, indeed. Good, debating on buying this hot mess. Well, here's what I'm going to say. Yes, it has issues. And a lot of people right now are ripping the game. And in some cases, rightly so. But we haven't had a patch yet. It's early yet. And if you enjoy Farming Simulator, you know it's going to get fixed, so why not just buy it? Because, I mean, if you're going to get the hours of enjoyment out of it, get the hours of enjoyment out of it, right?
Yeah.
You've played them all? Well, then clearly you're, you know, a fan of the series. This one here has a lot of improvements over 22. There's some drawbacks, but mostly improvements. Exactly. It's only been out for early access people for 2 weeks. Hasn't even officially been out 2 weeks yet. So, well, give it a few minutes. They'll get things looked after.
Yeah, I mean, it's got a few bugs, but it's been super fun.
I mean, 22 had bugs when it came out. Just most of us forgot about it all because it was 3 years ago.
True, but did you see the title of DJ Goham's video that was just posted?
I have been live for the past 11 hours, so I have not looked at YouTube.
Probably not.
Are bugs hurting Farm Sim 25? Farm Sim show.
Yeah, him and Clutch were going pretty hard on it yesterday. I was watching some of that while Dave was live.
Yeah, you know it's not going well when two of your biggest supporters, YouTube streamers, YouTube personalities.
Clutch is, yeah, YouTube, yeah. Go Ham and Clutch are YouTube, yeah.
Kind of trashing the game.
Yep. Yeah, I mean, Purge, you've got 172. I'm 140 hours into this save. 145 now, I think. I'm still enjoying it. Yeah, there's some bugs here and there. For the most part, they don't really affect me too much. But that's on the American map. It appears that the Hootan map, the Asian one, has a lot of issues. I don't know if it's maybe the environment file is keyed for more rain, so the ground is always softer, which affects the deformation. Because I know that's one of the things that Dave talked about a lot, was it was always raining for him. And yeah, I mean, if it's raining, it technically makes the ground softer, makes it harder to do it. But like Dave with his getting stuck in the getting stuck in the workers getting stuck and all that, I haven't had that show up yet. That hasn't affected me. Like I said, maybe it's just this map. I don't know. You got yours from CD Keys, Potsy? And then you just sent them in. That's a good question, Pixel. People have wondered about that, because it's like, it's there, what's it for? I gotta set this truck off, it's full, so. Terminal 1 or 2? 2. Let's see what he does. Uh, 123 hours for you, David. Biggest issue is game crashes. See, I've had a couple, but it hasn't been that bad. One crash, you think it was mod related? Yeah. Plays good for you, David? Yeah. See, it's played well for me. Even, you know, the limited multiplayer I've done where I'm hosting my save, it's played well. We'll see what happens in the end, and hopefully they are quick about... You forgot to put the header down. hopefully we get the patch Tuesday. That's the current speculation.
Pluses and minuses of crossplay.
Yeah, pluses and minuses of crossplay.
Mm-hmm. If it wasn't crossplay compatible, we would have probably had a patch for PC. I guess on Friday, last Friday. Yesterday.
Yeah, the tree hitboxes, dude. Yeah. You've only played on Hutan, David? Nice. Yeah, I mean, who knows? We'll see. I'd imagine it'll be before long, anyway.
Let's get in line with Sony and Microsoft. If your name is not Epic and have a game called Fortnite, if you're not called, if you're not Activision, have a game called Call of Duty, get in line. That's the way it works.
What? Ow! What? Ow!
Oh dang! I thought that was my flight sim. I was like, what did I do?
I was gonna actually crawl underneath my desk. I thought we were getting bombed or something.
No, that was the sound card resetting again.
That sound card went off right when I landed. Like literally, my wheels touched down, and I'm like, what? What happened?
I have no idea, Potsy. I likely need a new one. That one seems to be doing it more frequently. But yeah, that's the little sound card that my mic plugs into.
That was a pretty good landing. What's it beeping at me for?
Yes, Pixel. No, we're not on fire here, Pixel. It's just you have to get into your desk, like back in the 60s and 70s.
Yep.
You know, when
Air raid siren.
Yeah, air raid siren.
Hey,
you just took the headset off? Nice.
Never know these days.
Well,
true wheels, true.
Yes, KW, that was me.
I mean,
sorry, everybody. Just wanted to make sure you're all awake. Still breathing.
Which was that to redeem?
Oh yeah.
Can I redeem it again? Let's do it one more time.
I thought that was a good landing. What are they beeping at me for?
As soon as Scurvy started saying "ow," I immediately looked down and I saw that my sound card had gone out. I was like, "Oh shit!" Did it again. Because I don't hear anything.
I ripped my headset off so fast with that one.
Yeah.
Yoinky headset.
I'm gonna have to.
Like you're eating a bag of chips there too, Big Daddy. So.
Again.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's like your beard is scratching on a mic or something. You know how I know what that sounds like? Because I hear it in my ear all the time. You guys just don't hear it.
So that's better.
Yep. What'd you do?
Hit the mute button and unmute it, unmute it.
You need a new headset there, brother.
Look, let me tell you.
Poor Crazy, he did even worse than Wheels. He clicked accept on a setting and that sound went off. Can you imagine? You're clicking accept on a setting and all of a sudden that sound goes off. What the hell did I just do to my computer?
Well, I was trying to get a good landing in this career mode thing. And I'm like, what? What's wrong? Stupid game.
What did I do?
It's broken. No, it's...
You play with YouTube playing in the background? Well,
That's so funny.
Everybody's awake now, I hope.
That's funny.
Our Bugs Hurting Farm Sim 25 is the same show that you were watching yesterday.
Yeah, so... Because he was live with Clutch when he was doing it. He must have posted the video to his channel, because it was live with Clutch.
Big Daddy, I sent you a link to mine headset.
That's something else I gotta do is look at replacing mine. The battery ain't lasting anymore.
For Sarah.
I like these. I have these bigger earpieces for it because I have big ears. They're thicker and they're cooling.
See, I bought those as an aftermarket for my headset, but now they're starting to wear out. So I wear the headset so much, the band is starting to wear out too, and then my head.
Yep, got those, Scurvy. The freezers, that's what I got for these. Yeah, I spent all this money. I figured you get what you pay for it. Everybody's raving about these SteelSeries headsets. So I'm like, all right, whatever, I'll pay. I'm telling you.
I've had mine going on like 3 years.
I don't even think I got that on. The swappable batteries is cool. The Bluetooth portion is cool. But
I don't have the swappable.
Yeah, I really wish I had the receipt because I would return it. I would go back to Best Buy or do a RMA for it. Unfortunately, they require the receipt. I'm like, I have to figure out where the heck I bought it. I know it's Best Buy. Questions.
Yeah, mine were bought from. I think the kids got them at Walmart, but they got them as a Christmas gift for me. So.
Nice.
Well, this thing's now full. Little Demon's gonna be full. No, his has that one has an internal capacity by default, Justin. But that one has an optional larger capacity, which I have not yet purchased for it. I gotta go find out where that truck got stuck. Oh, it's just getting here? Jeez, you're taking your time, ain't you there, Mr. Worker Guy? The dongle messed up just after they stopped making them? Oh, that sucks. Yeah, mine is starting to wear out. It's not holding the charge like it used to. Those cells, they have dropped enough quality of life mods. Oh, bad news cells. They've dropped enough quality of life mods. You just miss a VCA, Grassy. Yeah, I mean that's the unfortunate thing. Bad news always travels fast, and it tends to leave a lasting impression. You can do 9 things right, do 1 thing wrong, and that's all you're going to be remembered for.
Yeah.
Starting screaming violence. Well, mine has dropped all colors. That's an interesting one, Farmer Williams. Tried to send your workers to the... That's what I was just doing with this one, Purge. I sent it down here so that it would drop it off and then drive back. But I'll tell you what, he's taking his sweet time. Get that out of your frickin' mouth. What the hell, kid? I say for a second there, I thought it was lifting like it was losing weight. I'm like, wait a minute. I'm gonna date massive false on this thing. What the hell? See, the sad thing is, I'm doing all these harvesting contracts. I still gotta go finish harvesting mine. I've got one other contract to do. I've got my own fields to deal with. And I still haven't even dealt with my animals for the day yet. Today's gonna be a busy day. But it's hard to pass up a contract for 18 grand. It's actually a full suit, Jacob. It's a dragon onesie. I picked well, my wife picked it up for me a while back. She I made a comment to her because, you know, I love dragons. And another streamer I was watching had a channel point redeemed to wear a costume for an hour. And I was like, well, I'm not going to do a channel point redeem because I've got way too many people with hundreds of thousands of channel points. And I'd always be in the thing. So what I decided instead was for every... Oh, Jesus. Ping pong. For every 5 gifted subs, $10 donation, or 1,000 bits, I'll wear this for an hour. And a few streams went by of some of that stuff racking up that I owed about 5 hours worth. So here I am. I got about 40 minutes left. And I took a wrong turn at Albuquerque and I'm going the wrong way. So, Geronimo! I'm so gonna get stuck. Yep. Almost made it. Got lost in the leaves.
Alright, I'll be back in a bit. Got some filming.
Yep, sounds good there, Big D. Oh, I thought you were full there, little demon. It's half a second late getting underneath the auger. I don't even want to know how many hundreds of thousands of liters we're going to get off this field. Already at like 160K. Yeah, this is a situation where I think if I had 2 trucks, I'd be able to keep up because of the yield on these things. I gotta tell you, they're really worth doing. The red beets, parsnips, or carrots. Because of the yield you get out of them, they're worth it. They're a really good money crop. What are you doing there, Mr. Darkness? Would you get an itch? Yes, if you want. Why not? Alright, bye-bye. Oh, yeah. There you go. Click, click, click. Silly kitty. So hard if you play single player, though, unless you have a modded harvester. Well, yes and no. That harvester, by default, does have a bit of a capacity. Not a huge one, but it's got a small capacity, so it's an option. No idea where I am in relation to the harvester. There we go. Well, that's true, Justin. You're right. It'll only work for sugar beet. I forgot about that part. Otherwise, you're stuck with a little, what, like 2-row harvester or something, I think? You got this guy. It does have a little bit of a capacity, but what's it? Yeah, 1 row. Big one is like 56, you think? Yeah, trust me, I've had the I still got PTSD from trying to use that DeWolf. Ah, damn it. I can't drive in a straight line today. I'm running over Little Demon constantly. So how far have you got in Flight Sim there, Wheels? I was just saying, do you know where you're going, Little Demon? Oh, he's not actually in voice chat with me, Jacob. A lot of times I'll jump over to my Discord and hang out so he can join me, but today I did not. I've had that happen, Chris. Especially the baby sheep. They're so damn small, they hide in the grass. You can't see them. Gotta climb this damn hill. I figure if I get this truck sent off as quick as possible. Alright. Have time, look at Loki's GitHub on Lumberjack.
Yeah, he released another update. It was just the cutting speed of the saw.
Oh.
That was it.
Yeah,
It's one of my favorite mods in 22.
Absolutely. Yep, from 19 to 22.
Classic.
Yep. Get rid of
Great
stumps
mod.
so easy.
I
Yeah,
never really used it.
I never even attempted what you guys were trying to do to get rid of stumps, so I just waited for Lumberjack mod and seconds and stumped his core.
Yes,
Yep.
Purge, if you put them into one of those bale and pallet storages, they will still ferment. Can't do everything at once. I'm currently working on releasing Universal Autoload, then I'll come back and add this. I really need the menus working. Implementing menus in 25 has turned out to be a huge time sink. Ah.
Yep. That's what everybody's saying right now. It's the menu system.
Yeah, it's the UI. Till supper time. Which, I mean, FS redid the menu for 25, so it's kind of understandable, but it seems odd that they would make it that difficult to add menu sections.
Yeah, it's
Well, in not necessarily sections, they're adding more of like a custom menu page. That makes sense. You know, because that's bringing up a separate window. It's not like you're adding a tab to like the factory UI that's already there.
No, you gotta rebuild your menu from scratch.
Yeah. Adding a category to another window that's already there may be a different story, you know?
Yeah.
Like in 22, we had the whole PV mods section that was just another tab added in. That probably isn't too bad, but I would imagine it's one of the reasons why the additional game settings mod hasn't come out yet. And you gonna buy it next Friday, Jacob? There you go. I would imagine by then it probably will have gotten patched if speculation is accurate.
Hopefully.
Until then, I'm still enjoying it. I'm going to keep playing it. I'm going to keep working on mods for it. I'm just split my time. Right now, I'm watching Green Thumb work on his workshop. Robin's working on a fishery building. Which I might try to add to the map if I can incorporate it in a way that makes sense. that would probably require production revamp if I were to do that. Well, I guess I'll have to play around with experimenting on hiding from menus and such. And again, if it all makes sense. Yeah, he's got it in-game looking pretty decent already. He's just messing around with some of the stuff now. Oh, thank you, Jacob. We're still a few days away, but appreciate the thoughts. Because, like, if I did that, what would we use fish for? Could do sardines in the canning factory. I'm trying to think, like, there wouldn't really necessarily be any animal food that would require it. There wouldn't be... Seems kind of ridiculous to add the whole thing in just for sardines. Yeah, I mean, that's just it. Like, where would I do the fish tacos? But needs a lot of it rewritten. Yeah, it's unfortunate. This is Billy Alpaca's modded harvester over there. And this is a modded crop chaser bin. Where is the guy? Oh, he's right there. Stuck on a pole. Yeah, I mean, it could be directly a sell point. A lot of it really comes down to what is going to be brought in from 22. What makes sense to bring in, especially if things may be getting pared down and stuff like that. Not sure yet, you know, it's early days, so...
Shut up and take my money!
Giving thoughts, but it's leading me to one thought I do have, which is the fishery building that you can't get in, you can't do anything with. What's it for? I haven't had a chance to really dig yet, but I'm having thoughts about how you might make that a functioning, repairable, buildable factory that could then feed into a fishery somehow. I don't know, there's a lot of testing required, a lot of possible thoughts and theories. You could make it a couple different fish, sardines, maybe like a trout or something like that. You know, some sort of restaurant type fish. Because it wouldn't necessarily a bad thing to have like the bowling restaurant or something like that back in. So I don't know what Giants obviously had plans for it. Pixel's saying that it's got triggers and stuff. I haven't looked super close at it. But that likely means possibilities too, you know. Ah, damn it. Car. But yeah, you could do sushi into a restaurant or something like that. Figure out what kind of fish, stuff like that. Have the rope place also make like fish nets that go into it. Just getting some ideas. Maybe have that fishery as a repairable factory that you could then bring stuff to. It grows the fish. The fish, you know, magically fill. Oh, Jesus Christ. Nice stop sign, dickhead. You know, automatically fill some triggers that you can go out to with a boat. Using fishnet as a way of getting the fish from the triggers, maybe. I guess a lot of it's going to depend on what we can put together and how we can make it all function. But then from there, you'd get the, you know, sardines and fish for the sushi and stuff, possibly. Just a whole lot of ideas rattling around in the brain pan. But to do what I want to do with the fishery would require, you know, iron for metal and some of that stuff to be able to repair it. How's it going there, Blocky Games? What do you mean, what's wrong with the cars? Other than they're on a spline, they're indestructible, can't be moved, and they ram into you constantly? Nothing. I'm a coming, little demon. Oh, too far. Yeah, they're just basically driving their mobile brick walls. I don't know. It's going to depend on if the whole thing works in a way that makes sense, or, you know, works, period. Time will tell. Yeah, it sucks that Braven's script's going to have to be all rewritten. Well, not only can they overtake you, Dead Soul, but they also overtake each other. And then they end up face to face with each other, blocking the whole damn road. Yeah, Grazia, that would be difficult. Yeah, we'll have to see where things take us. What's A and F? No idea what you mean, Jacob. Hi, Darius. What you doing, handsome? Driving on the map was a... Oh, what's in this field? This is red beet. So far, we've already taken 260,000 liters off of this field. $266, actually. Plus what's in the cart. Yeah, it's the biggest field on the map, plus it's planted in one of the highest yielding crops on the map. Beets and taters don't need a topper this time. Sugar beets do. Potatoes do in a sense, but the harvesters do the topping for you. Unless you have that harvester. So like, these three here all have toppers built into them. So it will top and harvest. But that one there, the little demon's driving, will not top potatoes. So he actually has a special topper for the front of it, like the sugar beet one. What was Billy's? In the store, it's under the beet technology. It's under beet harvesters. Or you can also come over to this here, and it's going to be all the modded equipment. Yeah, it's kind of weird, KW. The red beets, the carrots, and the parsnips don't need to be topped. Oops. What up there, Mr. Vito? Ah! All tangled up. Good afternoon there, Mr. Vito. What if this guy's gonna get stuck again this time? I'm coming, little demon. What if I get stuck? He usually just runs into something on the path, and then I gotta go straighten him out, but... Yep, it's a very long job, this. But it's gonna pay like 19 grand. I really gotta go digging and see if I can find all of the different reward things and update my reward mod. Welcome home, love. KDs are one of the most boring jobs to do. Yeah, these are probably very up there with them, Lacey. This would probably not be nearly as bad if I had paid for the updated capacity on that thing. Damn it, I'm turning away from you. Sounds good, Grazy. Catch you later. I keep like drifting. And then I get just close enough and little demon it'll hit the cart and it turns the whole tractor right into him. I mean, that's the third truck heading down there at 103,000 liters and change. I got another 28 here. It's what, 340-ish? With that whole big chunk left to go, I'll be 500,000 liters off this field anyway. Makes me wonder how much is going to end up left over for me. At 10%, that's like 50K. I want to put a trailer unfollow you. Yeah, by the time I sell off the crop at its peak, I bet you I'll have made $36,000 off this contract in total. Gun it, little demon, gun it. But I really would like to know the customer reward information again. I try and figure out where that stuff's stored. I think I have an idea, but wonder if that guy's gonna actually manage to deliver and then come back. Or if he's gonna pull some stupid shit while he's down there.